Did our friend go fast leave? I don't know if yours had been served. Yeah, he hasn't gone over any of the laser tests yet. So if you guys do encounter him again, make sure you bring it up. So far, he spent his time trying to debunk the can of goo shot by not focusing on the object in question being 255 miles away, but rather focusing on an object 157 miles away, which the geometric curve of his Earth would block anyway. You shouldn't be able to see any of it. Of course, he appeals to refraction. Did he demonstrate refraction being there? No. In fact, he said refraction would be mitigated because it's infrared. Which I'm like, yeah, exactly. So now try to use refraction as an excuse for why Tete Garnacier, is almost a mile below the hidden height in your projected geometry, but you could see the mountain and a large portion of it, not just the tip, but the tip should be about a mile below. Even refraction isn't sufficient to bring it up into view, especially since you just said infrared mitigates refraction anyway. So just like with the black swan, you tell them the horizon appears to be 10 times further than it should behind the oil rigs. They'll say, oh, but what's obstructing the very bottom of the feet of the oil rigs? Ha 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 ha, I gotcha.
Don't forget about his hypothetical test to prove parallel sun rays that only he has come up with.
Well, unless you trace the rays back to the source, you have no idea how they're arriving. You can make a lot of assumptions, sure.
This is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
The essence of a flat earther. Be water, my friends.
Jen, are you ready for the presence of Mr. Go Fast?
Yeah.
Because when you're ready, he said he will graciously grace you with his presence.
Let's hope he does.
Now, be forewarned, his entire argument rests on infraction.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That immeasurable excuse, you can't measure.
Well,
You
you can measure it by opening up
but
an
it's
app on a
constantly
computer.
changing, is what I meant. Constantly changing, isn't
Yeah.
it not? That's what I meant, really. So you can't rely on that.
Well, yeah, fair, but you don't even need to measure it. All you need to do is go to Bislam's calculator and just adjust the slider until you get a result that, fixes the geometry of the Earth enough to, and you say, "Patriarchal, look, it works."
Yeah. You're breaking up a little bit there. Audio's a little bit scratchy. Roboty. Bruce Lee was the man, yeah. Be like water, my friends. It goes into the vessel, it takes the shape of the vessel. It goes into a teapot, it takes the shape of the teapot. Water can crash. Be like water, my friends. Flow. In other words, flow. Flow like water. Very good when you're doing your martial arts. When you need a crash, you solidify your fist, crash, and soon release that fist so it flies through the air, slicing through the air with your palm, and then coming back with a karate strike to the neck. There you solidify again like water, crash, and then bring it back. Yeah, I love it. I understand that principle, that theory. Concept, should I say. Concept. Bearing in mind, I heard it in the 70s when I understood it then.
It's okay. I said, empty your mind.
Yes.
Be formless, shapeless, like.
That's how we have to prepare every heliocentrist that comes to the server. Empty your mind. Relax. Few deep breaths. Be like water. Be like the air. Flow. Receive. Digest. And then respond. In your life, have you ever witnessed curvature on this earth? The curvature of the earth. Where have you seen this? And before you answer,
Well,
yeah, go on.
Here, my friend here, Go Fast, he thinks he's seeing the curvature by not seeing the bottom of something. So he thinks that not seeing the bottom of something means it's curved.
I don't understand that mentality there. What do you mean? Not seeing the bottom of something?
Well, there's a meme. Yeah, fair. There's a meme, right, which says there's a mountain 250 miles away that should be approximately a mile below, but you could see it. And then he wants to focus on you can't see the bottom of something 157 miles away. And somehow that's a meme that ended flat Earth somehow.
Stupidity. So what about the surface
I mean,
of the water?
when you say either, logically speaking, if you can't see something, it's physically obstructive or it's not. Give me a third option.
Well, it's
Right?
also like a mountain range, right? So there are mountains in front of other mountains. So of course some of them are going to have the bottom obstructed.
Yeah.
Well, they give you a third option, which is the path of light being altered. So it's possible to not see things by the path of light being altered, but it's also possible to not see things by the light reaching your eye, but being unresolvable. So I got 4 options on the table now.
Yeah. So Go Fast needs to take his time. Slow down. Go
Quadcotomy.
slowly.
Quadcotomy. I figure I could say that because Nathan did say it was a trichotomy, that there was a third.
Round 1, fight!
Sounds like Street Fighter.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water.
I wonder if Bruce Lee was a flat earther. Well, he was. He just didn't realize it, if he didn't realize. Everyone's a flat earther. They just don't realize it. But I wonder if he realized that the earth was a stationary plane. Because that water explanation was very incisive. Formless. Open your mind to be formless like water. Shapeless, formless like water. Thank you for that. Okay, so he did know. All right. Clearly by the yin and yang. And to think, I used to look at that yin and yang all the time. I used to like it. When I downloaded Skype for the first time back in 2002, I chose the yin and yang as my avatar. Peace and harmony. It was the best one, I thought. All along it was flat earth. Wow. It was referencing the flat earth and I didn't notice. Eyes wide shut again. But I knew there was something in it. That's why I chose it. I mean, I appreciated the peace and harmony balance. I could see that. That's why I chose it. Only to find out it was the sun and the moon doing their dance above the planet Earth. I mean, that was just a revelation in itself. Wow. I said, wow, no wonder I chose it. Yes, when you're seeking the truth and enlightenment, you're looking for a balance, you see. And that yin and yang made sense to me back then. 2002. Just found out that the 9/11 was an inside job by then. And I discovered that they hadn't gone to the moon. Loaded Skype for the first time. And back then, the BBC and CNN News was saying that Skype was breaking telecommunication laws and anyone using it could be arrested, could be in trouble. Only to find out a few years later that the BBC and CNN are using Skype. Ah, yes. Amazing. Just realised. Don't forget.
Man, that kid is like, let me know when you're ready for my presence. It's like he's not confident enough to just enter a room. This isn't like ancient England where you had to phone ahead and be like, "May I enter the premises?" Jen, why are you so boring? Too hot today? Excuse me. Yeah. So the guy comes in with some unique argumentation, never before heard in the flat earth arena. Bottoms of things disappearing and sticks and shadows. Yawn fest.
Can you stop? You're not supposed to. Yeah, I'll just. So. No, the girl. They put cars. Break. Car. Hang on. Keep offering.
All right, you guys are just gonna have to listen to me shut up. 100%.
Somebody's hot micing.
Because many people complained about the length of the documentary named The Greatest Laser Experiments in History, I decided to make it shorter, so I put the 7 experiments in a 16 minutes video. I hope you will have 16 minutes to watch it now. The link of the full documentary is in the description. Don't forget to like and subscribe, but most importantly, don't forget to share the 2 videos with everyone you know. YouTube will not do this for us. It took a lot of work and effort to do these experiments and put them all in one video. I think it deserves to go viral. You decide.
FE Core laser measurements at Lake Balaton 2018. January 2018 pre-test. FE Core spent hours late into the night to discover how the test could be carried out. The pre-test was done under harsh weather conditions of sub-freezing temperatures. Nevertheless, it was a very exciting experience, as observers were able to see the laser at an astounding distance of 21 kilometers with the naked eye. The moment was captured by Sandor's camera. It was a clear indication of the missing convexity of the water surface. Measurement 1. On February 22, 2018, at 10:44 p.m., the blue laser pointer was 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet above the surface of the water. Karen's camera was 1.6 meters or 5.25 feet above the surface of the water at a distance of 12 kilometers or 7.46 miles. The 12-kilometer distance calculation based upon the WGS-84 model results in a target hidden height of 4.56 meters or 14.96 feet. The lake temperature was 2 degrees Celsius and the air temperature above the lake was 3 degrees Celsius. The ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same at the 2 sides of the lake where the teams were positioned. The difference in temperature was marginal both vertically and between the 2 sides of the measurement. The difference in humidity and temperature between the height of the laser and the height of the camera was insignificant. FE Core concluded that the gradients above the lake did not cause any significant refraction of the laser beam. To reach the maximum precision, FE Core factored in all the possible corrections for the WGS-84 geoid and calculated the mean sea level ellipsoid, the geoid undulation, and the refraction corrections for each measurement. The height of the laser pointer was 1.5 meters and the observation position height was at 1.6 meters. The WGS-84 geoid map shows 0.129 meters geoid undulation at both sides of the measurement. That meant there is no significant difference in geoid undulation. The TLT measurement data shows that at least 2.96 meters of curvature was missing on the total distance of 12 kilometers on the surface of Lake Balaton. There is also a possibility of a local geopotential anomaly, but the WGS undulation map clearly shows that this was not the case. Measurement 2. On February 26, 2018 at 8 o'clock p.m. The blue laser was placed on the salad at 2.2 meters or 7.2 feet above the surface of the lake at Balaton Vilagos. The source of the beam was seen from Siofok, 12 kilometers or 7.46 miles away at 1.6 meters above the lake.
Okay, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Here comes the blue. Oh! That's a freaking laser pointer, guys.
The reason why I'm on my phone is to show everyone this. That was the 12 kilometers today. So yeah, this is worth everything to me. Yeah. So to us. Yes, to us. So I just want to add that I think it's been a brilliant working with these guys, and it's been bloody cold, hard work, and like Karen said, a lot harder than I imagined.
The two measurements performed at Lake Balaton showed that for the 12-kilometer distance, the lake surface did not conform to the WGS-84 geoid model. The Lake IJssel, Netherlands measurements. After the two measurements at Lake Balaton, FE Core performed 5 TLT measurement over Lake IJssel. Measurement 3, Lake IJssel Target 1. On April 8, 2018, at 1 o'clock a.m., the blue laser was on the salad at 2.85 meters or 9.35 feet above the lake surface. It was seen at the Target 1 position, 21.26 kilometers or 13.21 miles, at a height of 1.2 meters or 3.94 feet above the lake surface. It took less than 60 seconds for them to see the source of the laser at the Target 1 location.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I see it. Yep, it's there. Okay, yeah, we can see it really well there.
Can you see the reflection on the water?
I'm gonna zoom out. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Look at that. Wow. Oh, man, that is irrefutable. Awesome.
I can watch this all day, you know?
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is really awesome.
Look at that reflection. That reflection absolutely caps it.
Yeah.
That caps it. That annihilates any possibility of it being refracted, and that also annihilates any possibility of any convexity.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot track it with being curved.
The 21.26 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height for measurement 3 IJssel Lake, Target 1 location of 18.18 meters or 59.6 feet. The camera height was 1.2 meters. The WGS-84 geoid model differed by 16.98 meters in this measurement, which meant 93% of the target hidden height was visible. The lake temperature was 7.6 degrees Celsius or 45.7 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air temperature was 10.8 degrees Celsius or 46.4 degrees Fahrenheit above the lake. The ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same on both sides of the lake. TLT calculations factor in any variations in recorded data and geoid datum parameters of the WGS-84 mathematical construct. Both target and laser positions are at 0 meters mean sea level. The WGS-84 geoid undulation map shows a marginal 23 centimeters or 9 inches height difference at the two positions. Measurement 4. On April 8, 2018, 3 o'clock a.m., the blue laser on the salad was 2.85 meters or 9.35 feet above the lake surface. It was seen at the Target 2 position, 28.68 kilometers or 17.82 miles away, at a height of 0.85 meters or 2.79 feet above the lake surface.
Okay, check this out, brothers and sisters. 28 kilometers in your face.
Wow. Awesome. That is awesome.
My camera is 85 centimeters above sea level.
Look at that. That's amazing. You can see it reflecting off the lake water.
Yeah.
That's astounding.
That's the nail in the coffin.
Yes, it is.
Oh, this is so great, boss. It's really awesome.
The 28.68 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height for measurement 4 IJssel Lake Target 2 location of 40.21 meters or 131.9 feet. The WGS-84 mathematical construct differed by 39.36 meters in this measurement, which meant 98% of the target hidden height was visible. The 40-kilometer measurements were scheduled for April 20th through April 22nd. FE Core members from the Netherlands, United States, Hungary, and Spain on April 20th in Enkhuizen, Netherlands, for the longest distance laser observation over water in history. The team set up the salad with the blue laser. The reference location was set 18.73 kilometers from the salad at target 3. However, the weather was not in the team's favor. During the first night, the humidity was so high that haze reduced the visibility and dimmed the laser, making any measurement impossible. The second night, April 21st, the humidity was low enough that the team located the laser at the target 3 initial reference location.
We just parked here, and it looks like we're gonna spend the night here. So we're gonna spend the entire night looking for the laser.
They calibrated the GPS TLT system and performed measurement 5 at 12 o'clock a.m. on April 22nd. Measurement 5, Lake Isel, target 3. On April 22nd, 2018, at 12 o'clock a.m., the blue laser was on the salad at 2.92 meters, or 9.58 feet, above the lake surface. It was seen at the target 3 position 18.73 kilometers, or 11.64 miles, away at a height of 1.6 meters, or 5.25 feet, above the lake surface. The 18.73 kilometer calculation based upon the WGS-84 geoid model results in a target hidden height for measurement 5 Isel Lake target 3 location of 12.504 meters, or 41.024 feet. For measurement 5, the WGS-84 mathematical construct differed by 10.904 meters, which meant 85% of the target hidden height was visible. FE Core examined the effects of refraction through the gradients in the air by adjusting the beam vertically. It was concluded that with the present ambient conditions at measurement 5, the beam was refracted downward by a maximum of 1/100th of a millimeter. Measurement 6, Lake Isel, target 4. On April 22, 2018, at 2:19 a.m., the blue laser was on the salad at a height of 2.92 meters, or 9.58 feet, above the lake surface. It was seen from the target 4 position 40.14 kilometers, or 24.94 miles away, at a height of 1.5 meters, or 4.92 feet, above the lake surface. The 40.14 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height of 90.81 meters, or 297.33 feet, for measurement 6 Lake Isel target 4 location. The WGS-84 mathematical construct differed by 89.31 meters in this measurement, which meant 98% of the target hidden height was visible.
Yesterday we had a little bit of bad luck because the beam of the light was not so good visible with the camera. We could definitely see it with the naked eye, but to catch it on camera it was really difficult. So we have adjusted some things for today, and we are truly expecting better results.
Yeah, but the intensity is going down.
Yeah, that's going way down.
Okay, just put it one step up, stand up. Okay, one more. Put the steps.
Wow!
Put the steps on.
I think I just caught that.
250,000. One more. One more. Okay. Yeah, one more. That's
maybe
it,
one more. Maybe. Oh,
yeah,
I can
one
see
more.
it.
One more.
One more.
You got it?
I could tell I was looking right at the beam. Or down.
Down?
Yeah.
It's going up.
Okay, one now. This one's up.
I think we're looking at it. Right outside.
Yeah.
With the naked eye.
FE Core examined the effects of refraction through the gradients in the air by adjusting the beam vertically. It was concluded that with the present ambient conditions at measurement 6, the beam was refracted downward by a maximum of 0.064 millimeters. Measurement 7, Lake Isle, Target 4. On April 22, 2018, at 11:20 p.m., the blue laser was on the salad at 2.92 meters or 9.58 feet above the lake surface. It was seen at the target 4 position 40.14 kilometers or 24.94 miles away at a height of 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet above the lake surface. The parameters and outcome of measurement 7 was the same as the one from the previous night. The only difference was the maximum refraction of 0.133 millimeters caused by the slightly different ambient conditions. The observers should not have seen the laser at any height below 89.3 meters or 293 feet, but the beam was recorded from a height of 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet.
Stop. Okay. Bring it down now. The laser down. Going down. Zach, if you want to record some of this, you can. I didn't know you were trying to record something. Okay, you still coming down? Yep. Okay, stop. Go back up a little bit.
Conclusions.
The results of the 7 TLT measurements indicate that these two lakes do not conform with the WGS-84 mathematical construct and that they lack the predicted convexity. The testing results agree with the analysis of error sources. In summary, the testing results of the lake surfaces were plus or minus 0.2 meters and the relative accuracy was within 1%. In conclusion, the TLT measurements met the accuracy of the experiment design requirements and provided a definite deliverable output.
Oh man. So what do you make of that? Sounded pretty juicy to me. Oh my goodness. You guys are that bored?
Have you ever wondered how big the Earth really is? In this video, FE Core will guide you through a thought process to show how a simple idea of a measurement developed into a discovery that shakes the foundation of our current scientific understanding based on the WGS-84 map system, which is the accepted model for Earth's shape and surface. You may want to brace yourself. The curvature. Earth is said to be a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles or 40,000 kilometers. Therefore, it has to have a curvature of about 8 inches per mile squared. Can we observe or verify this? We are taught about the ancient observations like a sailing boat going over the horizon and the measurements of Eratosthenes. They are all falsified by our current observations and better understanding of the optical effects of the atmosphere. But how can we really measure the curvature of the Earth in the 21st century? FE Core has established the Terrestrial Laser Targeting Method, or TLT method for short, to measure the geopotential surface of the Earth. Geopotential means the shape that the ocean surface takes under the influence of gravity. With the TLT method, you can accurately verify or falsify the curved surface defined by the WGS-84 geoid model on large bodies of water. The origin of FE Core. Before FE Core was formed, 3 independent researchers became aware of the need to perform accurate observations regarding the Earth and other celestial bodies. Steve, Zach, and Mike had seen videos of each other's research. They began working together to publish their research on the internet. In time, they added other people to their informal research group. In October of 2017, Mike suggested they form a non-profit organization so they could expand their research efforts by inviting people to donate time and financial resources of their choosing to advance the independent research. In December of 2017, FE Core was formed according to U.S. regulations for a 501c3 organization. FE Core stands for Field Engineers Corps. FE Core is an independent research group dedicated to discovering the facts about the Earth by observation and utilizing the scientific method. Sandor is an inventor from Hungary who joined FE Core from the beginning. Sandor had also been considering how to verify that bodies of water conform with the WGS-84 geoid model. In 2016, he decided to test this by using a laser beam over the surface of water.
Zach and I decided to recreate an experiment similar to Stephen Hawking's experiment to prove that the surface of the water actually curves according to the curvature of the Earth. Hawking's target was 3 miles away, and it seemed to match the curvature of the WGS-84 geoid model. But his results looked strange to me because I could see the shore on the other side of Lake Balaton, which is a lot further away than his distance of 3 miles. So we decided to do a laser experiment with a few other friends. We chose to perform the first test over Lake Balaton, Hungary, about an hour drive southwest of Budapest. It's approximately 48 miles or 77 kilometers long, by an average of 4 to 6 miles or 7 to 10 kilometers wide. So it provides a long distance for a line-of-sight laser observation. Balaton also has many locations to carry out such an experiment.
So why a laser and why over water?
A laser is a special type of light source. It's coherent and collimated, which means that all the light is travelling in the same direction and extremely concentrated into a narrow beam. This makes a laser visible for many miles and is very useful for verifying a point-to-point measurement. Water appears to provide a flat surface with no obstructions over long distances, so it's an obvious choice to use this location for the measurement. Although TLT measurements can be performed on any terrain surface, a large body of water is representative of the geopotential surface. According to mainstream science, the water's surface is primarily shaped by the Earth's gravitational field.
The experiment setup was designed to answer this question. Could the source of a laser beam be seen and recorded from a distance that should be hidden by curvature according to the WGS-84 mathematical construct? If not, is there anything blocking our sight, like weather conditions? If yes, what factors must be accounted for? To verify or falsify a possible theory, you must account for the other possibilities. Is a light ray perfectly straight? Here you must investigate the refraction of light, how much the laser beam deviates from an absolutely straight line, and in what direction. Light propagates in a straight path and only refracts when the path of the beam crosses a medium with different refractive qualities. FE Core used a ray of the collimated laser beam to verify the curvature of the surface by considering the refraction data. The refraction calculation for each TLT measurement is shown in the FE Core document that is presented in this video.
Factors in measuring the geoid model. Let's take a minute to demonstrate the factors in measuring the geoid model. How much should be hidden from our sight by the calculated convexity of a body of water?
The geode model, or WGS-84 mathematical construct, states the Earth is an oblate spheroid 24,900 miles or 40,075 kilometers in circumference at the equator, and 24,860 miles or 40,008 kilometers circumference over the poles. If this is accurate, then given these parameters, the surface of the body of water must have an average convexity roughly equal to 8 inches per mile squared in all directions. This means in 1 mile, the surface on average will be 8 inches lower compared to the starting point. But in 2 miles, the convex surface must be calculated as 8 inches times 2 miles squared, which is 8 times 4, or 32 inches. At 3 miles away, there must be a 72-inch drop, and in 10 miles, a drop of 66.6 feet, or 800 inches. In metric units, a 5-kilometer distance should create a 2-meter drop, and a 10-kilometer distance, a 7.84-meter drop. This calculation would give a result of 1,525 feet, or 465 meters, on the total distance of 48 miles, which is 77 kilometers, over Lake Balaton.
The polar and equatorial circumference differential is relatively insignificant to factor in, but FE Core did calculate the ellipsoid correction for each measurement. This correction value in the magnitude of 1/25th of an inch, or 1 millimeter, is well below the margin of error for the TLT measurement method. The WGS-84 geoid is not a perfect ellipsoid geopotential surface, and it may have local anomalies. Deviation from the perfect ellipsoid surface is called geoid undulation. The WGS-84 geoid undulation map shows these correction values, so this data can be compared with laser and target positions. When we stand by a lake or the ocean in the curved surface model, the height of our eye level above the surface of the water determines just how far we can see before the convex shape of the water would begin hiding objects from our view. The point where our line of sight would be blocked by the water is called the horizon, so the distance to the horizon would be determined by the height of our eyes or camera above the surface of the water.
Many people argue about leveling the laser above water. Some people think it is an easy thing to do, like leveling a frame on a wall. And most people think that using the spirit level is more than enough. But the important question is leveling the laser even important in such an experiment?
You know Zach's gonna just cry about the spirit level, right? Yeah, Zach, we know you don't like spirit levels.
In geometry, there is no level in a line above a convex surface. Mathematically speaking, the laser can be parallel to the ground only if the ground is flat, but if the Earth is a globe, then no straight line can be parallel to its surface. With that being said, there is a way to make a straight line if you're drawing it by hand. But in reality, it's not an easy task because it's a very long line, and using a spirit level will never give you an accurate results. Because the laser beam is many kilometers long, and any small error or movement of the device will cause the beam to be drastically off the mark at the target location. But in our case, leveling the laser is not even needed. What we need to do is choose a target location that will be impossible for the laser to hit, since it will be hidden behind a convex surface. Then we shoot the laser to the lowest point possible on the horizon line. In this case, the laser is actually pointing slightly downwards while we try to keep the laser tangent to the globe. We will then see if it is visible from the target location, since it should be blocked behind the curvature of the Earth.
Looking at the horizon line, we always notice that ships or even cars become invisible from the bottom, as if there is something in the air that gives us that illusion. So what if this something affects the laser beam as well?
Placing the laser close to the water surface increases the problems with the refraction caused by what we call the non-uniform density transition zone, or the NUTS. It is a zone just above the water surface. It is ideal to place the laser at least 7 feet or 2 meters above the water surface to avoid this area of light disturbance. You also have to take into account that the laser beam diverges with distance from one side to the other, creating a very long cone. Because of this divergence, the bottom of the beam will eventually contact the water surface. In order to avoid this, a very collimated lens is needed. Collimation is a technique that converges the laser beam, enabling it to reach longer distances, but that doesn't mean that it will never diverge again. You have to study the distance you are measuring, the height of the laser, the divergence of the beam in that distance, the humidity, and the collimation, etc. So it's not as simple as many people think.
Sandor's tests before FE Core.
So, let's start it.
In the year prior to the formation of FE Core, Sandor performed 2 laser tests to measure the geoid. He hired a laser specialist to custom build a 3-watt green laser with a 0.08 millirad collimated beam. He and his assistants then met at Lake Balaton, Hungary. In June of 2016, they performed a pre-test to verify the method with the boat following the laser beam and taking height measurements along the surface of the water.
A notable event during the pre-test showed how easy it is for the observation team to lose sight of the laser, even though it's only a few meters right or left. When the team was about 3 kilometers away, they lost sight of the laser. When the large boat passed by, we could see the laser on the hull of the other boat, still very close to them.
During a second attempt in August of 2016, measurements were made with different heights of the laser above the surface of the water. At one point during the test, the laser was at 1.64 feet, or 50 centimeters, above the lake surface and appeared to turn sharply upward and split into 2 beams. This was later found to be caused by the laser having a slight downward pitch, which forced the beam to collide with an air layer at such an angle above the water at 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters distance away, it reflected part of the beam upward. In the early morning hours of August 16th, Dave Murphy and Niku Bariku spotted the laser beam and recorded it from over 3.72 miles or 6 kilometers from the shore. This measurement indicated a non-convex surface, but Sandor wanted a more definitive measurement with ambient condition readings for any refraction arguments. The difficulties of aligning the laser parallel to the surface on the measurements pointed out the need to use a very accurate laser aiming device to provide precise targeting. The salad. FE Core decided to continue the curvature tests at Lake Balaton, but with a more ambitious goal of pointing the laser across a longer portion of the lake. This would attempt to measure the convexity of the lake over 41 miles or 67 kilometers. The previous tests by Sandor had been conducted in the summer and showed some refraction anomalies. Therefore, it was decided to perform the measurements in winter conditions over a frozen lake to minimize the optical density differences along the path of the laser beam. According to the plan, the observation team would keep contact with the laser position as they walked across the ice while taking laser height measurements at the previously planned positions. The first objective for the Balaton test was to design and build a laser aiming device which could make a 41-mile, 67-kilometer observation possible. Mike, FE Corps' president, took the assignment. He designed and built a laser mount capable of extremely fine adjustments for both the tilt, which is the vertical motion, and for panning, the horizontal motion. The result was the Super Accurate Laser Aiming Device, or SALAD for short. The instrument had an accuracy of 54 millionths of a degree in the tilt angle and 34 millionths of a degree in its panning motion. This was accomplished with two high-tech stepper motors capable of making movements as small as 1/10,000th of a rotation. That is equal to 36 1,000th of a degree. This rotation movement was transferred to a bolt with fine threads 1.5 millimeters apart. That meant the rail where the laser was attached could be moved in steps of 15 100ths of a micron. That is less than 1/1000th the thickness of the thinnest human hair. Over 1,000 man-hours went into the design, build, and refinement of the SALAD. The materials alone cost over 20,000 euros or 23,000 US dollars. But because FE Corps is a non-profit organization, those funds were received via donations. This was where the value of forming FE Corps as a 501c3 entity became obvious, as corporations who donate materials or financial resources
Oh, wait a minute. This just in from the globe side. Micron precision isn't good enough. How are you going to possibly take into account the curve of the Earth if you're adjusting your laser by the micron? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. You guys don't know what you're doing. All right, let's continue the video.
to a non-profit organization benefit from the tax savings. The TLT method for measuring curvature.
Terrestrial laser targeting is designed to be a curvature surveying method over long distances. The idea is to prove a straight line on a surface between 2 points by shooting the laser to the target location and verifying the height of the beam at each side.
The targeting accuracy depends on the aiming device. Without proper targeting accuracy, this experiment is not viable. FE Corps' SALAD was the key element in developing the TLT method. The required accuracy depends on the deliverable output. Accuracy refers to how closely a measurement or observation compares to a true or established value, since measurements and observations are subject to errors. The precision of the TLT measurement is expected to be within 1% of the volume compared to the target hidden height calculated on each measurement's distance to arrive at a definitive result. Before going into the presentation of each measurement, the integrity of the TLT method must be verified. This was accomplished by adjusting the laser and calculating the vertical change at the source with respect to the vertical change at the target location.
We're going to put the collimated laser on the mount with the mount in position and then try to locate that smaller beam and get some measurements today.
It was explained earlier how the WGS-84 mathematical construct is used to calculate the geospatial surface. Based on that model, the outcome of the experiment can be calculated. The lowest height where the laser is visible is measured and compared with the model's prediction. Terrestrial laser targeting is a definitive and repeatable method to verify or falsify the WGS-84 mathematical construct. Refraction is when light deviates from a straight path while passing through mediums of different optical density or refractive index. For example, air at standard conditions has a refractive index of 1.0003. Water has a refractive index of 1.333. Propane gas has a similar refractive index of 1.34. Optical density is not the same as physical density. Layers of the air are positioned by their physical density, not by their optical density. The light beam changes direction when crossing different optical density mediums, such as warmer or more humid air. This apparent bending of the light beam is always in the direction of higher optical density, which is defined by the refractive index of the medium. Refraction only takes place on the border between two different optical densities. No refraction occurs unless the path of the light crosses a boundary to another layer with a different refractive index. In nature, there are no other forces such as gravity or magnetic fields that cause light's path to refract up or down over 10 miles, or even 7,000 miles. If it did, then the appearance of the location of the sun in the sky would jump from one day to the next in the case of a solar storm or magnetic anomaly.
The incidence angle and the refraction calculations within our document are not vertical but horizontal. We do not shoot the laser at an angle through a horizontal medium. We shoot with a zero angle of incidence through a relatively homogeneous medium. That is why the laser is used well above the surface of the water to avoid the non-uniform density transition zone. Also, there is an argument of beam divergence. Beam divergence does not affect the TLT measurement. And talking about measurement, I would have to add, the measurement does not use the full beam, but instead only a ray of the laser that is coming directly from the source to the observer. And to conclude, the symmetrical white flash in the center of the optics indicates that we are observing the source of the beam in a direct line of sight.
FE Core performed 7 documented TLT measurements in 2018. 2 were at Lake Balaton in Hungary, and 5 were performed at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. Based on the collected data, FE Core now has evidence that falsifies the WGS-84 mathematical construct. This has huge implications to our current understanding of Earth's geometric shape. FE Core laser measurements at Lake Balaton 2018. January 2018 pre-test. The original plan was to perform the test in January because Lake Balaton normally freezes solid that month, but in 2018 the weather did not cooperate. The January temperatures were too high for a solid freeze, so it was decided to reschedule for February in hopes the lake would be frozen.
On January 8th, Sander and I went to the Lake Balaton for pre-test observations. We found that we could keep track of the laser by walking along the edge of the lake as the laser operator slowly panned the laser in just one direction. With this method, a frozen lake was not even necessary, but still preferable, of course.
FE Core spent hours late into the night to discover how the test could be carried out. The pre-test was done under harsh weather conditions of sub-freezing temperatures. Nevertheless, it was a very exciting experience, as observers were able to see the laser at an astounding distance of 21 kilometers with the naked eye. The moment was captured by Sandor's camera. It was a clear indication of the missing convexity of the water surface. The 1-month delay gave Mike more time to test the salad and to adjust its operation software.
Zach and I just finished the pre-test. We didn't take any measurements because the weather was not helpful, so we focused on checking the laser performance and the measurement positions. But while we were checking the positions planned for the measurement, the foggy weather started to clear out, and suddenly we could see the laser from 21 kilometers distance. We spotted the laser beam 1.5 meters above the lake surface, standing on the shore.
On February 21st, FE Core members from 10 countries gathered at Lake Balaton to perform the long-range terrestrial laser targeting experiment that was designed to verify the lake's convexity. The weather was cold, but unfortunately, the lake was still not frozen.
On the first day, we set up the laser position in a tent beside the lake in the garden of the hotel. The custom-built laser required a minimum air temperature of 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit for operation. The laser began to malfunction due to the outside temperature hovering around 3 degrees Celsius or 37 Fahrenheit. so a small electric heater was placed near the laser cooling fan intake. The warm air over the cold laser cracked the crystal in front of the laser diode, which caused the beam to be distorted and the focus malfunctioned. Fortunately, the laser specialist had other lasers with them and were able to swap out the laser on the salad so the team could proceed with the planned observations.
The weather continued to wreak havoc on the team and equipment. Besides being very cold, only 2 of the 7 nights were clear enough to see the laser from any observation point. The salad worked well to make very precise adjustments, but locating the beam by the observation team on the opposite shore at night was very difficult. Although the salad was able to pan and pitch in small enough increments, an hour was required to establish contact between the observation teams.
Yeah, if you can get back there, I would definitely recommend it, because I think you're going to see something. Before we weren't sure what the problem was. We could have also been pitched down, but we also had possible waves we were hitting. Because if the waves were like 2 meters, that's about the height that we are. But now we don't have that problem, and we're also not bouncing off the water like we were before.
The targeting procedure at Lake Balaton was implemented by locating landmarks visible during the daytime and aiming the salad in the direction of where the observation team would go at night. To aid in the aiming, FE Corps used a Nikon P900 and a Celestron Power Seeker 70 EQ telescope. However, even at night, this required the observer to be close to the beam to spot the laser.
One of the primary problems that we were also facing is that we, especially at nighttime, we have no idea where we're pointing at. We could manually or visually find the locations during the day, but we have to shoot the laser at night for us to see it. And as soon as it turns dark, you have no idea where you're shooting at.
After sunset and the initial leveling process of the salad, the beam was adjusted parallel to the water's surface. The observation team then spread out along the shore to find the laser beam while maintaining contact via phone. Measurement 1. On February 22, 2018, at 10:44 p.m.,
on the first day, we had a successful observation, but we became aware of it only after analyzing the recorded footage. My camera at the garden of the hotel recorded the handheld blue laser pointer used by the observation team as they were giving targeting signals from the opposite shore 12 kilometers away.
The blue laser pointer was 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet above the surface of the water. Karen's camera was 1.6 meters or 5.25 feet above the surface of the water at a distance of 12 kilometers or 7.46 miles. The 12-kilometer distance calculation based upon the WGS-84 model results in a target hidden height of 4.56 meters or 14.96 feet. The lake temperature was 2 degrees Celsius and the air temperature above the lake was 3 degrees Celsius. The ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same at the 2 sides of the lake where the teams were positioned. The difference in temperature was marginal both vertically and between the 2 sides of the measurement. The difference in humidity and temperature between the height of the laser and the height of the camera was insignificant. FE Corps concluded that the gradients above the lake did not cause any significant refraction of the laser beam. To reach the maximum precision, FE Corps factored in all the possible corrections for the WGS-84 geoid and calculated the mean sea level ellipsoid, the geoid undulation, and the refraction corrections for each measurement. The height of the laser pointer was 1.5 meters and the observation position height was at 1.6 meters. The WGS-84 geoid map shows 0.129 meters geoid undulation at both sides of the measurement. That meant there is no significant difference in geoid undulation. The TLT measurement data shows that at least 2.96 meters of curvature was missing on the total distance of 12 kilometers on the surface of Lake Balaton. There is also a possibility of a local geopotential anomaly, but the WGS undulation map clearly shows that this was not the case.
On the next 4 days of the test, weather made observations impossible. Fog and drizzle reduced our visibility and limited the laser's range. One night, high wind made turbulent air layers and caused a dancing laser beam. This was my first experience at laser observation. When I saw the beam moving so rapidly, I actually said out loud, "What the heck are they doing? Hold it still." No one heard me because their ears were covered and the wind was blowing so hard. I had no idea that wind could cause that optical effect. During the next 2 nights, the temperature dropped to minus 15 degrees Celsius.
I'm gonna turn around and show you the ice. The icy lake there.
It eliminated the fog and we were able to see the beam. But the wind chill was down to minus 25 degrees. That really limited the amount of time we could spend outside. Despite the harsh conditions, we were able to achieve our second laser measurement.
On February 26, 2018, on the last night of the team's scheduled stay at the lake, FE Corps observed both the blue and green lasers placed at Balaton Vilagos and seen from Siofok 12 kilometers away. Measurement 2. On February 26, 2018 at 8 o'clock p.m. The blue laser was placed on the salad at 2.2 meters or 7.2 feet above the surface of the lake at Balaton Vilagos. The source of the beam was seen from Siofok 12 kilometers or 7.46 miles away at 1.6 meters above the lake.
Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Here comes the blue. Oh!
I see it.
That's a freaking laser pointer, guys.
The reason why I'm on my phone is to show everyone this. That was the 12 kilometers today. So yeah, this is worth everything to me.
Yeah.
So
to us.
Yes, to us. So I just want to add that I think it's been a brilliant working with these guys, and it's been bloody cold, hard work, and like Karen said, a lot harder than I imagined.
The blue laser was placed at 2.2 meters above the lake surface. By calculating the target hidden height from a distance of 12 kilometers, we get the 3.52 meter minimal observation height to be able to see the ray of the laser beam. The measurement clearly showed that the beam was visible from 1.6 meters above the lake's surface. The ambient conditions at the time of the measurement indicated a marginal refraction of the beam based on the difference of the refractive index on the two sides. Our calculation gave a result of 0.235 millimeter deviation from a perfectly straight line at the time of the measurement.
The corrections have been calculated for the mean sea level, ellipsoid and geoid undulation. Their magnitude is also well within the margin of error.
So after the 12-kilometer observation, we went to the 21-kilometer location, which was in Santad. The lake was super cold, it was completely frozen over, and we couldn't see anything because the wind was just blowing ice into our faces. And none of the 8 or so observers, they could see the laser because of the harsh conditions. That was about all we could do there.
This is my 4th time now, but it always has surprises.
Yeah, well...
And every time it's different. Every time there is a different problem to be solved.
The two measurements performed at Lake Balaton showed that for the 12-kilometer distance, the lake surface did not conform to the WGS-84 geoid model. Lessons from Balaton.
During the measurements taken on Lake Balaton, there were many limitations, especially adverse weather conditions. Although we made 2 successful measurements, all goals set forth were not accomplished in the time frame allowed.
Lasers.
We use different types of lasers, ranging from our high collimated laser to conventional lasers. High collimation is very useful to concentrate the power of the beam to a smaller area, but it's not essential to perform the measurement. A wider beam has the advantage of being easier to locate, but it has the disadvantage of being less bright over long distances.
So let me ask you, how many different types of lasers have you tried?
Several. I think we've used about 10 different lasers.
What's the difference between the different lasers that you've used?
mostly power and collimation.
And can you explain to us a little bit about both of those?
High power lasers are better visible over longer distance, but without the collimation, you will still not be able to see it.
What is collimation?
Collimation is tightening of the beam.
Tightening of the beam?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain what that means in actual physical terms?
Yeah. A normal laser diverges over distance in a linear fashion, and a collimated beam reduces that divergence.
So it spreads, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay, so the beam is spreading, and the power issue, which is obvious, if you're going to shoot over a long distance, you think you're going to need a lot of power.
Well, power is distributed over the entire beam, so if you don't have a large amount of collimation, high power is not going to help. The collimation is basically compressing all the power into a smaller beam.
The power of the laser is important, but not the most important part of the technology. Let's make it clear that the manufacturers usually refer to the input power of the device and not the optical output power. There is usually a 1:5 ratio between them, so if you see a laser labeled to 1 watt, that is approximately 0.2 watt optical output power.
Weather. Choosing the perfect weather condition is a key to success with the long-range TLT experiments. Fog is the most obvious factor that affects the visibility of a laser. In thick fog, you may have less than 100 meters visibility. High humidity also decreases the distance of the laser light. Strong winds cause turbulence over the lake and create unstable layers of air with different refractive properties. As those layers are rapidly mixed by the wind, the observer may see the laser beam dancing wildly as if the laser operator was rapidly waving the laser in hand. Timing is everything. Ironically, the conditions FE Core sought manifested less than 48 hours later. Sandor came back to the lake, and this time he was able to walk over the now frozen bay. Salad upgraded with automatic GPS targeting system.
FE Core established at Lake Balaton that targeting the beam to the observation location is the most difficult part of the TLT method. A super accurate laser aiming device is able to aim the laser in very fine increments. But how would the team know exactly where to point the beam? It was like playing darts blindfolded. The team had to find a solution for locating the target position. Mike came up with a perfect solution and worked to improve the method of aiming the Salad. He created software that calculated a bearing change based on 3 GPS locations. With the new GPS update, the Salad operator could input coordinates for a new target location, and the laser would point directly to that exact location. There was now a procedure in place to calibrate the actual alignment of the Salad first.
This is the actual interface of the device. It's got the settings section here where you actually put in the numbers when you're calibrating your device. And it's got a control section here where you actually control the motors themselves with up, down, and left and right. And then it's got a GPS menu here where you actually have 3 fields that you need to put in. That's the position of your actual laser where you set it up, your GPS location. And then you have the reference location. That's a location that you need in order for the Salad device to know in which direction it's actually pointing the laser beam. And then you have the target location, and that's the maximum distance that you want to shoot your laser at. You fill in those GPS coordinates, and then you press go to target on this device, and it steers the laser to the desired GPS location.
Before any targeting with the laser can occur, the Salad needs to be properly set up and calibrated. This process involves careful leveling of all parts of the device and laser. To do this, the Salad is put down on a platform, and each of the 4 legs must be adjusted individually to make sure all beams are level. After the device is leveled, the laser beam must also be leveled. This is done in conjunction with a laser level device, which is placed directly behind the laser. The difference in height of the laser level and the laser itself can now be adjusted to be the same across the maximum distance available at that location. Then the setup is ready to start with our newly developed GPS-based terrestrial laser targeting procedure.
The Lake IJssel, Netherlands measurements. After the two measurements at Lake Balaton, FE Core performed 5 TLT measurement over Lake IJssel. An interesting feature of the Netherlands is that the lands surrounding the lake are almost all below the level of the lake. On April 7, 2018, at about 7 o'clock p.m., the FE Core team of Mike, Jeroen, and Patrick began setting up the salad on the balcony of a restaurant in Enkhuizen, Netherlands. This was the laser location for all subsequent measurements on Lake IJssel. The setup was completed around 10 o'clock p.m. The laser height was 2.85 meters above the surface of the lake. This location was well known by Mike, who had been there many times over the years. The choice for the reference position was a small stand of trees about 25 meters tall on the opposite shore. Mike had often wondered how it was possible to see the trees over such a great distance. The team chose this location as the Target 1 reference position for calibrating the salad because Mike had been to the trees previously, so he knew the location had good access to the lake for an observation. This was FE Core's first chance to use the new GPS TLT system, so in addition to attempting to measure the lake surface for geoid comparison, the team was also testing this new method. Measurement 3, Lake IJssel, Target 1. On April 8, 2018, at 1 o'clock a.m., the blue laser was on the salad at 2.85 meters, or 9.35 feet, above the lake's surface. It was seen at the Target 1 position, 21.26 kilometers, or 13.21 miles, at a height of 1.2 meters, or 3.94 feet above the lake's surface. It took less than 60 seconds for them to see the source of the laser at the Target 1 location.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's there. Okay, yeah, we can see it really well there.
Can you see the reflection on the water?
I'm gonna zoom out.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Look at that. Wow. Oh, man, that is irrefutable.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I can watch this all day, you know.
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is really awesome.
Look at that reflection. That reflection absolutely caps it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That caps it. That annihilates any possibility of it being refracted, and that also annihilates any possibility of any convexity.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot track it with being curved.
The 21.26 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height for measurement 3 IJssel Lake, Target 1 location of 18.18 meters, or 59.6 feet. The camera height was 1.2 meters. The WGS-84 geoid model differed by 16.98 meters in this measurement, which meant 93% of the target hidden height was visible. The lake temperature was 7.6 degrees Celsius, or 45.7 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air temperature was 10.8 degrees Celsius, or 46.4 degrees Fahrenheit, above the lake. The ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same on both sides of the lake. TLT calculations factor in any variations in recorded data and geoid datum parameters of the WGS-84 mathematical construct. Both target and laser positions are at 0 meters mean sea level. The WGS-84 geoid undulation map shows a marginal 23 centimeters, or 9 inches, height difference at the two positions. Measurement 4. After the measurement at Target 1, Mike and Patrick drove 30 minutes to the Target 2 location. Target 2 was selected because it would be within 17.5 degrees panning limit of the salad. Since the salad had been calibrated at Target 1, the automatic GPS system now required only a new coordinate to automatically target that position. This was the first field test of the new GPS TLT software, so it was an exciting moment. On April 8, 2018 at 3 o'clock a.m., the blue laser on the Salad was 2.85 meters or 9.35 feet above the lake surface. It was seen at the Target 2 position 28.68 kilometers or 17.82 miles away at a height of 0.85 meters or 2.79 feet above the lake surface.
Okay, check this out, brothers and sisters. 28 kilometers in your face.
Wow. Awesome. That is awesome.
My camera is 85 centimeters above sea level.
Look at that. That's amazing. You can see it reflecting off the lake water.
Yeah.
That's astounding.
That's the nail in the coffin.
Yes, it is.
Oh, this is so great, boss. It's really awesome.
The 28.68 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height for measurement 4 ISIL Lake Target 2 location of 40.21 meters or 131.9 feet. The WGS-84 mathematical construct differed by 39.36 meters in this measurement, which meant 98% of the target hidden height was visible. 40 kilometers or 25 miles is a very great distance. To perform a 40 kilometer TLT measurement, good atmospheric conditions with great visibility are required. The 40 kilometer measurements were scheduled for April 20th through April 22nd. FE Corps members from the Netherlands, United States, Hungary, and Spain on April 20th in Enkhuizen, Netherlands, for the longest distance laser observation over water in history. The team set up the Salad with the blue laser. The reference location was set 18.73 kilometers from the Salad at Target 3. However, the weather was not in the team's favor. During the first night, the humidity was so high that haze reduced the visibility and dimmed the laser, making any measurement impossible. The second night, April 21st, the humidity was low enough that the team located the laser at the Target 3 initial reference location.
We just parked here, and it looks like we're gonna spend the night here. So we're gonna spend the entire night looking for the laser.
They calibrated the GPS TLT system and performed measurement 5 at 12 o'clock a.m. on April 22nd. Measurement 5, Lake ISIL, Target 3. On April 22nd, 2018 at 12 o'clock a.m., the blue laser was on the Salad at 2.92 meters or 9.58 feet above the lake surface. It was seen at the Target 3 position 18.73 kilometers or 11.64 miles away at a height of 1.6 meters or 5.25 feet above the lake surface. The 18.73 kilometer calculation based upon the WGS-84 geoid model results in a target hidden height for measurement 5 ISIL Lake Target 3 location of 12.504 meters or 41.024 feet. For measurement 5, the WGS-84 mathematical construct differed by 10.904 meters, which meant 85% of the target hidden height was visible. FE Corps examined the effects of refraction through the gradients in the air by adjusting the beam vertically. It was concluded that with the present ambient conditions at measurement 5, the beam was refracted downward by a maximum of 1/100th of a millimeter. Measurement 6. The team moved to the 40 kilometer location, or Target 4. At 40 kilometers, finding the source of a laser beam with the naked eye is almost impossible, especially if there are other light sources on the horizon. A telescopic camera was the solution to distinguish the laser from the other lights. Measurement 6, Lake ISIL, Target 4. On April 22, 2018, at 2:19 a.m., the blue laser was on the salad at a height of 2.92 meters or 9.58 feet above the lake surface. It was seen from the target 4 position 40.14 kilometers or 24.94 miles away at a height of 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet above the lake surface. The 40.14 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height of 90.81 meters or 297.33 feet for measurement 6 Lake Isle target 4 location. The WGS-84 mathematical construct differed by 89.31 meters in this measurement, which meant 98% of the target hidden height was visible.
Yesterday we had a little bit of bad luck because the beam of the light was not so good visible with the camera. We could definitely see it with the naked eye, but to catch it on camera it was really difficult. So we have adjusted some things for today and we are truly expecting better results.
Yeah, but the intensity is going down.
Yeah, that's a little way down.
Okay, just put it one step up, Sandra. Okay, one more. Put the steps.
Wow!
Put the steps on.
I think I just caught that.
250,000. One more. One more. Okay. Yeah, one more. That's
maybe
it,
one
bro.
more. Maybe. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
I can
one
see
more.
it.
One more.
One more.
You got it?
I could tell. I was looking right at. Or down.
Down?
Yeah.
It's going up.
Get one now. So what's up?
Yeah, just down. I think we're looking at it. Right outside.
Yeah.
With the naked eye.
FE Core examined the effects of refraction through the gradients in the air by adjusting the beam vertically. It was concluded that with the present ambient conditions at measurement 6, the beam was refracted downward by a maximum of 0.064 millimeters.
We were shooting the laser 40 kilometers across the lake. We did find it on the target location, but it was already getting light, so the intensity of the beam was almost not visible anymore. And we had some issues with finding the right orientation of the beam itself. So now that we know where to actually point it, we're going to try it again today to get it on tape.
Measurement 7. In the evening of April 22nd, the team returned to the Target 4 location. They worked late into the night taking many pictures. Rick's camera was set to take 1 picture every 5 seconds.
So the source of light, whatever's going on top of the water, you're not going to be able to see it. There's too much humidity, the water's blowing, it's spraying.
Yeah, and it's windy on your side, right?
Oh, it's real windy on our side. Okay, buddy.
Patrick, can you see anything?
So, there we go.
Nothing at all?
I cannot take it off the camera.
There's just not enough light coming off from
First
it.
of all, there's too much light pollution coming at us too close. Then it'll knock that out.
Measurement 7, Lake Isle Target 4. On April 22nd, 2018, at 11:20 p.m., the blue laser was on the salad at 2.92 meters or 9.58 feet above the lake surface. It was seen at the target 4 position 40.14 kilometers or 24.94 miles away at a height of 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet above the lake surface. The parameters and outcome of measurement 7 was the same as the one from the previous night. The only difference was the maximum refraction of 0.133 millimeters caused by the slightly different ambient conditions. The observers should not have seen the laser at any height below 89.3 meters or 293 feet, but the beam was recorded from a height of 1.5 meters or 4.92 feet.
Stop. Okay. Bring it down now. The laser down.
Going down.
Zach, if you want to record some of this, you can. I didn't know you were doing.
Trying to record something. At least.
Okay, you still coming down?
Yep.
Okay, stop. Go back up a little bit.
Conclusions.
The results of the 7 TLT measurements indicate that these two lakes do not conform with the WGS-84 mathematical construct and that they lack the predicted convexity. The testing results agree with the analysis of error sources. In summary, the testing results of the lake surfaces were plus or minus 0.2 meters and the relative accuracy was within 1%. In conclusion, the TLT measurements met the accuracy of the experiment design requirements and provided a definite deliverable output.
The surfaces of Lake Balaton and Lake Isel do not conform with the predicted convex shape of the WGS-84 mathematical construct. Through analyzing error source models of TLT measurements and corrections for the geoid surfaces, we determined that the TLT measurement results conclusively prove our hypothesis of non-convex water surfaces.
Never in history have independent researchers been capable of falsifying these axioms by direct observation and measurement. FE Core has made new and meaningful discoveries with its very first project establishing an enormous amount of missing predicted convexity on both lakes. Thanks to the support of all FE Core subscribers and project participants, a great addition to the body of scientific knowledge has been made.
We welcome you to join FE Core by becoming a member and supporting our scientific endeavors, or even contribute in your field of expertise. You are invited to follow our team across the earth as we continue to explore the true nature of our world.
All right.
Hello. Anybody here?
No.
Whoa, what's going on? There's so many people in here.
Dude, we just watched a documentary about the laser test, which demonstrated no hump of Earth curve between point A and point B.
I missed the start.
Well, you can always watch it again at your leisure. Yeah, I'm gonna post the document goes along with it. Excuse me. So who's going to do an observation today? Anybody? Oh yeah, whatever.
Man, I'm trying to pack up the last few things. This first trip of me moving, and y'all are making this shit real boring. You feel me? No, I'm just kidding. You know I love you. It's all love. No, but seriously, what are we talking about?
Oh, man.
What? Did you say weird or word? Well, guess we'll move on. So I guess today's been laser day, sounds like. Which is great. We're just going to get more and more precise, sharp, down on the nitty-gritty brass tacks with this information. The guy speaking was Bob from Globebusters. He's put in so much fucking work. A guy like that wouldn't be doing it for nothing. Laser tests. 2 words that by themselves debunk the globe math. Line of sight, those are 3 words that debunk the globe math. You want to talk about rotation? Of course we don't feel it moving. Base axiom. Yep. Done. Well, just because you don't feel it. Bullshit. And in any point of a car when you're riding in a car while it's moving, do you not know it's moving somehow? Oh, you just get so used to it. No, you don't. You get kind of used to it. Enough to where you can get comfortable, maybe take a nap. But when you're awake, you always know, hey, I'm in something that's moving. You do. In a plane, train, anything. You know you're fucking moving. So, I mean, what else is there to say about that? That's why I don't like to harp on movement and rotation and all that, because we can't even get a radius out of y'all. and no, listen, I'll leave it here, spark some thought. Here's what you have to do to get a radius value. You have to go to the center of the Earth. I'm sorry, that's just how it goes. You could take measurements of this, that, and the other and assume and calculate, but until you get the radius from point A, center of the Earth, to point B, at the outside of the circle, well, my friend, then you have nothing about that shape. Oh, well, we know it's down there. Heat signatures and carbon dating and... Yeah, but you've never been there, have you? So, anyway. Y'all take it away.
Ugh.
Well, they don't have a circumference either. So we don't talk about that very much, but they can't prove that either.
So nobody here to talk?
Man, you are. So start your soliloquy.
I'm sorry, I'm what?
I said, you're here to talk, so now it's your turn to soliloquy, which means do all the work yourself by just constantly talking about something interesting. Keep us all entertained.
No, I'm not really an entertainer.
Dude, I'm going to
This
the
laser,
lake.
this laser article is weird. Why are they talking about gravity?
Oh, okay. Couple of reasons. So, hold on, I gotta do this password. Never share your verification code 3617 with anyone, especially people who are listening online. Uh-oh. Okay, so, okay, my friend. So, you got reality, right? Then you've got this idea that Earth is a floating ball in space where gravity pulls everything to the center of mass, right? Then you've got observations and measurements taken in reality. None of these things match. So they have to take all these three different angles and smash them into a model they call the geoid. Capiche? Make sense?
I guess so. I don't know.
Well, you know, Matt, look, okay, so the Earth's not a perfect sphere, right? Even in their idea. Can't be,
Yeah,
because
I've
there's
heard that.
topography and all different kinds of stuff, right? And not only is it not a perfect sphere on the surface, it wouldn't either be perfect underneath. It'd be distribution of matter that's not equivalent, right? So, like here would be a chunk of granite, over there would be a bunch of dirt, and it's all going to have different quote unquote gravity. So, you're never going to have a potential surface that actually has gravity being pulled towards the center of the Earth. It's never going to happen. So, when you go out and you do your measurements of the Earth, you're assuming, if you believe in a globe, right? If you don't have any of this information, that down is to the center of the Earth, but it isn't, right? So they have to adjust for all of these downs that don't go to the center of the Earth. So they have a model based on going to the center of the Earth, and they have a reality, which is they all don't go to the center of the Earth, right? And they have two different lines, and they have to kind of measure them together, squish them together to try to give you like a shape of what the Earth is, even though they have no freaking clue.
Wait, that's weird. You said the reality isn't that down is down? I didn't get that.
Yeah, think about it. If down is to the center of the Earth based on gravity, right? And I just told you that gravity doesn't go towards the center of the Earth in all disparate locations on the Earth in their model. And how could down ever be to the center of the Earth? Makes no sense. In other words, down is random directions. It's never the same. So if you go around trying to level and get accurate measurements of things, you're not going to get an accurate, shape of anything.
Yeah,
Because you
but
can't
why
just
would
take a
they?
perfect sphere and assume your measurements are going to fit that, because they're not.
But why are they incorporating that?
Why are they?
I mean, in the study, in the laser measurement.
Why are they doing it in the laser measurement, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, because there's a prediction. Okay, so the WGS 84 model is all of those things mashed together in a mathematical construct, coated in butter, put in the oven at 750 degrees for 35 minutes to give you a birthday cake of wishful thinking, right? So what they do is they take that birthday cake that they baked and they say, okay, is this birthday cake round? Let's measure this section. But like I said, it's not perfectly round. So you have to look at the model and say, okay, the model kind of says here it's a little bit wonky. So I wouldn't expect perfect roundness. You see what I'm saying? So they're trying to match the model based on their observations, because the WGS 84 model basically, in a way, kind of states that the Earth is like a golf ball. You know, if you hold a golf ball in your hand, there's all kinds of divots, raises, right? So it's never a smooth sphere. So you can't just use a smooth sphere as your test reference. You have to use the model that they provide as the test reference. And that's why they need the gravity stuff.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. So in other words, you can't go out and say, on a perfect sphere, this is what the curve would be. I don't see that curve, therefore it's not a perfect sphere. Well, everybody already agrees it's not a perfect sphere, you see. So you need the imperfect sphere model to measure against.
So AI, you'd say like multifaceted, right? Like a bunch of cuts, chamfers. Take the
Who
globe,
knows
cut
what
it
they
up,
call them?
multi-faces.
Well, what they call them is potentials.
Mm. Well, the other thing is like the observe. Sasha always talks about above sea level, and from their perspective, what is that attraction point? But I don't know, multifaceted to a sphere.
Oh man, I'm about to go to the lake, make some more observations. Yeah, it's hot. All they had for lunch was Star Crunch and a candy bar. Ridiculous. Oh, man. Here, bro, I'll put something for you. Let me find it. Geodesy. Excuse me. All right, so I'm going to post this, and I want you to look at it. And then I got to get the photo, too. It's a little blurry, but... Gonna open it and zoom in. Plus, I'll read it for you. All right, here it comes, Buster. Let me add it. All right, there it is. From Mathematical and Physical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1. That's a shot of the pages right there. You can also go look at it at that link. If you look at that, excuse me, look at that graphic that I posted with it, and just look at it and read some of the things there. It says Earth's surface, right? Then it says geoid, then it says reference ellipsoid, and then it shows the plumb line. Okay, now my friend, I want you to look at the plumb line, okay? And I want you to look at all those little black boxes along the plumb line. Those are supposed to be 90 degrees. So is that plumb line straight or not? No, it's all wonky, isn't it? So what they're basically showing you in this graphic, that along the height of this hill, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sticks.
No, that's AI. That's what we would call a longitudinal section. No, longitudinal elevation drawing. So what they're doing is they're illustrating the contour of the hill, if you will, and it's taken at 90 degrees in perspective to the point of how the profile of the hill goes. So if you were to basically you need to every time. Pardon me.
Nope.
What do you mean no?
That's not what it is, bro.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, bro, when you go out and you do these things, you use an instrument that's leveled, correct? Okay, what this is basically showing you is that everywhere that you go, they assume that the levels aren't level. That all the plumb lines are in all different directions. That's why they have these 3 different things that they're cramming together. This book, by the way, is a 2-volume set, I believe, that's over 600 pages. And the majority of it is mathematics to try to jam real-world measurements up a globe's butt. So here's the quote here. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This is a law of formation of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and centrifugal force created by the rotation around an axis. Okay? So they take that assumed model, like you just said, and you transform all the real world data to it. So no, they're not going out and measuring the Earth ipso facto and coming back with, oh, it measures as a globe. No, they're doing a bunch of mathematical gibbly gooble.
What I was asking, is it the profile of the hill when we're looking at that drawing?
No, that's gravitation, dude.
Wow. All right, I totally didn't see it. Apologies as such.
Yeah, well, think about it. If mass is disparate, right, it's going to have differential gravitation, correct? According to them in their model. In order to have uniform gravitation, you have to have a uniform mass, which they don't claim the Earth to be. Now, what you, my friend, I think we're talking about is called level curves, right? Which foolish Glober in the past tried to argue when we were saying level doesn't curve, and he was saying, "Oh, what about level curves?" You know, level curves are a topographical device, right? Used when you're doing a top-down map to show at the level, for example, 5 meter, 10 meter, 15 meter, 20 meter, 25 meter, 30 meter to the top of the mountain, right? Each
Exactly.
5 meters, they draw a curved line demonstrating the rough outline of the hill at that meter, and that's what they call a level curve. And he was trying to appeal to that to prove that level itself curves when these are horizontal slices of the hill.
I appreciate you providing that lily pad as for me to hang on to. That's exactly it. When I said profile of a hill, I'm like, I see a line going through, baby. Thanks, man.
Yeah, so these guys go out, bro, and they get their theodolite, and they think they go and take their other theodolite, and they say, "Oh, look, I measured the splayed out angle of the divergent plumb lines from the center of the Earth." Really? Where in your model is it claimed that there's radial plumb lines? Oh, nowhere. So you're just taking an ideal model and applying it to your observation. Once again, failure. Well, not to mention that he wasn't really measuring plumb lines in the first instance anyway. Or like the mooks that say that the Verrazano Narrows Bridge was adjusted for the curve of the Earth by 1 5/8 at the at the towers. You know, based on an ideal radial to the center of the ideal sphere, right, with an ideal radius. Not to mention, right, that you couldn't construct such a thing out of the materials that they used within that tolerance. It's ridiculous.
AI, have you explained the North Pole as observed through circumnavigation, looking or observing the south thing?
The south thing?
Yeah, the south thing saying it's a ring. Hey! Sorry, got excited.
I don't know. I wasn't following what you're trying to say.
Okay, so the aspect of let's say the north point and magnetic north point, like the bullseye on a target. And then we see the observation of south kind of being automatic behind it. kind of paints the idea of like a target, the outer ring, if you will. So bullseye being north, and the outer ring being the outer ring. So circumnavigation, you go around a point, circumnavigation. If you're able to illustrate south by circumnavigating north. Does that make sense? Hold on, I have a backup to this. See the chat. Give me 1 sec, AI. Does that make sense? What do you think?
The Earth is flat.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Well, tough shit. Ballers run away about.
They have proof.
Anyway. Yeah, you can circumnavigate a central point. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Sorry, say that again, man. I missed it.
You can easily circumnavigate a central point.
Okay, cool. That's what I mean. Thank you so much.
You can circumnavigate your house. If you leave your front door and walk around it and arrive back at your front door, I mean, is your house a globe?
Yes, you. I appreciate that, man. That's a fair statement.
Now, if you go out the front door, put your foot on the wall, walk up the wall, across the roof, down the wall, and across the basement from the underneath, then maybe you got a three-dimensional floating object. Like for your house, how many different paths can you take around your house, including going over the roof, and arrive back at your door? Quite a few. But you can't go under the ground, right? I don't know, unless you have a digging machine.
8 miles deep? What?
I mean, look, we got to explain this to people. But to be honest, and it's fair. Look, well, let me change that. It is fair that people are lazier nowadays, but everyone should concede, and they should have come to that knowledge on their own if they're seriously thinking, that you can circumnavigate a central point, and it's not required that the object be a sphere. I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's tedious for them to even be talking about that. It's like, well, how in the world can you go around the ocean and arrive back where you started from? I don't get it. Oh, hold on, friends. Watch this, friends. I'm in a parking lot. Okay, check this out. I just passed the American flag. Hold on. I'm going to keep driving. I'm going to keep driving. I'm going to keep driving. Okay. I'm going to keep driving. I'm starting to circle around. I'm going to keep driving. I'm going to keep driving. I'm going around the center. Oh my goodness. Hold on, friends. I don't know what's going to happen. Am I going to fall off the edge of the earth? I don't know. Oh, here I am back at the flag I started from. Wow. The parking lot's a globe.
That makes sense. It's a muscle map with the North Pole in the center. If you keep your compass pointing north, it will take you around the world and all the continents. You'll come back to where you started.
Oh, yeah, and some guy said the other day that Mr. Beast, which is a YouTuber guy, circumnavigated the globe by heading east and not turning in a car. In a car. It's like, dude, is this car turned into a submarine halfway? I.
Truth is, you
Yeah, another guy.
can't really go straight for any length of time, but if you use a compass, your compass will keep you north, so you'll make a mild arc.
Right. Which could appear to you as if you're going straight.
Correct.
Right, but you're not going to do that on a boat, and you're not going to do that in a car. At best, you could do it in an airplane, to where you maintain consistency the entire trip, because there's no other route on Earth that has a continuous, uninterrupted path. It's like down in Washington, Maryland, near Washington, they have the Beltway, right, which is a highway that circles around. So I guess Washington, D.C. is a globe, too.
I like to say millions of people are circumnavigating the world east to west all the time, but nobody's doing it south to north. What's going on there?
I'm doing all right. So, how would planes go from Johannesburg to Sydney if the Earth is flat?
Fly there.
The Earth is flat.
Take off. Get a ticket.
But I mean, which route do you think would they have to go through the northern hemisphere somehow?
I mean, the funny thing, Matthew, is a good question. Nobody knows what route they actually take, including the pilots. You think they just do a straight beeline from one point to the other, but they don't actually. They do these scenic routes. So we don't really know the route they take.
It's a straight beeline on the globe. I'm just curious what it would be in flat.
Okay, so let me clarify. You think it's a straight beeline on the globe, but you can't confirm that now, can you?
A great circle, to be more precise, right?
Well, a straight
straight
beeline would be
great circle
under Antarctica.
I'm sorry, two people were speaking at the same time. What did you say?
A straight beeline would be over Antarctica. Why don't they go that way?
They have to stick close to airports where they can land in an emergency.
Oh, so not a straight beeline then. Cool story.
Close enough, I'd say.
All right,
Yeah,
close
you know
enough.
what? I'd rather land on an ice shelf than land in the water where I'll drown in a few minutes. Just saying. Why is that more safe? To go
Why
around
isn't
the
it?
continent, you have to go in the water, right? So why would that be more safe?
So I think if you go from Johannesburg to Sydney, it's mostly over water. So they can fly over water. I'm not sure what you're asking, I guess.
What we're asking is that there's a few, at least a few destinations on the supposed globe that the shortest beeline from A to B would be straight over the Antarctic continent. If I remember correctly, for example, I want to say New Zealand or Perth to Chile is one, and I'm going to say Cape Cod to the other one, Cape Cod to I forget the location. I'll look on the globe, and they don't actually go over the continent. They just stick to the waters. So it doesn't make sense. The globe model does not make sense. Let me see if I can provide some pictures for you if you want to hang around. I think we did this. Did we do this, Matthew?
How about Johannesburg to Sydney? Because that's a flight that happens.
Well, let me check my globe. Hang on. Is Sydney being on the western side of Australia? Yes.
Right.
Johannesburg is was that Africa?
The capital of South Africa.
You know what? I don't. Where is Johannesburg on the map? Is it south? Is it like I see Cape Cod? Is it near Cape Cod? Oh, I see it.
Yeah, it's near Cape Town.
Yeah, that would actually be through the water. In this case, that flight would actually be over the water. However, if you're going from, let's say, Perth, Eastern Australia, to Patagonia, Argentina, Chile, directly over the Antarctic continent, and look at this, New Zealand to Cape Cod, directly over the Arctic continent. But no, they never do that. Actually, I wonder why that doesn't make sense to me. Unless it wasn't a globe, that would make more sense. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, looking at flights that
Matthew,
don't
hang on.
exist aren't that interesting. I think you should find one.
Let's talk about that. The flights don't exist, so nobody would ever go to New Zealand to Cape Cod. That just doesn't exist because nobody would ever do that. But maybe they can't do that. Is that also a possibility?
There are two possibilities. Either the economics don't warrant a flight between those two obscure cities, or they can't do it. And you're saying that it must be that they can't do it.
There's nobody in Chile, Argentina that would ever want to fly to the Eastern Australia coastline, Perth, or any Eastern Australia, right over Antarctica. The economics don't work. Or maybe it's not possible on the globe.
Right. Those are the two explanations. Either the economics aren't profitable, or it's not possible.
But you do agree. Let's just confirm. You do agree that going from Perth to Argentina or Cape Cod to New Zealand would beeline directly over the continent. Can we agree on that?
Going from Perth to Chile would go over the continent of Antarctica. Right. Argentina, yes. Perth to Argentina. You're correct.
It would?
The straightest great circle distance would be that way, yes.
Right, and then Australia. Let's do Australia to Cape Cod. Let's confirm Australia to Cape Cod.
How about New
I'm
Zealand
sorry.
to Cape Town?
I'm sorry. New Zealand to Cape Cod.
Cape Town.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Cape Town. Sorry. New Zealand to Cape Town. Cape Town.
Yeah, that would go over Antarctica also.
Okay. So I have some serious questions of why that's not happening now. You may think there's nobody there that wants to take a flight, but I think that they just can't do it because the globe cannot comport to that.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying it might be more helpful to look at actual flights that do exist rather than theoretical flights that don't exist and try to speculate about why they don't exist.
I just posted something in voice text saying that there are no direct flights from Johannesburg to Sydney.
That's false. There are direct flights from Johannesburg to Sydney.
Well, this is from the airlines, so...
Timbo, do you have access to a computer? You could look it up.
Look what up, Holmes?
The fact that there are flights that go from Johannesburg to Sydney. Timbo said that there weren't any.
No, I said, like when he looks whatever up, you're gonna have him look up what is it gonna be. Like, is it gonna be data, or is it gonna be information?
It's going to be a live flight that's happening right now that's halfway between Johannesburg and Sydney. Timbo, do you see what I posted at 9 past the hour?
Perfect. Now all you got to do is verify that that flight's taking place and it isn't just a graphic on the screen.
So are you saying that your position is that Flight Radar posts fake flights on purpose?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, Timbo, what do you think? Do you think it's a fake flight that I posted?
Maybe.
Right? So who cares? You could ask, do you think it's a fake flight? Or you could just do the validation that was asked, which is verify that it's actually taking place. And it's not just a graphic on the screen.
So what would count
as
a verification? Like if we went to Sydney and interviewed the passengers that get off in about 6 hours?
That might be good. That'd be a start.
Okay. And what if I mean, we can't tell for 6 more hours, but what if we did find somebody that said, yes, I was on that flight. I was in Johannesburg 14 hours ago and now I'm in Sydney. Would you say that they would be lying, or would you say that I wouldn't find anybody who's on that flight?
I would say that's a good first step. Now you have to verify the route that they took. Saying you left somewhere where you know you were and arriving at somewhere where you know you are isn't the same as saying, I know which path I took. Not only that, I know which path I took, but I know the attitude of the plane and the speed of the plane at all times.
Okay, so let me get this right. First, Timbo said there are no flights from Johannesburg to Sydney, and then I posted a link to one that's happening right now. And then he said, okay, well, maybe that's a fake flight. And then I said, well, what if we interview people? Then he say, oh, well, maybe they were lying. And then I
didn't say they were lying.
Maybe they don't know which path they took, is what you said.
Right. They know they were in town A, and now they're in town B. That's fair if they say that that's what happened.
Matthew.
Yes.
Let's say there was this massive monolithic conspiracy.
Right, where they pay actors to claim that they went from Johannesburg to Sydney.
And they fake a flight. Is it possible?
They could fake the flight. Yes, they could hire actors every week to get on this flight and pretend to their friends and family that they're in Johannesburg, but really they just were in some warehouse. And how long are they going to keep this up?
I don't know. I mean, so far I've seen a graphic on a screen. That's cool.
Let's just say indefinitely.
Okay.
Now, Matthew, a good point was raised. How would you know the pathway of the flight? How could you confirm that pathway? What if they're taking the scenic route and saying they would be lining over? Because
That's a good point, because half of it takes place during the nighttime and all that kind of thing. The one thing you could verify with the passengers is how many hours it took.
The pilot can't joyride. They have to follow a very distinct path given. Okay.
Right, but even the
he can't go the way he wants to. He has to follow the path given. They take into consideration weather, for example, and for example, if there was a longer distance, let's say on a flat Earth, they can beeline the longer distance, and then the shorter distance on a flat Earth, they can do a scenic route, get to the same time, proving your model correct. How about that? And since we can't really confirm the pathway they're taking, there's no way times would be meaningful. Times can't prove anything, can they?
Yeah, you're right. So we can't like directly verify the path as a passenger. The only thing we can verify directly is that flight, that the passengers could verify would be that flight takes about 11 and a half hours.
Correct. Now let's talk about the time, right? So let's say it takes 11 and a half hours. What if flight A on a flat Earth needed to get there 11 and a half hours? Let's say it's more distant, right? What if they flew at 575 miles an hour on the shorter distance on the flat Earth, but claim to be longer on the globe? They flew slower, 450 miles an hour. Okay. Could they ride at the same time going different distances?
Yeah, so if they intentionally slow down the plane on purpose to maintain some sort of fiction, then that would be an explanation. But I guess I would question whether it would be economically worth it for
economically.
Airlines. Yeah, they run on such small margins that I don't think they would run slower.
What if this monolithic conspiracy? What if they own the Federal Reserve? Would they have any problems economically?
You think Qantas Airlines owns the U.S. Federal Reserve?
What if they had $25 trillion in debt? Would they have a problem economically?
The government would, but this is Qantas Airlines, an Australian company.
Well, I mean, Qantas Airlines has to answer to somebody. They can't just do whatever they want, can they? They get orders from the higher up,
right?
They?
So, sure, but I think their main motive is money, profit.
Okay. So, because we can go faster or slower from A to B, and also take a scenic route or a beeline, you can't actually confirm any distances, really.
Can I get a
proving or
question?
disproving the globe are flat. Isn't that true?
Yeah. So, am I not mistaken that in the past there was some flights where there was people intending to bring equipment that could have done this validation? It was found out that they were flat earthers and intending to use the information to attempt to prove or disprove whether the routes were accurate to a globe. And because of that, they were shut down.
I've never heard of that.
Sideways, there's also this one singular pilot that's supposedly raising like $1.5 million to, I think, book this same flight. Oh, no, sorry. It's to charter a flight. So it's not a flight that exists. It's to charter a flight that's supposedly going to take a route over Antarctica it might be between these two cities or something equivalent, where you'd have to go over Antarctica to get there. Right. And of course, the premise is that you need to go over the South Pole. But then he explains the route, and then no, it's not. You're just like skirting the edge because you're not allowed to go over the South Pole. The whole premise is defeated. So you got to raise all this money, go on this plane, not do what you really need to do to prove the point, and then land in another city and be like, well, we landed in this other city, so. Like all those flights, you really want to do it, you've got to go directly over the South Pole, come up the other side, and arrive at your location. That would be quite tasty. Now, of course, they also need to divulge the attitude information for the entire flight from takeoff to landing.
Yeah, especially the whole South Pole thing is extremely sus. It looks like Antarctica, the flights over Antarctica at best, are going down there, touching the tip that juts out of the circular perimeter and turning around, but not going in the whole 60,000 plus mile circumferential distance of Antarctica. Very sus. It looks like they take that trail and then deform it around a fake globe map secondarily in the image processing. You see a pretty little fake, illustration of their map trail, and it looks like it's going around a fake globe, but in actuality, it's on a flat surface.
Yeah, like I posted that there's 2 flights that take 11 hours from Johannesburg, and it doesn't seem to work on a flat Earth. It makes sense on a globe, but it's like, why on earth would it take 11 hours to go to Sydney, but also 11 hours to go to London?
I guess it just depends on the trail that they take. I mean, if you're going in a circle in a jet stream, assuming the jet streams go in a circle around the northern center, it may behoove you to go in a circular path as opposed to a direct straight one. So jet streams and adding 200 to 300 miles per hour to the trip may be curving the path a little bit.
Oh. Yeah, what's the differential necessary over the hours for the speed to be increased? What speed would you have to go?
Well, I mean, on the map that I just posted at 18 past the hour, it seems like one would have to go twice as fast as the other one if you were going to use the jet stream argument.
And I heard that a Boeing can go up to like 1,000 miles per hour, that these planes can reach speeds upwards of 1,000 miles per hour at their tippy top speed.
Their ground speed, you're right.
Yeah, so how fast are these planes even going? How fast are they allowed to go? Are they allowed to go 500 or 1,000, that sort of thing?
Well, let's just say for sake of argument that the plane has an operable speed of 1,000 miles per hour. Its standard speed is 550, I think, maybe 600. So you got 400 miles per hour, right? So what if you get in a 300 or 200 mile an hour jet stream, and then you just add a couple extra miles per hour? Bob's your uncle. And then what if the azimuthal map isn't exactly correct and it's actually like 100 miles closer? And you don't even need that extra 100 miles an hour or something.
Yeah, we need a range because there's a lot of unknowns here. So the best way to cover all our bases is a range. So I guess we'd have to go in the 5 to 1,000 mile per hour range starting out and adjust that range accordingly to see how much distance, quote unquote, has been traveled along with a 100, 200 mile jet stream.
Now you could send multiple planes, okay, at different altitudes, right, with different machines on them to measure all the things that are going on, which would allow you to know at which point such a jet stream would take over. You then have all the attitude information from the planes cross-referenced with each other from the point of takeoff to the point of landing. And from there, as long as nobody screws with anything, you could accurately chart the course that the planes took. Now, if they're traveling over a globe, they must, of a necessity, follow an arced path in which the plane experiences a constant change of attitude, where its nose is dipping down at all times and its tail is going up at all times. At no time is it not doing that. So if they present this attitude information that didn't happen, right, over all these planes, didn't actually follow an arced path around a ball that resulted in an arced attitude of constant change, that would be pretty definitive.
So 11 hours at 500 is roughly what, 5,000 100 plus another 0 for 10 hours roughly. Twice that for 1,000 miles per hour would be like what, 10,000 miles? So it got a range of 5 to 10,000 miles, assuming my rough math is correct. Ish.
Yeah. And this was an old argument where flat earthers would say that the pilot would constantly have to dip his nose down.
It's true. The pilot
Wow.
would have to constantly dip his nose down. Do you know how much? 0.02 inches from the top of the front of
Well,
the plane to the top bottom of the plane.
yes, but consistently over time.
Yeah.
Constantly.
They would have
But
to
you're actually
constantly
incorrect.
dip their nose 0.02 inches lower than the back of the plane on a globe compared to if they were flying on a flat plane.
Right. So, yes, but you forgot the time over distance. So that amount of dip occurs in how much distance and how much time?
I'm talking about the angle attitude of the plane. Like how much does it have to dip?
Right. So every what?
No, I'm just talking about as
every minute.
In at cruise altitude when it's sitting up there, the difference in height from the nose of the plane. How much difference would you have to change the nose of the plane to be dipping down?
Do what? Yeah, but to do what? You mean to compensate for its path?
To compensate for a globe path, right?
Yeah, and
Okay,
that's
well
the
then
problem.
you need.
Then
Hold on. Then you need a rate.
No, you
He doesn't
asked
just do
about
it
the dip.
once.
You were talking about the dip of the nose, right?
okay, fine though. That's a problem though, AI. Give me a second, because how do plane fly? 100% of the time, their orientation.
Yeah, the plane's
Nose tilted up.
Exactly.
Yeah, nose tilted up
3
to
degrees
counteract
upward.
gravity. I mean buoyancy. My bad.
But you just said they have to tilt their nose down.
I was saying the difference of how much they have to tilt their nose down on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth is 0.02 inches on the biggest plane in the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, stop saying that. Stop.
It's the right answer.
Skating past the point. Okay. You did not define a rate. Okay. You're making it sound like he does that once. So does he have to do it every second, every nanosecond, every 3 minutes? What?
He has to maintain that dip during the whole flight.
Okay. So every
Now
what?
Now you have to tell us the speed then.
Holy crap! No, we're not going past this point. Okay.
Dip is an angle or a distance. It's not a rate.
Matthew. Holy freaking crap! Are you a qualified mathematician or mathematics anything at all?
I am. Yes. I have an
Okay.
undergraduate
Yes.
degree in mathematics.
So, for goodness sakes, give me the rate.
There is no rate.
Holy freaking crap, dude!
It's an angle.
Matthew, the
How
rate
many?
would change by the speed.
No, we're talking about
This
dip
is really
angle.
what you teach your kids at school?
I guess we need to back up and say, what are we talking about? Are we talking about how much a plane would have to dip its nose?
Oh my goodness, dude! Let me
I
be
thought
clear
that's what
here.
you said. Okay, be clear.
Okay, let me be clear. In order to maintain an arced path, you cannot alter your attitude once. You must alter it continuously at a rate. So it has to be, for example, let's just say for sake of argument, 0.5 degrees every minute or 0.5 degrees every second. Now you could say continuously, but that's kind of really not giving you
that's what I'm saying,
the angle of the arc. So every instant he has to do that, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so let's
the
just,
attitude
for
and
sake
it's
of
like that.
argument, let's just say every 1 second, since you clearly aren't as mathy as you think you are.
Oh, I'm more mathy than you think.
Yeah. I just explained, dude, to the audience how you're clearly
Incorrectly.
talking out your butt.
I think he's saying he has to continually hug the turn, the dip of the sphere. Kind of like when you're in the car and you go around the mountain, like hug left, continually turn the steering wheel.
Yeah,
all the way.
that's a great example. I like that. I like that a lot.
So Matthew,
What?
let's hold
That's
your
not how it
hold your
works.
hand. Okay, sorry, I apologize too.
Dude,
Well, you have to show.
Okay. That is not how planes fly, bro. They don't fly with tracked wheels, dude. You can't turn your wheel in a plane.
if you have the throttle that pushes forward and you go down, and you pull up and you go up, that lever.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it this way. If you turn your wheels at an angle, a specific angle, your car will follow a curved path, correct?
Right, and then you hold the steering wheel in that same position, then you'll just sort of drive in a big circle. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, so do planes function that way?
They can, yes. They
No, they can't. When you are going to get a consistent arc path on a plane, right?
The left to right arc, or what kind of arc?
Does the plane itself change attitude, or does it change its ailerons?
It changes its ailerons and then tilts to the left or the right.
Okay, so you might say, in order to do this, the plane would have to tilt its ailerons at 2 degrees.
That
would be
to right.
analogous to the car example.
Right, yeah.
But we're talking about an arc path over the curved earth underneath it. We're not talking about left to right. We're talking about up and down, are we not?
Yeah, we're talking about up and down. That's right.
Right. So if the pilot actually curved its ailerons, then the equivalence of forces going around a curved path wouldn't be correct, and it wouldn't follow the proper curved path, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Bingo. So you're wrong. So this idea where the plane would just set it at 0.2 and then it would just magically occur is false. You have to have a rate. So what's the rate, homeboy?
Continuously, like driving your car, you set the wheel and there it is.
No, that's not. I just explained how that's not the same.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay. The car is going around a fixed platform, okay, being the plane that it's driving on, a planar surface. Okay. It's not following a curved path in free space, which it would have to be doing if it was going around a curve like an airplane. They're not the same in any way.
It's the profile, almost like a radio antenna, the global aspect, right? So you're attempting to say that we on a car are traveling around the ball of the radio antenna, right? And then a plane, you're suggesting that the plane is traveling on the radial wave of that radio antenna, right?
Yeah.
So what we're trying to figure out from your perspective with this downward angle that you're talking about, pardon me?
I'm just laughing because I just realized why I never got the math that I asked for.
Well, that's what I was about to ask, because I want to unpack it. He said that the downward angle observed that the plane would have to tilt it downward in order to keep up with the curve of the Earth. What is that downward angle? Because I would like to extrapolate that angle into the observed.
Friend, if the pilot manually adjusts curve, he would be adding to the necessary change of attitude where the equivalence of forces would automatically force the plane to curve.
Exactly.
So he wouldn't be following the proper arced path.
Nope. But Matthew's suggesting
this is why the attitude information of the path of the airplane is crucial. This is why it was asked for 5, 6, 7 years ago from people who said they had it and could provide it. And we're still waiting for it.
And the thing about it is, if you take the assumed rate of speed at whatever, the cruising speed, 550 kilometers an hour or something, and you say, okay, well, for every minute of travel, I have to adjust the downward angle of the plane downward, right? So for every minute of travel, I have to tilt down like 0.5 of a degree. Well, I'd like to know, because at some point that's going to yield an intersecting angle. You're going to intersect with that, and I would like to know where that would happen. Anyway, if any,
What actually
again,
happened, Kiwi?
Pardon me?
What actually happened is that Matthew applied the wrong mathematics to this problem because he clearly doesn't understand the problem.
Well, I would like to know what the angle is, Matt. And he stated what the angle was earlier. I think he said like 0.005 or something like that. But that would assume that there is some input on the downward angle. And if there is, then based on a speed on a 20-hour, I don't even know what the longest flight time is, but I would assume that based on, it would work like, I guess, a scalene triangle. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. We
Yeah.
could solve
Holding.
this.
Holding.
Okay, if the plane is experiencing a necessary change of attitude, let's just call the baseline 0. So after a specific amount of time traveling over this arced path, the nose will have displaced itself and the tail will have displaced itself from 0. Obviously, the tail will go up and the nose will go down. So if you pick a fixed amount of time, okay, let's just say 1 minute, plane traveling at 500 miles an hour, what is the angle differential after 1 minute at 500 miles an hour traveling at 30,000 foot altitude over a ball with a radius of 3959? Now, if Matthew can't provide this math for me, I'm just going to stop asking him for math answers because he's incompetent.
And for the court, I would like to draw his attention that he teaches grade 13 to like, what is it, 17 or 16 math or something.
Undergraduate university level mathematics.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to go walk towards the lake and you're going to go get doing some math. How about that? That would be a great sign of good faith on your part.
So Kiwi was right that after a certain time, it would intersect, like as the plane keeps dipping more and more down. And the answer is about 12 hours. After. So in fact, that Johannesburg to London flight, after about 11 hours, 12 hours, the nose is dipping. If you're standing on Johannesburg, the nose is dipping down so much that it's basically going straight down relative to the Johannesburg runway. So eventually it dips down.
Okay, perfect. So if you did that, then you would have been able to answer the question, the rate of change over time.
It's exponential, so it changes based on what part of the flight you're on. Like at the end of the flight,
Holy
almost
crap,
all of the
dude.
speed is going down. At the beginning of the flight, almost all of the vector is going straight out.
Dude, painful. Painful, brother.
It hurts. There's so many explanations for the things that we observe.
Listen, I'm going to put it to you like this, friends. If a plane is maintaining altitude, right, and it's going around a sphere of a fixed radius, and it's going at a consistent speed, then the rate of change of the angle of its attitude will be constant. Therefore, if you give a time value, let's say 1 minute, you will be able to give how much the attitude has changed from the previous minute. Not that complicated.
I did the math, but I did it in feet. You want to
Yes,
hear?
that's great. You could do the math. Listen, friends, you could do that math, fair, and you could give me an answer. Now I want you to validate that the plane did that in reality. Good luck.
Yeah, so the answer you're looking for is 0.125 degrees per minute of flight. So after 12 hours, it'd be like going 90 degrees different from where it took off.
Oh, finally.
So the direction of down.
Only 10 minutes later, finally got an answer.
The direction of down changes by 0.125. About that. I may be off by 30%, one way or the other.
Can you put that in feet, Matthew? How many feet per minute does that drop?
Okay.
It's the angle change. What are you talking about?
So you can't do it in feet?
No, we can do it in feet. It's about 70 feet per minute.
So 70 feet down every minute on the minute.
Yeah. But friend, me and Matthew were talking about attitude. Okay, the attitude of the plane differential can't be. I mean, it could be in feet, but it can only be the maximum feet of the dimensions of the vehicle. You're talking about displacement in free space from its original location. Those are completely different things. So as long as you're not confusing those two things, I'm all for it.
Well, whether you do it in degrees or feet, we don't see any of that in the flight. The pilot will also tell you they just fly flat with their navigation. The instruction manual teaches them, and they fly with a tilted arc upwards at the nose of the plane, not ever throttling down on the lever.
Now, Wolfie 6020, I can't remember. It was 5, 6, 7 years ago. Can't remember. It was a long time ago. He said he had this information of a definitive path where the plane said it went from here to there and it would take this arc path. And he had attitude information that matched that arc path. Okay? Yet we've yet to see it. Now, of course, the classic excuse is, well, it's black box information. It's hard to get. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. Excuse. Even if somebody brings this quote unquote information and says, I say this is black box information, I was given it by a pilot. Okay, you would then need to be scrutinized for validation that it actually is accurate information from the device, being the plane. Because with technology we have today, you could fake that data very easily. That's why you need people independently to take these flight paths in the methodology that I previously described, where everyone has access to the information and the machines and the source code and everything. So it can be freely and openly scrutinized.
So
you can't just be handed a disk from some guy and says, oh, this totally came from a plain black box and it shows the attitude data. Trust me.
Testing. No, not testing. Yeah, testing. His the witness's credibility, so to speak, this pilot. Could you ask him if he's aware of how the artificial horizon functions? Would that be a valid question? Because I'm thinking, because it's mechanical based, right? Like an analog clock. It's all gears. Like there's no. We're talking old school stuff, aren't we? Artificial horizon. That's in a cockpit.
I don't know, bro. I think you're lost.
Why?
But maybe
A
not. I could be lost.
pilot doesn't a pilot use the artificial horizon in the cockpit?
I mean, sure. Why not?
So if that's like a tool that he uses, wouldn't we ask him to be like, hey, so do you know how this thing works? Because if I was like, I don't know, a contractor, I went to a job site and somebody said, here, there's the hammer, I'd have to know like the function of it, or not the function of it, how it works, wouldn't I?
Dude, so
Is that
some of the systems, I don't know about all of them, but I know some of the systems are sealed. Okay. And the pilots don't have access. And some instances, any of the mechanics that are at the airport don't have access. Only crews from the company has access. Proprietary or whatever the heck they try to say. But then, of course, there's mechanical systems, which have been in use. But the mechanical systems, unless they're hooked up to an electronical system or some method of recording, isn't going to have recorded attitude data over the whole flight path. They're just going to have a bunch of pilots looking at what appears to be a stable artificial horizon. And the pilot isn't going to experience, from his point of view, any change in attitude that's noticeable other than when he takes off and lands or makes major corrections. You know, it's one of those things where it's like it's so negligible, it's like it doesn't exist. Yeah, but really, I'm perplexed why you ask somebody who supposedly knows about math the rate that this thing would occur at, and the first answer isn't, "Oh, let me get you that rate real quick, and then give me the rate over time." I don't understand.
What's the angle of your roof? And if you say 30 degrees, and I say 30 degrees per minute or 30 degrees per hour, like what rate is the
dude,
angle?
Why would you go to that example?
Because we were talking about the angle of a plane dipping.
That's, dude.
It's just angles.
They're not. Those are not the same. So something following an arced path is analogous to a fixed roof angle. I mean, good grief, bro.
If you
You have
look
me
at the
doubting that
plane,
you're even credible in math whatsoever. But hey, fair enough. It's hot out. Maybe you have heat stroke. I'll give you a mulligan. But yes, even a roof slope, right? You could call it 33 degrees, or you could call it rise over run, right? A rate of change. For every
yeah,
altitude drop,
exactly.
the
Yes,
horizontal
sir.
displacement is thus.
Yes, sir. Rise over run is defined for roof pitch for sure.
Yes, but let's be clear, that's a slope, not an arced path. Arced
Exactly.
path is a very different thing.
An airplane would not fly the way that you pitch a roof, so to speak, for lack of a better term. But no,
You're right.
I thought you were
got it.
asking what slope would the airplane need to be in order to follow the arced path, and so you're asking
Okay,
for the
that's
slope.
the second racist thing I've heard.
Also, slope earthers are a minority, but they should be represented. Okay.
Yeah, they just don't take the exponential into consideration.
Is it because they're better at math? What do you mean?
They're bad at math.
Dude, let me tell you
they're
that
not
from a quote
squaring the
from
distance.
one of them. Yeah, but here's a quote from one of them. So you say, oh, here's an observation at a lake. And then their answer is, well, what if the water level is higher at one end of the lake than the other? You know, like a sloped lake.
Hey, Matt, really quick, do you think a slope earther is good at math?
Yeah, that's what I was just typing in the chat.
Do you think a slope earther is good at math, Matthew?
I don't know what a slope earther means.
It means that they're not squaring the distance.
Yeah, and you just said that they must be better at math. So who are they better at math at? You? Because you're supposed to be squaring the distance, right?
Yeah, I thought you were a curved earther, not a sloped earther.
I think the Earth
I don't
is
think you thought
basically
that through.
spherical.
Okay, I don't think you thought that through when you said that.
Yeah, I had never heard the term slope earth before.
Yeah, because he just made it up. He's he's saying they're not squaring the distance, obviously, right? It's a slope, not a curve.
Oof.
Well, listen, we got to be fair to people. Okay.
No, we don't.
The sloped earther himself. Okay. He was a real guy. That quote that I gave you was a real quote from the real dude. Okay.
Oh,
don't unexist him.
He lives on a triangle.
Exactly.
Everywhere he walks is the point of the triangle. So smart.
Well, it's a pretty good tactic, though. It's like, so if you want to know if this lake is curved or flat, you set up a laser transit across, and you set it up at 6 feet on this side, 6 feet on the other side, and then he's like, well, what if this one side is higher than the other? We're like, oh, dude, you're good. Oh man, good point.
Yeah, but just don't look behind you, because you should be seeing either another slope and you're on the tip of the triangle, or it's just going to keep on going off into the space.
And Matthew, I'm only being extra mean to you because you still haven't given me the math about if the Earth was flat, you could see forever.
No, it would depend on how thick the atmosphere is. I don't think you could see forever.
I think we know how thick the atmosphere is.
But I do think that it wouldn't make enough of a difference so that 5 minutes before sunset and 5 minutes after sunset, it would be enough to block the sun.
Huh. Well, that's an interesting theory. Can you prove it?
Yeah, I've seen many sunsets.
That's not proof.
It's simple observation. It's not a proof.
Well, I've got one for you.
I'll go ahead and ask again. Can you prove it? That's an interesting theory. Can you prove it?
Yes, I went and saw. I could see the sun, and then 10 minutes later,
that's
I
not
couldn't see
proof.
it.
That's not proof. But I'm not saying that the sun doesn't set. Nobody here is saying the sun doesn't fucking set, Matthew. And you're saying that 1 is an impossibility, and 2 is the only possibility.
I was saying that I don't think the atmosphere.
I'm asking for evidence of that, not what you fucking think. You've already told us what you think. Now I'm asking for the evidence for what you think.
The evidence is that you can see the sun 5 minutes before sunset.
No, you're giving me a false binary.
This is
You're
straight
saying
up evidence.
one is possible. No, you're saying one is possible and one is not, without any supporting evidence for why the other isn't or why the other is. You're saying this is you're making a tautological argument, saying the word is defined by the word. That's stupid. It's a circular argument. Stop being stupid.
Yes, sir.
The horizon is too far to be Earth curve anyway, so why would you think that squinting at it proves anything for your globe?
Yeah, I don't think the horizon proves anything one way or the other.
Well, then why'd you just try to use it?
Oh, he was saying, what about distances? Like, how far can you see if the Earth were flat? Like, what would block vision?
Yeah,
You
dude.
can't see forever on a flat Earth.
Right,
I don't know.
What
The
are all
Weather
the
Channel today. Weather Channel today said visibility 7,000 miles.
Okay, hold on, friends. Hold on.
7,000.
Hold on. Let's get to the brass tacks. So, I want you to assume, Matthew, a flat Earth, horizontal plane out from your feet, 6 foot tall observer. Okay, and then I want you to assume the necessities of light, right, being whatever physical limitations exist, but no atmosphere. 0 atmosphere, so it's a vacuum.
Okay, so you still have the inverse square law, but there's vacuum. Got it.
Right? You still have angular resolution limitations. You still have the wavelengths of light being fixed at the nanometer scale. I want you to apply all that and tell me how far you can resolve an object that's on the horizon.
Yeah,
being the horizontal thing you're standing on.
Sure, it depends on how big it is, because the angular resolution or the limits of the eyes is an angle, so it depends on the distance and the size.
Okay, so I want you to pick a size, and I want you to throw it out there, and I want you to chart it out. Now, to be fair to you, you've changed your rhetoric, because before you said if the Earth was flat, you could see indefinitely if there was no atmosphere.
Yeah, I still say that. If there's no atmosphere, you could see indefinitely.
Yeah. Cool. So do the math as a proof of that, please.
Really quick, that there isn't a place where there isn't an atmosphere. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, not on Earth. It wouldn't be like that. I think the moon kind of.
So the Oh, shut up! You don't know. You think nobody cares what you think because you're wrong generally. The fact is that that's not something we could observe. So why would you throw it out as a hypothetical? But go ahead. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
I think hypotheticals are useful thought experiments to think about, to kind of clarify our thinking about certain things.
Sure, useful when you got no Earth curve to show anybody.
I'll put it to you like this, guys. It would appear to me, on face value, okay, that since light has a nanometer scale, that means it's not a ray. So you can't apply ray mathematics to it. You have to apply angular mathematics from the point source. That being said, the triangle that exists from your eye going outwards into the plane, let's just call it the z-axis, that triangle, of which light can be entered at an angle into your aperture to be resolved, and the propagation angles of the triangle of the wavelength of light and the dispersion, means that there is actually a hard limit to which within that range, you won't see anything, whatever's involved in that area in your field of view.
Yeah, I think
of course,
that's a really,
this means
really
that Go ahead.
I was just going to say that's a really cool thing about how your vision works. If you're on the water or even looking up at the stars, there are points of light that you can see, but when you look directly at them, they're faint enough to where they kind of blend into the background. But if you look just offset of them, you can see them if you're not looking directly at them because they're in your peripheral and you have a larger aperture to capture the light.
I tried,
But if you look directly at them, you'll lose sight of it because you're focusing on it and you're closing that aperture. Go ahead, AI. Sorry.
Or I was just curious, how are hypotheticals good or helpful in science?
They can be simplifying assumptions, and so you can get to the heart of the matter if you're trying to like narrow down something and think about how things might work. It's more just theoretical. It's not like observational.
Well, yes, but this is the premise that Globers float all the time, is that there is no empty part of your vision that you could see forever, essentially 0 degrees ad infinitum. When a simple drawing out of the angles of propagation necessary for anything to be rendered in the final optic, precludes that. And that's because light has a fixed propagation angle.
Before it becomes completely diffuse. And that was kind of my point of pointing that, focusing on something you can't see directly, but if you move your eye, because you're at that light's limits for your vision.
Yeah, so in a very crude example, 1,000-foot building could be on your horizontal and you not be able to see it. Or to be on your horizontal and a portion of the building subtend angle where it's unresolvable, but the remaining, which has a greater subtended angle, becomes resolvable, meaning that of a necessity, mathematically, the bottom will not be resolvable, yet the top will.
Why the bottom and not the top? Because you're closer to the bottom than the
Holy
top.
crap, dude. What'd I just say?
Depends on the distance, right?
How do you perform an experiment on something that's hypothetical?
You don't.
Well, yes, but the thing is that Matthew had a salient question. As much as I scorned it, it is salient. So the answer, Matthew, is that they occupy a different angle in your field of view, to which the propagation angles enter at an angle which is unresolvable, versus the taller, which subtend a greater angle and have a differential angle when it enters the optic, and therefore it has resolvable light. That's the answer.
So even though the top of the building's farther, you can see it better than the bottom of the building.
The bottom is cut off by the horizon, obviously.
It has more propagation angles. It's obvious that the top has more propagation angles. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It's like the law of triangles.
If an object is in an area, where there's less optical noise or distortion or resolution, then it's going to be able to be seen from. Yeah, I mean that seems pretty obvious, right?
Even if you took 2/3 of that away, it would still not be visible compared to the top at that 1,000, at that distance, because of the angle. Period. Even if you took away, like you guys are saying, took away the fucking atmosphere, you would still not be able to resolve the bottom while being able to resolve the top. This is evident even on a small scale. You can reproduce this on a small scale.
Right. So Matthew, I'm at a observation distance to the target object, 333.33 meters. Fortuitous that it's so ironic that that's the distance, but it just is. Now the object in question is yellow. approximately 10 feet wide, approximately a foot and a half tall. It's got two black things in the center that divide it by a third. Now, I've been doing observations of this. Now, the Saginaw in this lake, if it was a globed lake, would be like 0.0002 something. Insignificant. And the hidden height would be irrelevant. The Earth curve calculators put that the whole object should be essentially visible, and it's not the case that the object should disappear in totality. Yet, I've been chronicling here with my friends here the fact that this object does disappear in totality on the regular. From the bottom up sometimes, from the top down sometimes, and from the side sometimes. So, my question to you, Matthew, is why does it disappear?
I think it's because the water blocks it if you get far enough.
Oh, dude.
Oh, so man, now you're invoking the horizon. You said it didn't matter.
So it's a geometric spot, like where physical.
Saginaw is blocking this 1.5 foot tall object. I mean, dude. Anyway, we just saw a bald eagle swoop down and kick that fish's ass. Now he's going off to eat it. Pretty cool, man.
The fuck? Do you live in Alaska?
Dude, there's bald eagles in more places than Alaska.
Oh, did I just dox you?
No. No, I mean, I've said many times I live
There's bald eagles all over.
3 hours west of
India.
England. From Boston.
Oh, you guys have them over there. I thought you guys were practically foreigners to the natural wildlife of America on the East Coast.
Well, I think if you live in Boston, you're pretty
wildlife up here.
Foreigner.
We got bears, we got deer, eagles,
mountain lions.
Squirrels,
those bears are dogs. Let's be honest.
It's actually when you first see one, that's what you think. You're like, oh, that's a really friggin' big dog. Oh, that's a bear. Oh, geez.
You see a bear here, you know that's a bear. You don't think it's a dog.
You don't often see them. You see more dogs than you see bears. So when you first see one, you're like, oh, that's a weird dog. Oh, no, it's a bear. No, you see them enough where it's like, that's not obviously your first choice, but you come to yeah.
Okay, so now that we've done our nature walk, let's analyze the math test. So as a professional score, I give Matthew a 0 out of 4. Because the clear answer, since I set the parameters for the question, that it's not possible that it's the horizon causing this, the answer, the only thing left, is optical effects.
Yeah, but hypothetically, what about the slope? Just kidding.
Sloped Earth. Yeah, there you go. So as you get closer to the surface, the triangle accentuates itself and cuts off the objects in the distance.
Right.
Slope Earth for life.
Be honest, the horizon doesn't prove very much. So, like Matthew said.
Well, what this observation does prove that according to the quote-unquote globe model, I'm witnessing the bottom of something disappear when it's not possible that it's the curve of the Earth doing it. Therefore, meaning that the bottoms of things can and do disappear without any Earth bulge.
It's what he just said, though. Yeah, he just said, Matthew just said that it's being disappeared, or it's being covered by Earth curve.
Right. So I mean, this is painful to me because I presented a solid mathematical, albeit ideal model that would necessitate the bottoms of things being unresolvable and a live observation of a thing being disappeared that can't be accounted for by the globe model. So I've outlined two things that necessitate, by mathematical law or direct observation, that the bottoms of things disappear without Earth curve being necessary.
Hang on.
The problem is that the problem is you got to invoke a hypothetical in order for it to work. Then it works. Sorry, go ahead. You got to invoke a hypothetical.
I was gonna say, if Matthew were to concede on any of these points, he would simply have to retract all of his denials of Black Swan, this and that. I mean, he's here day after day for months on end, and has never changed his tune of clear denial of everything we've said that is obvious.
You should know by now.
Evident. Yeah. So, I mean, I think you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah,
you're like going up to a girl at the bar, and she's already told you. She's already told you she's a lesbian, and you just keep on talking to her, trying to convince her otherwise.
But hold on a minute here. Does he not present a good witness to deconstruct publicly, though?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. But don't agree with him, Matthew. That's disgusting.
Again, he knows about the Black Swan, so to talk about the Horizon covering stuff is a little silly at this point.
Yeah, he's never going to concede that fact. But I mean, we can beat him up all you guys want. There's nobody else here that's.
I'm gonna have to take off in a minute, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're tired of the riding crop hitting you on the rump. Go ahead.
Listen, actually, it's funny. I spoke to some guy named Rumpus earlier today. That was pretty funny. I had him up against the wall with the observance of a plumb bob. But Matthew, dude, honestly, it's never an aspect of a finality for yourself, which for folks like us, we appreciate the fact that you willingly show up to. You'll at least receive the ball and throw it back. Maybe underhanded, but it's still a throwback as well. So we appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain what sort of the mainstream science says in a way that's understandable. I agree.
Yeah,
I understand you
because
don't.
we've done it before, and thank you for this.
It's a misnomer. When you qualify it as mainstream science, what you're talking about isn't even science. It's not science.
It's an accepted story.
You know what I meant by it. I wasn't trying to start that conversation, but I just meant that I'm trying to explain.
Just say
Are you backing off it? Did QE just walk in here or something? What's wrong, Matthew? Stick with your mainstream science bullshit. That's fine. You want to make an appeal to authority? Go ahead.
Say mainstream.
Just say the accepted
mainstream
story.
narrative.
Yeah, the acceptable narrative is fine.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a way to describe it non-controversial.
That is a good way to describe it. It's not the conclusive narrative come to by proper scrutiny. It's just the acceptable narrative that's allowed to be accepted.
The acceptable,
generally.
common mainstream narrative.
The modern day religion. That should go without question.
The problem is, Matt, you are not repeating the mainstream science. You have your own. That's the problem. All of them, they are adding something to mainstream science. They have more explanations than mainstream narrative. These people who are coming here.
Yes. Oh, yeah, claim stuff that quote unquote mainstream science doesn't actually even claim.
Well, okay. The acceptable narrative is anything that holds up the ball, even if you move the goalpost, it doesn't matter. We can do this time and time again, and they'll come back with another story. I mean, for God's sakes, how many times have we heard, "Oh, well, this is obvious because of this," and that gets debunked. Well, no, we never said that. Gaslight. It's this. Move the goalpost. It's always the same. Always the same. It's the same tactics with everything they do because they're always lying. If you can hear words coming out of their mouth, it's because they're lying.
Okay, so I'm going to give it to you. So here we go. We already know Earth is a globe, premise one. Premise two, if we already know Earth's a globe, Earth is a globe. Conclusion, therefore Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it's usually a tautological argument from the beginning, from the offset, or begging the question fallacy. Usually circular reasoning or begging the question.
I got to be up this high so I can see the shoreline over the big curve of the Earth in the middle. I said I got to be up this high so I can see the shoreline from the big curve of the Earth in the middle. No, I'm just an observer.
You're literally trying to ruin somebody's vacation.
Yeah. Endless. I think that eagle hangs out up on top of the mountain because that's where the chick eagles are. He only comes down here when he's sick of those chicks.
That's how you know it's male. Kind of rude. He didn't even say goodbye. He said he had to leave, but he didn't say goodbye when he was leaving. I don't understand why you express gratitude for him, though.
Yeah, we're not graded. He's just
He
lying
seems
all the time.
Because of the
genuinely
designation-
dishonest to me. So
the designations he carries. That's all. Strictly, honestly. Right? Like he's teaching college.
Yeah.
Right? That's a bit of an issue if you believe a certain thing a certain way, and then he obviously states certain things, and we sit back and say, well, wait a minute, we see it this way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? It's just, I don't know. It's another perspective. I see it one way. Thank you for the comment.
I don't know.
he seems pretty disingenuous. When you ask him to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and he says, "Stick your hand out a car window," he's a college professor. He has to know that's not what you asked him to show you. So it's just the only other possibility is that he's just a liar.
Who takes it upon himself to teach other people the lies? I don't know. Just like when people come here for years without changing their tune one iota, I always get a little disturbed.
Hello. There was a day I confront Matthew and other people here, like Rockin and etc. So he said that he will deny everything that we will present to him. So that says everything about him.
Yeah, he has said that. Without question. Without any scrutiny. It doesn't matter what you bring to him. He's going to throw it out. I understand having gratitude for people in your lives and people you value, but people who actively seek to dislead or to lead you astray, I just can't seem to find myself feeling gracious for them.
There is a strange possibility that he's as good as it gets for their side. He might, of the science educators that actually debate, he might be the world's most preeminent globe earther. Matthew Learns.
Come on.
Who would you put in that position? I'm not sticking up for him. I'm just saying that he might be as good as it gets. That's all I'm trying to bring attention to. None of those other big guys that are on television, they ain't going to get in a debate with anybody.
What about the other like globies, like that Dave guy or professors or whatever? Professor Dave?
Are they? But I mean, I don't know for sure. I'm asking a question. Do they actually debate anybody?
Yeah. Not
Yeah,
actively, reluctantly usually, but yeah, they do.
That Dave, he said he's not a professor. He just make
I mean, that Professor
name
Dave
correct.
guy came out recently and admitted that he doesn't know about the topics in which he's speaking. He has people prepare all his information for him, and he gets information from certain people, and then he runs that information through different people to verify if he can come on YouTube and present the information.
Holy shit! Really?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. You could watch it.
FTFE, that clown FTFE, totally said he's like, I helped him prepare for his flat Earth debate.
So fight the tight shirt helped Professor Dave fucking study up. Jesus.
Yeah, he basically admitted he has financial backers. He has people financing his channel.
And remember the agenda he pushes, right? The FTFE is like, yeah, isn't everybody a Freemason these days? I was like, oh, so you are like just openly a Freemason. So if he's a Freemason and he's teaching Professor Dave the agenda, then what do you read between the lines, right?
Well, I mean, he did say everybody. So it's probably everybody he knows. He just thinks he knows everybody.
And that guy is a dishonest guy because when he did release, that video, 10 challenges to fighters, he always deleted my comments and other people's
It
comments.
is a pretty sad state of affairs, though, for the globe if Matthew is indeed the best glober out there.
I thought you were shitting me until just a minute ago when...
Well, I've been trying to ask people. I've been like, who do you consider to be the world's most preeminent? Who's the expert on the globe that actually will debate a flat earther?
So Matthew Learns, the preeminent, the preeminent globulist, states in his arguments that he will not accept any new information he's given. The only information he will accept is information he already knows.
I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny if we claim that we have access to the world's most preeminent glober.
I mean, that's his new title. I don't care who says what, but he is the preeminent globulist at this point.
So when I say like being thankful for him and all that bull dookie, I used to.
Go ahead.
No, you please. I insist.
You understand? I'm not trying to dog you. I'm just saying, like,
no, homie. Listen, any level of engagement that someone's willing to speak to you on, I think is worthy to talk about your stuff. My look upon the dealings with Matthew and his ignorant self is that he illustrates a certain thing. He paints a picture, right? And then we literally get to walk into his art gallery and pick it apart. And for any man that's willing to step onto a stage as a town, and again, I say this tongue-in-cheek, just being to exemplify my point, if a man's willing to walk into town square or town hall and set up his booth and say, this is the world, and I'm like, I get to, as a town innocent passerby, walk by, especially with the t-shirt that says I'm the town idiot, and I can make fun of him, bro, let me run the punch a little bit in the public.
I agree with you, but my thing is like motivation.
Yeah, and again, my guy, I'm gonna say that's where I've listened to the idea of motivation for a while, And I double down on the idea that you can't build a court case on motivation. You can only build a court case on evidence.
Evidence.
So
Yeah,
if you're
no, I
willing,
agree.
right? So if you're willing to step forth with the evidence, you're willing to show me your evidence, and I can just like sit there and deconstruct your evidence. Then I get to deconstruct you without even calling you, and I say this respectfully, a liar. I can just say you're intellectually dishonest with the media that you're presenting.
Right, but he told you he is intellectually dishonest in the very beginning when he told you he will not accept any new information that he doesn't already know.
Fairly stated.
So then we go back to motivation of him, and you're kind of right. He did come into your town. He did set up an art gallery, but that art gallery is all pornography, and he's trying to show it to your kids.
Well,
so you can sit there and deconstruct his art, right? But you're still stepping into pornography. You're still stepping into profane bullshit that you know to be wrong. And he never poses a new argument. He only tries to deconstruct the arguments you know that he's wrong on.
And I can't argue with that. A similar guy like him is Jesse's Globe, right? Has anyone seen Jesse's Globe? And we all know Jesse and the way that he runs around cleaning his pen. So I get it, right? And it's infuriating to hear them lie. 100% get it. At what point do we draw it for tolerance versus just calling it out for crap?
Oh, if I'm arguing with a globe earther who's either merely curious or a genuine skeptic of what I'm saying, then we'll have a good discussion. But if I'm dealing with somebody I know is an active anti whatever I'm saying, it doesn't matter what I'm saying. It's just they're against it, even if it's in their realm of accepted science. Even if it's there, they're still going to deny it. So what's the fucking point? You're literally yelling at a wall, and I'm all for hooking my plow up to somebody and having them, plow my fields for me, and making them work for me in a fruitful audience. But if it's just us and that person, and we know that they're intellectually dishonest, I won't call them a liar, intellectually dishonest, then there's really no point in having that discussion. And then we'll go back to motivation, because we have to. Why are you here? Why not just ask them their motivation? Why the fuck are you here? Day in, day out, you're not going to accept new information, yet you're here every day. It's a little weird and creepy. And then he'll say something like, "Oh, I like to hear, new ideas or different ideas," which I've heard him say. But he's not hearing any new ideas. We go over the same thing every time. What's beneath your feet? What's observable? What's measurable?
Professes to have math acumen, and then you ask him, "Oh, can you draw this math out and give me an answer?" Nah, I just won't bother.
He already agreed that it's his belief, and he also admits that he doesn't go exactly with the heliocentric paradigm or the cosmology or the cosmology. So really, when he says, "I'm just here to blow believers appropriate," oh, you're not. That's number one. You don't believe in how this all came to be, which is a big part of the last 100 years at least, and you're willing to go against some of the current rhetoric. So you're not really putting forth the right information. So yeah, what are you? What? Why do you really come here? You're not here to entertain. Like when the Black Swan came out. Well, fast forward. Gospel Bearer asked him, "Well, are you dogmatic in your belief, or is what you believe falsifiable?" And he said, "Of course." And then he says, "Okay, give me an example." And then he says, "Well, for instance, this shot on Look at the Mountain, it's this possible." And he's like, "Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I wouldn't accept anything in regards to the horizon." Okay, there's that. Then what else was it? Um, bottom line, if your whole paradigm is unfalsifiable, then we kind of really don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because it's not reality. It can't be reality if it's not falsifiable. Period. And if he's not willing to entertain a falsification or even a null hypothesis, then you're out. There's no point.
Well, we've had guys set a
I mean,
benchmark when they were asked what tolerances they would accept for information to be given to them. And, 2 orders of magnitude is what one person agreed. We gave him an observation, 2 orders of magnitude different than the globe prediction. And he said, nope. So basically, you were just not being truthful when you said 2 orders of magnitude would be sufficient.
right? You were there. Yep.
That guy hasn't come back in a while.
Who? Who was it?
It was a guy that supposedly worked at a map factory where they make maps.
A map factory. If you look at all of them, they all say made in China. So that's pretty crazy.
Oh, well, the story gets juicy as you investigate.
Yeah.
So his claim was, basically his claim was essentially, I know things about maps that you flat earthers don't know, that if you did know, you wouldn't believe what you believe. And basically
It would blow your mind because of how much I know.
When pressed, what he has actually done was walk down a hallway and see the guys who actually work on the mapping software doing stuff on a board. He's like a schlub. He's not anything involved.
Yeah, he's getting like rubber bands and fucking paper clips.
But that's all like magic, and like the magic trick is already exposed. Like, oh, you have a map, do you? So what'd you use? You used a horizontal frame of reference to get elevation angles, didn't you?
He wouldn't have known that. Come to find out, his expertise and his business, what they do is they have a delivery software system, right? And you know how sometimes you can go to like Domino's Pizza and order a pizza and it'll tell you the pizza tracker, where your pizza is on its way to you. So what they've essentially done is for their customers, they've created an interconnected thing where the customers were doing this for themselves and they decided, oh, we'll do it for you. We'll create a graphical representation of where your delivery is on the quote unquote globe and we'll display it to you as a globe. That was his proof. Literally a graphics program.
That's not proof at all.
Right. So not direct cartography, not the origination or creation or mathematical transforming that they do to make maps from real world data. None of that.
Right. And then as soon as you ask a real map maker, what's your datum, they tell you sea level or average sea level. And there you go. Elijah, had you been there the whole time? We were talking about Matthew.
Talking about, yeah.
I thought
He
you
was
just
here
popped in
before
and
that.
automatically knew what we were talking about. I was like, damn.
Nah, I was here for a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, you've had one conversation about Matthew. Had him all. It's going good. It's going good. Hope all is well with you.
It is. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Question: what if we made a list, checking it twice, of course, but keep account of these Globers. So you would have like Matthew, you would have Jesse, and the points that they've conceded to. So we could quickly reference like a a profile or whatever note on them, just to say, okay, you've conceded on 3 points.
Oh, irrelevant, bro.
They won't
No,
give up.
I think it is. I think it is relevant because we need every time they come back, it should be a continuation of where we left off.
Yeah, like
because
a
if we
rap
keep
sheet.
on,
Yeah, fair.
if we keep on conceding ground and letting them go on simple things like like what we were talking about today, the observable distance of any object or even a light source.
Who took in?
I think.
Oh, sorry.
No, I think it's important. I think it's okay. I think it's important to hold them to account and get concessions and map those out, sort of like a diagram of a personality disorder.
What's it called in court when they have a witness and there's like a sheet or whatever? Anyways, but who took in the Go Fast? Well, I thought it was a trilogy, but he came back for a 4th day this past week, where everything unpacked over 4 days. He kept on running off and running back with all kinds of evidence and interrupting conversations and stuff with this stuff that he found. We could have kept track of his maniacal treasure hunt.
Right. The unfortunate part of that is we need. No, I guess we don't. What we could have is golden above access and a document for each person, and it be updatable by everybody. I think that's totally doable.
Yeah, we're gonna get a rap sheet on these guys.
But we need somebody to actually take minutes. Seems to be a
I try
professional
to
thing.
do that. I asked Matthew quite a few times if he actually went and read that Andrew Thomas Young paper to answer for his rebuttal to the Black Swan and to justify using that or any other information. And he's yet to do that, man. Like, yeah, that's kind of not right.
He has conceded on gas being in a container, right?
No.
What? I thought we had him
No.
against the wall on that. Damn.
I mean, he says yes, gas has to be in a container, but then he'll say that the atmosphere
Gravity
is
gravity holds
yeah.
it all in place.
Right.
All right, cool.
So he's not conceding, and he won't. Every time you guys talk to him about another thing, he's either not conceding to. All of those questions you ask him are either leading to the Black Swan or gas being in a container, and he sees it well beforehand, and so denies everything you're saying, even though it's self-evident.
So you're telling me that the rat is seeing the cheese in the trap?
Yeah, it's more involved. It's more involved than that. What we're dealing with here is net concession 0.
I agree. But what? Okay, so if we're dealing with net concession 0, and he's here every time I've ever logged in, and he quickly runs off when I do, because I treat him as a hostile witness. I'm just wondering, like, why? But yeah, I think we need to bring up those points. You've conceded the gas has to be in a container. Now you have to prove gravity. You've conceded that, or no, you haven't conceded that that all optical things can disappear into the distance. His only evidence is the sun sets. Therefore, he wins. And it's a tautological argument that makes no sense.
Dude, it's like it's not so bad to concede that things can disappear from the bottom up, and it doesn't have to be obstructed.
It's self-evident because it's replicable on a small scale, as well as on a life-size scale. So that's the thing with most of actual science is it's not replicable, or you can't reproduce it on a small scale. So they're just saying, well, it's not the right scale, and that's usually because of gravity. Gravity has to be at an astronomical scale, therefore it's unfalsifiable.
Right,
So,
but
I
like
mean,
to be fair on both sides, there was a guy yesterday arguing at Gems that if you can demonstrate things disappearing from the bottom up without an obstruction, that necessarily means there can't be any obstruction, which is false. And transversely, right? If the Earth was a globe, yes, things would be obstructed, but that doesn't mean that things disappear elsewise is false. So it's like both sides are fighting this battle of logic. Both sides just need to concede.
But wait, both sides have to concede what exactly?
That regardless of the shape of the Earth, things disappear from the bottom up without
Right,
obstruction.
but I think we do concede that. So to both don't. We've already conceded.
Oh, but I mean people that think that it necessarily proves it's not a globe. Like if I can demonstrate a short range distance of something disappearing, that means that all observations are included. Like there's still plausibility in that scenario.
I guess I'm not tracking.
Like if you're like in a tub and you got like a rubber ducky or something. Sorry. For example, you got like a rubber ducky and like a super small aperture like that, and like you put the camera to the water and it's like now it's disappearing. That person then says, "Look, proof that it's not a globe." That's also fallacious.
Why?
What do you mean? Because
I
it has
mean,
nothing
yes,
to do.
it's not proof, but it is evidence that your vision is limited, right? It's
Yeah,
not
but it
proof of
doesn't
no
mean that there's
curvature,
never.
right?
It doesn't mean that there's never obstruction, like which has nothing to do with the Earth. It's like
right. My point being is that it's not proof that it's not a globe. It's proof that you can only see so far. So their argument that you should be able to see Paris from New York is bullshit. That's what it's proof of. I guess that's where I wasn't tracking. Because it's not saying that there's no curve. It's saying that your vision is limited based on certain parameter. Where they'll say your vision is not limited because you can see trillions of miles away to stars, which is bullshit. Yeah, I think we're arguing two different sides here or one's horse is drawing the cart, and while the cart is drawing the horse on the other buggy. What's the temperature there, AI? AI. What's the temperature? All right, don't answer me. That's fine.
Okay, so Redmond.
AI, what's the temperature there?
Temperature, blah, 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 blah. I don't
In
know, it's kind of
Celsius.
cold.
Don't give me that pussy Fahrenheit bullshit.
Man, I don't know how to do Celsius off the top of my head.
I'm just kidding. Give me it in freedom degrees.
Freedom degrees? What the?
Fahrenheit.
Oh, I thought you were getting Dr. Bob on freedom units. I'm guessing right now 70.
Oh my god, it's colder.
And it's breezy, so it's a little cool. But, so the target object when I was in the lake, today's observation is that it disappears. So it squishes down, the black parts disappear. Then it turns from yellow to a bluish white. Then it disappears from the top down and squishes itself into the water line.
Now, what is that called? A It's some kind of mirage. Not a Phantom Morgana, but it's something.
Phantom Elijah.
Phantom Elijah?
The Faja.
Is that what it is?
No.
I'm like, I've never heard of that.
So I want to go back to that point. So who was arguing this point was some super zealous flat earther whose basically mantra is over and over, it's already been proven. Why are we even here? It's like, okay, well, why are you on Jump Panda's server if you're going to just chant, why are we here? Why are we here? We'll just leave. But Jump Panda was criticizing him for making the claim, and another guy, the Glober, was criticizing him for making the claim that things can disappear from the bottom up without Earth curve in the way. Now, why was Gem Panda and this other guy so irate about it? It's because their premise is that only Earth curve can cause things to disappear, things from the bottom up. If they would just concede that things can disappear from the bottom up without Earth curve, but it can also be with Earth curve, and then you just have to judge the observation on the merits. If they would just concede that, they wouldn't have a logical defeater by anyone demonstrating something disappearing without Earth curve. Because if it can only happen with Earth curve, right, A, and you present not A, then it's insinuating that the Earth isn't curved.
Right. As soon as they think adding the binary destroys their argument, which it doesn't. They're just conceding how optics work, which is obvious. But they're
I guess you might as well let them do it. It's pretty stupid on its face. I mean, I guess it's like if a coin disappears from the bottom up over a table, that must be Earth curve according to them.
right. And I think this is where you guys are right but wrong, because adding the binary option in there is destroying their argument in totality. If they concede that, then they concede
because they're not gonna. Because they're not gonna be able.
Right. They concede the black swan. They concede a multitude of arguments we made, and they're saying we're right. if they concede that.
Well, maybe. Well, possibly that's a step too far because even without that, once they concede that I guess you're right. Because in a sense, at that point, they have to now justify with more than just conjecture which it is. Is
Every
it
single observation
is
we
it
brought
Earth
to the
curve
table.
or is it, and they're not going to be able to justify it, so they're going to lose.
Right, because as soon as they concede that, then they are conceding that we see too far based on the geometric horizon. Then they're conceding that, geometry does come into play. Right? It has to. Because they've lost that ground. So to speak.
They're gonna have to go to their claim specifically to justify anything. Well, how could they do that if they're justifying why it's not?
Because they'll have to return back to their second argument as their primary argument. Their secondary argument being refraction. And that's a losing one because it's observable what the refraction should be doing and what they're claiming it is doing. Now, nobody can say there's not refraction. There is refraction, but it's not doing what they're claiming it's doing. It can't do what they're claiming it's doing.
There's refraction. What there's not is Earth curve, the thing they say is being refracted.
Right. Because once they concede that it's the optics and not Earth curve, they're fucked. They lose all ground.
You want something interesting?
Yeah.
So this other guy, being Go Fast, was trying to argue against the 255-mile no curve infrared Canigou meme by addressing not the mountain in question, which is the point of the meme, but a church at 157 miles, to which he said it's geometrically congruent with the Earth, but it's not, because at that range you have 1,200 feet of disappeared, and the church, he said, was only 547. So that means it's more than double buried. Well, it's twice the height. It's not double buried. But then he applies the 7/6R refraction, and he gets it down to 587, which is within 9%. And so he says 9% is, an acceptable error margin. But wait a minute, where'd that refraction come from? Did you go out and measure it, or did you just pick it from a graphic in a app? And of course, he said, I only go what's demonstratable, not calculatable. But that's just what he did right then. Now, he said, okay, then what's making it disappear if it's not Earth curve? Of course, the answer would be optical effects. Even refraction can drive light down into the ground and make it not reach your eyes, whatever it is. He says, oh, no, this is infrared. So it mitigates refraction out. So I said, oh, yeah, okay, that's great that you said that. Now let's talk about the mountain that's at the 255-mile mark, right? And you've got over 12,000 foot of hidden. The mountain's only 7,600. That's about a mile that the tip of the mountain should be below the hidden. And your refraction doesn't save you here, because not only does it not save you if you input it, you also just said that refraction's mitigated. So which is it? Is it mitigated, or do you need it to solve this problem? Now, interestingly enough, the 7/6R is within 9% tolerance of a factor of 1.22 from the 6. So this 1.2, 1.22 keeps coming up. It's very interesting.
Earth curve.
Could be pure coincidence, right? So 1.22 times lambda divided by the aperture. What's that? The Rayleigh criterion. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? And then you got 7/6R. They're all factored by 1.2.
Crazy.
Within a 9% error margin. And he said a 9% error margin is satisfactory. So I guess he's conceding that it's all optical effects.
But they're not saying that on Black Swan is happening some kind of extreme refraction.
Yeah, that's like a 6,000% error margin. I'm being generous.
And then if is that refraction happening also on black swan, that means that the water between first and second oil, it's not physical, it's optical.
Oh, the water in between you and the first oil rig is optical, not physical. Because that should be in front of the first one.
Yeah, I understand that, but we see two oil rigs, and if you ask them, let's leave. We know that argument is horizon, but let's leave that for a second and see what is going on with the water immediately after first oil rig. Is that the water or that is something what is? And we can see that the oil rig is into water. That means the water must be behind that oil rig, and we
Right.
see that water.
What
And
you're
they are
seeing
saying
there, that's a mirage.
oh yeah, but that is in the water, say.
But that
you can see the
put,
base.
You're going to push
of
them
the-
into a solipsistic relativism to where they say, yeah, none of it's real because you're only seeing it. Therefore, it's not reality. What you observe, you'll push them into a solipsistic relativism, guaranteed.
So I got another. Go ahead.
No, and then they show that that two pictures, one black swan, our black swan, and that another one with some babes on it, and you don't see them. You see a half of both of oil rigs. That means on the right one that could be curvature. On the left picture, that is some phenomena happening, but still we have that oil rigs in the water. What are you saying?
Oh my goodness, Sasha, that's so lame. Dr. Bob tried that one on Ranty's show when Ranty invited him to do his presentation that refraction is the reason why the Titanic sunk. And afterwards, they were talking about optical effects, and he brought up the black swan, to which Dr. Bob presented that side image, right, from another observation day. Ranty went live on the show while he was talking to him, pulled up the oceanographic data for that day. Come to find out, there was a 4-foot tidal bore that day. So that means that the ambient tidal levels were raised by 4 feet, which would explain why the off angle to the object in question is now precluded by a risen water level. Being explained this live, Bob said, "Oh, still the curve of the Earth."
Not a tidal flow. Dumb.
Dude, I got another interesting point about the Canigou shot from a different time. I've got to go back and find it. I don't have any keywords that I can search so easily, so it's going to take me longer. But we went through it live, me and this other guy, this Glober guy. Right? And so we did it out on the Bislins together. We were exchanging screenshots. And it came up with, obviously that the mountain should be below the hidden height. But then you needed to change the refraction to get it to be above the hidden, right? So that you could at least see the peak, right? And then you needed it even more than that, right? Because of the amount of mountain that we saw, we kind of had to equivalate the graphic to kind of match, right? Because, on Bislins, they show you this little crossed hatch graphic and then like a thing representing the object in question. So we fiddled with that, right? And we got to where the number in the refraction scale had said like 0.72, okay? Where if you use standard refraction, it says like 1.2 or something like that. Come again, though, if it says 1.2, that's very interesting. There's another 1.2, but that aside, because I don't know if that's true. So what he did is he went to a subcategory in the menu where it said different types of refraction you could pick, and he picked the one that said extreme. And when he picked the extreme one, it had the exact same value within like a tenth or a hundredth of what we had come to by adjusting the slider to make the Canigou mountain range shot be quote unquote congruent with the quote unquote globe geometry, right?
Right.
So doesn't that sound to you like Walter Bislin entered that exact value just so that you could click it to specifically address the Canigou shot? I don't know. It
Yeah.
seems very coincidental.
No, it's math magic intentional. It's what do you call that? Revisionist science.
Absolutely. And it works perfectly because if you have a base truth, right, that you must input into all your logic strings. For example, we already know the Earth's a globe. Here's an observation. This is the amount of refraction necessary. Therefore, we've just discovered, my friends, extreme refraction. Now, you give them a supersedery observation, and then they'll discover, holy crap, dude, we already know Earth's a globe. We're seeing this. We've just discovered double plus good refraction.
Double plus good. Fucking hell. No, it's with everything they do. As soon as we have a silver bullet argument, they'll go back and do revisionist science. They'll take down the AE map that's active. They'll take down a NASA picture that shows a lemming on their own website, or go back and refeather out the digital bullshit on their moon pictures. They do it all the time. If we have a good argument, they're going to fix. Oh, thanks for pointing that out for us, boys. We'll fix it for you.
You know, curiously enough, I was just doing this the other day with Mr. Kiwi here, and I couldn't find that extreme refraction tab. It's almost like he made it more obscure, or he took it out altogether. Now that somebody, in the past had called it out, like, wow, this seems ironic.
A little on the nose.
I think he might have pushed the extreme further now, because when you push that slider all the way to the right, you get an apparent radius of, I think 40 million miles, somewhere around there. So they're just trying to make, literally anything you could ever possibly see on Earth.
What observation would you need that you need a radius of 40 million miles?
Yeah.
Well, maybe like when Rumpus said he could see his own butt, maybe that's when you need it.
40 million miles. It sounds like they're trying to fucking project out the black swan to the farthest point.
Yeah, so they claim they measured a 39, 59 mile radius ball, but it can look like a 40 million mile radius ball too.
Yeah, you got to factor in refraction, right? Fucking hell.
And if you read the refraction papers, they even admit they don't have meteorological data to base any of these assumptions about how light would be curving on. They just assume the radius and then just apply the mathematical reifications to it.
For any
there's
of
an
it
Earth
to
curve.
work, they would need a secondary layer of whatever of gas. You would need another layer.
Dude, there's an Earth curve calculator where and I'm pretty sure we did this on the live stream too, where it basically said this in its explanation. Sometimes the Earth appears flatter than it is.
Like in Kansas?
So to do the math or the representation of this observation, you need to lower the height of the ball or something like that. It's essentially admitting, which me and Kiwi and Central did the other day, that when you do this math and you look down in the corner, it tells you that the Sagittal has altered its value. Now, let's be clear. The Sagittal is the apex arc of the circle segment formula. Yeah. So you put the circle segment formula to your circle, and you have a point A and a point B, which is a fixed distance, right? And then it gives you the height from the midline between those two to the apex of the arc between you two. Now, in order for the Sagittal to change, okay, two things have to happen. One or the other. One, the circumference, and ergo the radius must change of the object of being the circle, or the distances between the objects must change. Now, it's obviously too obvious if they just say the distances between the objects change. So what do? They use this rhetoric that sometimes the Earth looks bigger than it is, which makes it look flatter than it is, because doing so lowers the Sagittal and means the obstruction between you and it is now lowered. Why would they use that rhetoric? It's basically admitting what they're doing.
Yeah, they have to make theirs flat for your observation to work.
So, for clarification's sake, and again, I appreciate it, the lesson that we did the other night, we unpacked the calculation over the lake, 333, what was it again? Units?
What did you just say?
The distance over your,
Units?
yeah, what was the units? Kilometers or miles?
Meters.
333 meters, thank you. So the observation that the Sagitah would be the obscured section of vision, correct?
No, incorrect. The
Okay.
Sagitah is the apex of the arc between point A and point B, the highest point of the quote-unquote bulge.
Got it. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Now, depending on your location in reference to the Sagitah, there would be, just imagine a triangle that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger after that, right? Where it would consume more and more of things that you couldn't see because they'd be theoretically blocked by this hump of earth water. But the problem is that you never, ever, 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 ever see that match the geometry that they claim.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, somebody mentioned in chat the idea of Sagittah being new to them. It is a very interesting aspect and observation that you've introduced because, again, it's not a constant and it should be. Like at the bare minimum, we're asking for a constant observed Sagittah, right? So that we know that the observed arc is not changing, so to speak,
No,
right?
listen. It wouldn't be constant. It would depend on every observation. But in the same observation, from the same target object, from the same observation point, it should never change.
That's what I'm
Never.
saying. Yes.
There
Thank you for
should
that
be.
class. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that.
There should be a geometric horizon that's notable or visible or seeable over time, but there never is.
Let me change what I said there. It cannot change. Okay? It cannot change. Therefore, if you're doing anything as an interpretation where that changes, you're not dealing with reality. It's that simple. So, for example, they say, oh, when you apply refraction to this observation, what do they mean? They mean optical effects. But they demonstrate this quote unquote optical effect by literally changing the size of the Earth in their example. How is changing the size of the Earth an example of an optical effect? Because they say, oh, well, you see the Earth as if it's bigger. It's like, no, I don't. I just see more of that object. That's what I'm actually seeing. I don't see a bigger Earth, you retard.
Geometric horizon can't change.
I don't think they understand that that's how the mechanics of it work, though, because they never seem to get that far in trying to explain any of this stuff.
That's where they run into cognitive dissonance.
Like I try to bait them all the time into telling me what effective radius they need, and they never get close to it. Like I don't think they know that that's how it works.
Well, they modify their initial claim. Their initial claim is geometric, saying that the ball has a hump of Earth curvature that's in the way, but then they modify it by making it totally optical. And optics doesn't necessarily match, geometry. The ground appears to ramp up due to optics. That is not physical or geometric. I would not model the ramping up of the floor as anything else other than optic. I would not have it geometrically ramp up physically. Those are contradictory claims.
Well, they would have to tie the optics back to their geometry somehow if they want to save the geometry, right? And they never even do that. Usually, I'm trying to get them to do that. They say, no, this doesn't include the globe geometry. This doesn't take into account. I'm not using the radius even. It's like, well, then you're not saving it.
Yeah, by saying it's a sphere of some other size doesn't help their argument.
Well, there's the sphere and then the apparent sphere. But again, they don't seem to know that that's how their refraction argument works. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Let's be clear. If it didn't work that way, they would actually go out and have to, in the world, demonstrate the path that the light is taking. Good frickin' luck.
Yeah, and they admit in their own refraction papers they don't do that. The data is not available. They just work backwards from whatever we saw with math and tie it to the radius.
Oh, really? So it's post hoc reverse engineering, retconning the situation. Cool.
Yeah, like that Go Fast kid, he posted a refraction paper today, and it just says right in it, we don't have the meteorological data, but this is the curved light rays that would be required to see this at this distance.
You got it. So now let's go back to the logic that we already set out. We already know Earth's a globe. Therefore, in order for this observation to happen, light must have curved in this manner. Therefore, light curved in this manner. Therefore, Earth's a globe.
It may be begging the question, or, I guess you have to beg the question with some sort of cause eventually, but it may be deduction, going from a premise, that you believe, going from that premise to try to make a conclusion that's a little premature. It's deduction without enough induction or enough gathering of data to then, make a conclusion to go forward from deductively. And so it looks like, we have a flat surface that's not a hump of Earth curvature that's in the way. We need to look at how flat surfaces can appear to obstruct what's beyond, so that the globe isn't the only thing that we deduce from as to why the horizon appears to obstruct what's beyond. We need more induction and more data.
Right, but you got to understand.
Well, it's really not important. Like, it's the only reason you talk about something that's not real in the first place. Nobody needs to do that. Like it's dead ass a horizontal. The only thing that can't be laid horizontal is a sphere. So I don't even know, like this fool's ridiculous. The longer I'm here with you guys, the more I'm like, why aren't people just in here listening? Or anywhere listening? This kind of shit. Like, why aren't they tired of bullshit yet?
Because they think they already know, Elijah, and if they find out they don't know, then they become uncomfortable, they become unreasonable, and they become mad, they become scared, they become worried, they become unmoored because they have nothing else in the world. All they know is what they've been told to believe.
And all that money they spent on their higher education.
They have nothing else. Think about it. They have no moral compass but to believe that somebody else knows more than them. And that's the key. One day they'll know enough. It's not true. You'll never know enough. You'll never be smart enough. You'll never understand everything that you need to understand to comprehend what is going on. And you'll never save yourself.
We'll never know everything. That's why we need to focus on what knowledge is sufficient to go forward.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, as far as we can tell, it's a flat, motionless plane, but the way that they interpret reality is a little twisted. They say it looks flat, but the only thing that I know of that can obstruct what's beyond the horizon is a physical hump of Earth curvature. There are other options. A flat surface with no obstruction can appear to obstruct what's beyond if you're at the right viewing angle or close enough to the surface. So they need to look at other options that they've ignored.
They've ignored it. Well, no, they've reverse engineered it, and like AI said, given a post hoc explanation, because the reality is too scary for them. I mean, they even say it, that the horror of being the center, the horror of being special, they have to make you believe, at least, that you're unremarkable.
It's
But you know
very
what?
Like I said
scary.
You know
earlier,
what
it
though?
will really push
I mean,
people
but
up
at the
against
end
their
of the
slave
day,
masters. It will want to actually admit
Well, I
that
know
they're
I'm
slaves, and
but
that there's
isn't that the goal?
actually no. Fuck what I'm saying.
No. Your mic's
Couldn't hear you.
horrible.
Oh yeah, you're coming in.
Yeah,
You're breaking up for me.
yeah. The point is what really is happening. Look, you wouldn't send your kid to, let's just say, anything dangerous, even make up example. Certain uncles you're not letting certain things, but we're letting them go to, like, every time this cycle repeats, it begins with adults not owning up to the bullshit that happened as children and letting their kids go through the cycle saying, I survived. You're going to have to figure it out because I don't even understand the world that you're growing up in. Can't do your homework. Know the system's fucked up, but hey, I did it, so you're going to do it and be like this for you. Fuck, no, no, no. We're slaves, and we're going to be slaves either to the authority, man's authority, and I'd much rather be a slave to that which is supposed, not that which is twisted by man.
Yeah.
So when are we gonna, like? We're never gonna do, like. I'm just saying, like, mass. Then I don't really. Nobody's gonna really do shit because ultimately nobody's gonna actually address the wolf in the. You know how people talk about pedophiles, but don't talk about their aunt, uncle, cousin, or whoever. Like, never ever. Maybe one or two people, but then there's the majority of the family. It's cool. We were young. We were just like that. We got to get rid of that if we really want to see it happening. Not yet.
Yeah, you're hot micing, bro.
He's been hot micing the whole time.
Right.
I'm only not complaining because I love the sounds of
Mute
kids
him.
playing. So, no. The sound of kids playing is one of the joys of the world.
That's also the sound of a flat lake observation.
But yeah, you're right. You're right, Elijah. Lying to your kid about the nature of their existence is tantamount to psychological abuse. Telling your kid he's not special and that he's on an average planet around an average sun, that's psychological abuse if it's wrong. It's minimum spiritual abuse. So I agree with you.
Yeah. I got to do this job. You got to do this thing. So, you know, just do it, son.
Well, that's true, though. That's true in all walks of life, regardless if you're on a farm or in a big city. A man doesn't work; he doesn't eat. You got to do something. You got to have a goal. You got to better yourself every day. Yep, to the park. Yep, I told you you're going to the park.
That's a good observation too, sociological. It's so these girls got out of the water in less than 10 seconds from when their mom said, "Let's go." And other families, they'll come in and it literally, I'll sit here and they'll be yelling at their kids for 15 minutes to try to get the kid out of the water. And they'll keep making concessions to the kid. The kid will be like, oh, I want to stay for 5 more seconds. And the parent will be like, okay, 5 seconds, but that's it. And then 2 minutes later, it's like 20 seconds, but that's it. But
Oh
they
my
have zero
goodness.
authority over their kids whatsoever.
With my daughter, if I ever made a concession, it was based on a bargain. So it was always, okay, as long as you do this for me.
Definitely
I'll
the
do this
school
for
system,
you if you do this for me.
because
What's
my
that?
daughter wasn't like that before we started sending her to school, and soon after she started going to school, she started acting like that. So I really honestly think that they learned it from school somehow, some kind of programming in there.
Yeah.
We know it sounds crazy, but honestly,
Supposedly they say that kids need to go to public school with tons and tons of kids learn how to socialize. But in my opinion, the opposite's true. You know, being
Well, I
exposed
mean,
to every varying degeneracy without it being able to counteract it.
right. With no say in the matter. Yeah. I mean, even other kids can be bad influences because you get them around a kid who's been brought up wrong, and they're going to think, why does this guy get away with it and I don't? I'm going to start pushing the line. It doesn't necessarily have to come from the hierarchy. It could come just from somebody else.
I used that to my advantage for years.
So my theory is right.
See, so it goes back to because the kid's gonna do. There isn't really a standard. Like, and they're gonna go to the school that they really shouldn't be at and meet other like ornery kids that are show them porn, introduce them. You know, like some kid in 5th grade introduced me to the like it was the weirdest moment. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, damn, like not how. It's like we're raising ourselves, but in that process, we know that the authority is kind of our parents, but it's really the police and the government and school. Because at any moment's notice, parents slip up. There'll be nothing that from
Yeah,
do
you're right.
whatever.
You're right about that.
And all of the kids know that, like implicitly. That's a problem.
Hey, what did that kid introduce you to in 5th grade? He broke up right there. I think that was an integral part of what you were saying. It was messed up.
The word
I think that was
sperm
deliberate.
is like fail. What?
The word what? Sperm?
The word, yeah.
My
Yeah.
guess was porn. I was wrong.
See, I actually I teach my son, and on occasions I demonstrate to him the things about the police and different authorities, and I tell him I'm the authority. For example, if I leave him in the car, I say, you don't open the door for anyone except me. Not the police, not nobody. I teach him that the police isn't the authority, whereas some other parents are like, oh, Mr. Policeman, yada, yada, yada.
Policeman.
I mean, why be in a situation where
Oh
you're
God.
out and about, and the police tell your child to do something, and you tell your child to do something, and they obey the police first? Why would you set your child up for
Like
failure like that?
the videos seen where parents threaten to call the cops to take them to jail, or actually call the cops on their children to have them like a squad car.
Yeah, that's
experience.
sad.
Like, that's fucked up.
If you've gotten to that point, you failed. But you know, a lot of them start off with the Santa Claus rhetoric. You know, when they're a baby up until a toddler, it's goo goo gaga, right? Mommy love you. And then it becomes, you know, if you're not a good person, Santa Claus is going to, you know, make you pay. I'm not going to make you pay. It's going to be Santa Claus that's going to make you pay. You know, completely offloading their authority and responsibility.
Mic check, mic check.
Yep. Yep.
Yo, and if any, we hear you. One more thing. If anything, which makes it the most disgusting, is the parents will exercise their authority over you to make you listen to the authority. Like for whatever reason, you're like, this is what's happening at school. And they whip your ass. They tell you to listen to the teacher.
It's to make their lives easier.
So I was going to give an example of what used to be done to children who were disruly. I can't remember if it was the Romans or the Trojans or whoever, but what they would do is they would take a child to the top of a mountain. They would leave them there and then just leave. And if the kid made his way home, he was worthy to live. If not, then that's his punishment for being a dumbass. However, in some of those other cultures, like there's varying different things about children. Now I forgot the other one, which I really wanted to say, so I'm going to have to go silent for a minute and think what it was.
I mean, it's crazy because once you get the children, you basically got the next generation on lock.
Okay, thank you for reminding me, friend. You just reminded me perfectly. Okay, so what they used to do when they conquered nations, new nations, they would go to like the tribal warrior type places.
I think you're talking about Genghis Khan. Are you talking about
Might be.
how
It
he
might
how
be the Romans.
Yeah, how they used to leave them the kids to be raised with the mother. You talking about that?
Yeah, what they would do is they would kill all the men, right? But they didn't want to destroy the society. They wanted to subsume the society into their society. So what they would do is after they killed all the warriors that would fight back, they took the women, right? And they took all the boys, and they would just randomly pick a few boys and just slaughter them right in front of the women. And then tell the women, this is your fault. Now, with these remaining children, I want you to raise these children loyal to us. Otherwise, there's going to be blood. And the women would subserviently concede.
Do you think that's why like most governments tend to say like that women can't be trusted with their decisions because they're so like corruptible in a way? You think that might be the situation going on there?
It's a catch-22 because at first glance it seems like the women are being scandalous, but at the same time they're just fulfilling their instinct, which is to protect their children and to give them the best life possible. And being killed instantly in that moment is definitely not the best life possible. You know, you got your options. Your options are we slaughter you or you raise your kids to be obedient to the new system that's taken over. Those are your options, lady. So choose, basically. But what they do is they raise the kids, right, for the new society, exactly the way they want to.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that, it seems like that's how it works, right? Like let's say we form this society. We have women and we have men, and let's say we go on for 100 years, perfect peace, right? Somebody happens to come along. Remember, we've been in perfect peace for 100 years and conquer us for whatever reason. It seems like the women typically don't stay loyal to whoever was loyal to them. They seem to be loyal to whoever's in power, regardless of the dynamic of how that person got into power or how that new society got into power. They seem to be attracted or loyal to whoever has it.
Well, they don't really have a choice unless there are, in Kevin Samuels say, name me a mostly female group that took over. So if
I
they're
was going to
constantly
say,
being So if they're constantly being taken over,
I don't think it's
I mean,
about loyalty. I think it's about submissiveness, right? Like, you can't physically overpower. So what do? You submit until you can stand behind someone that can take back that power. That's why I think the women of this world need strong men to step up and, lead. Unfortunately, there's too many that don't do it anymore.
Do you believe that forget about society, right? Do you believe that God or you believe in some sort of entity made women and men with their own distinct roles?
Yes.
I do too. I think what the invisible enemy has done is distort that role. Because if they distort that role, right? If they take the man out of the house, there would be
Absolutely.
anyone to discipline the family, right? The child and the mother the child will most likely grow up without any discipline, without any restraint, right? And he's easy picking for the system, right? He's a potential next soldier, right? He's a potential next prisoner, right? Regardless, the system will find a way to take money out of that person once they corrupted the house and the family unit.
Yes, it's corruption of the family unit so that they can take the child and do whatever they want with them and mold them into what they believe they want, what they want society to be. The easy mind molding, people who just, listen and obey, and that's it.
And it's not as simple as just saying that their plan is to have women be in charge of the children. It's actually to divorce parents from their children completely.
Yeah, they want
Correct.
the state in
Because
charge
women
of the
will fight
children.
for their kids.
Yep.
So that's not it. Like I have, there's not very many women I have met that won't fight for their child till their dying breath. So that's not the thing. The thing is to actually get the kids to turn against their parents because I
Right.
see that happening left and right now. It's
Yep.
mind
that's the
boggling.
first thing.
Right. And that's the steps.
Look what's
Putting
happening.
women in charge.
That's
Hold on. Let me finish this one. Putting women in charge is one step. Putting children in charge, which then ultimately puts the state in direct charge of all individuals.
Exactly. There you
Which
go,
is what
right there.
their
That's
goal
it.
is. They want the
and
state
that's
in charge of
exactly
the
what I
family.
felt.
No, that's what
That's
they do,
exactly
and
what I felt my whole life.
they've
I
been
felt
doing
like
this.
my parents can't help me with my homework. My parents can't stop BCW. My parents can't. They really can't do anything. They just raising me.
They're just trying to survive, pretty
Then
much.
sad that that's what the system has a child taking away from. Well, my parents are just there to make sure I don't. But they're not really more important than that. I love them. I care. What can they really do? That's what it make. That's what it made me.
I notice how they use like our own weaknesses against us, right? When women is their ego, right? They use their ego against them. For example, the whole thing uh, with the food stamps and all that shit, all the government help. They knew that the woman will if it was to be submissive to a man or have this free money, they knew that their ego would get the best of them, and they would choose the free money, and that way, they would
It
not
made
have to
women
be
believe that they could do everything by themselves. You don't need a man.
exactly,
You don't need
exactly.
nobody. You don't need no one. You can do it all. You're a fucking superwoman. You're everything.
But that
You're
whole independent
you're it
thing,
all. You don't
the
need
whole
nobody.
independent thing is independent from a man. That's what that means.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. They made everyone believe that it's not true. Everybody needs help. Everybody needs a partner. You can't do it all by yourself. That's not how it works.
They took
That's
the
not
leader
how it
out
was
of the
meant to work.
homes. they took the leader out of the homes, so the state became the leader. That's the whole point of welfare, is to divorce the family from the father.
Because you couldn't be. You know how many friends I know that don't have fathers listed on their birth certificates because they couldn't, because their father wouldn't have paid child support and the mother knew, so they had to leave it blank in order to be able to collect welfare for their kid. So myself included, myself and a bunch of my friends don't have our fathers listed on our birth certificates. I don't even know who my father is, but that's neither here nor there. But like they all, a lot of them know who their fathers are, but they're not on their birth certificates.
Right,
Let
because
me.
if you have a father on the birth certificate, you can't collect direct welfare. You have to collect child support.
Yep.
So
Right.
you have to
Correct.
put the father in prison because he can't pay the child support that the state demands him if he loses
Yeah,
his job.
and the women didn't, the women didn't want to put the men in jail, even though they knew they weren't going to pay child support or help them, but they didn't want to put them in jail, so they just left it blank. Like,
Right.
it's
So
just horrible. It was a horrible. It was a damned if you do and damned if you don't.
you mind if I
For
take
all of
that
those
down the
women.
rabbit hole?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so father on the birth certificate, right? A father is a particular type of thing. It's a male human that progenites a child. A mother is a particular type of thing. It's a female human that progenites a child. They're co-progenitors of the child, right? Which means, as rude as this might sound to some sensible liberals, that the child is their property, period. Ipso facto, by divine right of creation. You, as the parents, are the creators of this property, therefore you have exclusive rights. Now, fast forward to modern day. These sentiments with the gay agenda, the trans agenda, and all of this. What has happened to the birth certificates? Okay.
Now
They
there are
have
no
changed
genders.
it.
They're trying to eliminate the genders. That's what they're doing.
Yes,
They're
but here,
taking
check
away
this out.
father and mother, and they're putting
And
birth age.
they put parent and parent. Parent one, parent two. Now a parent.
Before you finish that, let me tell you what parent means. It means a parent that rents. That's what parent means. It's the way they're putting it is like you're renting your own kid.
Well, yeah, you could parse that any way you want to, but the point is that the parent in this sense is created in law, in legis, they say, which just means in law in Latin. So a creation
No
of
longer
law.
giving you ownerships of your child.
Yes. So who is the creator of the child? The mother and
The
the
government.
father. Who is the creator of parents? The government. And since the government created parents, all subcreation of the parents are owned by who?
The government.
The
You
government.
got it.
Very interesting, that word child too. The word kid, right? Their language. I mean, how they catch us with their language and how they popularize this so-called colloquial language through the TV and radio to make us catch on to the language so we could use the language to fucking incriminate and fuck our own selves over. It's absolutely brilliant once you start looking at it, once you start recognizing.
All of
Yeah, so let
these
me go
are.
further. Unless you want to finish your sentence.
Yeah, I want to finish my sentence. All of these
I
are
wanna jump
socialist
to
inventions.
after you.
All of these are socialist inventions. All of this started the domain of your children, the domain of your rights as the as the birthing person. I don't even know what to call them at this point. As the parents of the children, you have no rights over your kids as far as like the government is concerned. The government has ultimate say. That's a socialist machination. That is completely Marxist, and it came before Marx. Socialism was well before Marx, but Marx kind of solidified it. But these are all socialist machinations. Go on, AI. Sorry.
I think Elijah was asking to say something.
Yes, thank you. When you said who the creation of the children, parents, and who's the creator of the parent is the government, could that be why they want to throw God in your face, but at the same time have you, based on the cosmology that they're giving, determine for yourself that there is no God, so that you can continue to give your authority
No, they want to
to an
hold you to
authority that isn't.
they want to hold you to a different authority, or to a different level than they hold themselves to. They're not beholden to your God, but they'll hold you to your God.
No, no, not a your God. It's just a who is the
I
creator
agree
of
with you,
life.
but in their view, the creator is not their creator. In their view, they pray to a different, what they think is God, and they will hold you to your standard, but not hold themselves to your standard.
You know what? I saw a video about this lady. She called herself a Moor. She said that in the law, in like the independent law researchers, like these people, like what they call God is governmental ordinance department. Right. So this is the state governmental ordinance department. While these people say, "In God we trust, in God we believe," we're thinking that they're talking about some sort of creator, some sort of entity. No, they're talking about the estate. And we think, because this is what we think God is governmental ordinance department. That's what God supposedly stands for in the legal realm.
All
Yeah.
right,
So
AI,
if you
you ready?
remove if you
Yeah.
remove your divine right over your progeny, you remove the divine right to freely act, right, and you adopt this concept that comes from these communistic I forget the other word that we just used, but whatever, you get the point. When you start adopting those philosophies of fairness and equality, and then you start in tune with this idea of creation, you get to this point where certain groups of people are excluded from the same privileges that you enjoy. So, for example, certain types of families cannot produce children. Okay, whether that's because they're sterile as a male and female, or because they're both males or both females. In order to have a child, you must borrow a child from a different parent. You're now not the creator, but you're the raiser. That creates a problem, right? That creates inequality. The same with if I have a child that I bore, right, myself with my woman, and we create a child together, that's ours. But that deprives people who can't do that from enjoyment of life, because we are now superior to them because we can create a natural child for ourselves and they can't. So the ultimate pipe dream of this statist equality agenda is that any individual parent, right, and I mean parent in the biological sense, will only be used as such as a tool for the system, because we obviously need children, right? We need the next generation. So just like in the 1984, you'll have to apply to have a relationship. You'll have to apply to get permission to have sex. You'll have to apply to get permission to procreate. You will then not be able to procreate with your quote unquote loved one. You must procreate with a machine, and that machine will distribute the resources to whichever fertile breeder is available, right? That being obviously a thing with a womb, whatever they will choose to call it at the time, whether it be a woman or a C7248B, whatever. After this breeder births the product will then be decided which family it needs to go to based on logistical needs. And so people will not be raising their own children. They'll just be raising the state's property, caretaking the state's property at different times. So like an Asian couple may get, somebody's black kid, or, black couple might get somebody's, white kid, and they won't know, and they won't know where it came from or anything. They'll just know that it's their duty to raise a new citizen. And this is the utopia that these people think eventually will come, where everybody is equal and it's probabilistically a level playing field, and nobody can enjoy the fruits of what they're able to create or any of this stuff. And of course, they think of this as utopia.
Come on.
Yeah, that is a dystopia. That is not paradise. That is contrary to the will of the Lord.
What's the
Wow, we heard that.
I'm using this sarcastically, but what's the first commandment? The first commandment: be fruitful and multiply. It's one of the things that they primarily want to take away from humanity.
Is being fruitful synonymous with multiplying?
I don't know. Could be,
Is that the
or it could
act
be
of
two different
multiplying?
things.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because it sounds like two different things.
Well, there's a phraseology construction in the language where it's two separate things or two conjoined things. It's being said in a different way, and so I guess if you looked, you could figure out which it is.
It could mean spread, right? You spread out and multiply. That's probably what they mean by be fruitful.
Well, I don't know, because it says several times the fruits of your labor, the fruits of your loins, the fruits. There's different definitions of what fruits are. The
Yeah,
fruits of
just to
your
be clear, you were asking for the first commandment, though, right?
Could be like the earnings, whatever benefits you get from whatever job you do could be considered what the fruit of your labor is. The fruit of your loins, talking about your child or your kid or your son or whatever.
You're stuck on the wrong word. It's be fruitful, right? So if I'm fruitful, I might have a garden, a koi pond, or like, a whole bunch of rod and reels so that we can all go to the lake and, be fruitful and to multiply, obviously, is to multiply the fruitfulness, right? Children. So both of them are kind of synonymous. It's like saying the same thing twice, but like this scholar says, there's a double entendre. So be fruitful, have gardens, have fruit trees, have a big lake, right? Maybe some crops, right? Some women and children, and keep doing that. That's kind of what it means.
When you think of fruits, fruits tend
So
to
the first commandment states, "You
you
shall
drop a
have
fruit
no
from
other
some
gods before me."
you plant it in another place and you've already spread it, right? So when I hear be fruitful and multiply, it sounds like multiply and spread out. Don't just multiply in one spot. Spread it out.
Okay. Right. So let me throw a wrench in the works because I left out the next phrase. So it says, be fruitful and multiply and subdue the earth.
There you go. And the only way that you can subdue the earth is to spread and multiply.
No. That means to take domain, to take dominion of it.
From one part of the earth.
Yeah, he's right. It's you shall have no other gods before me is the first one. The second one is you should make no idols.
Oh, but he's given
Thanks for that second. I appreciate that.
He's given the commandment list from the 10 commandments. I was talking about the first commandment given.
Yeah, the first commandment
there's
given
different.
is to.
There's different. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, there's different laws. That's why the rich man asked Jesus which ones. Right. So this was the very first one given, like outside of the garden. Like first it was dietary laws, and then after the garden, this was like the first commandment to like mankind.
I'm just gonna
Hold
say
on.
real quick. You guys, are you sure you want to keep
Hold on
talking
a
about
minute.
this?
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, first and
Sure you want
foremost,
to
I'm
keep
just
talking
saying
about
from a
this?
standpoint, from the 10 commandments, 1 through 10, right? The very first one observed is, you're not going to have any other gods before me, period.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't matter who came first, garden or anything like that.
Oh,
The
are you
10 that
sure you
were
guys
given.
want to keep talking about this?
Yeah, I'm sure. We're not talking about. Why do you keep on interjecting? If you don't want to, hear it, you
No,
can
it's not
bounce.
that I don't want to hear it. It's against the rules for this particular channel.
Oh my god! And there's like 12 people in here, and everybody's gonna get so mad. Shut up,
Sure, it
Brian.
matters. So anyway, I just wanted to bring it up. You guys do what you want.
Thanks. We're going to continue doing what we want.
Just for a caveat, I've repeat this quite often. It's not explicitly against the rules to use commonly known text to make points.
We're actually talking about the government, not God, but thank you, Glatt.
Yes, it's pretty myopic when you have a society, right, that has interspersed literature and historical, sociocultural ethos from which to draw parallels, allusions, conclusions, which is embedded so deeply into our history. For example, the United States is literally founded on words like "in God we trust," et cetera, et cetera. To exclude yourself from talking about that, right, when you're making points, it's just impossible.
Yeah, if it's anything to do with God, then it shouldn't be talked about here. But whatever.
Give me a
Well,
fucking
that's
break,
okay.
dude. You don't
That's
take
not
it
the
personally.
rules.
Yeah, get mad because that works.
That's fair, but that's not the
You're
rules
getting
here.
mad, faggot.
Oh, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, so let's be clear. We're talking a socio-cultural context, a statist agenda, right? In regards to human endeavors, where all of human societies, with a few exceptions, have been predicated on some kind of religious or overarching moral ethos, which was established by some type of scripture or literary document, right? Which almost all of them allude to some form of divinity. For example, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are endowed by their creator. So when you're talking about the evolution of statism, you must talk about that. It's impossible not to. Otherwise, you must have a myopic vision of the world and limit yourself.
See, that's the thing that I don't understand. The whole point of putting us figuratively on a globe is to take away your special position in the world, to hide the obvious from you, to hide the fact that it's a creation. If we can't talk about that, if we don't accept that kind of discussion, then we're not having a real discussion. We're in a spiritual, physical war at all times, especially right now. And if you're just talking about the flat earth, you're not talking about very much. Most people aren't listening.
I mean, it just demonstrates once again what the scriptures is talking about when it talks about the hateful heart of humans against the God. You see, I mean, at this point, we're all grown adults, and we know that theism is a thing at the very least. And so to sit up here and just complain, and every time someone talks about a theistic topic, to sit up here and complain that we're talking about theism in a world where God is not going anywhere. Like, God is real, and theism is real, so deal with it.
Exactly. Thank you. They have pushed a social mind virus that has become a religion that was given to us at the tree where Adam and Eve ate the apple to become like God. And ever since then, it has been a war of that. All they're pushing is that you are the master of your own destiny. Well, you're not. You're part of something greater. And they're trying to hide that, obviously. And flat Earth is just it's an antidote to that. It's not the answer to everything. If you think it's the answer to everything, you've got a long way to fucking go. It's ridiculous.
I mean,
and thank you,
caveat
Gregory.
that.
Your words are wise.
Let's caveat that with even if all spiritual stories are false, okay, even if that's true, the socio-cultural history of where we've arrived at today is embedded with all of that. So
true.
It's inseparable.
It is.
I mean, if you don't talk about the theistic element in history, you are simply a God-hating bigot. That's what it is. Like, that's what that is. Like, this never-ending endeavor and this unceasing lust to just neglect theism and to hate God is just foolishness. That's not intellectualism. That's not wise.
Especially when you're not even part of the conversation, you interject yourself and you demand that other people bend to your will, about what they discuss. How disgusting.
4 mods are having a conversation.
So there's something I wanted to point out too. The first law of the land, right, in the United States of America, we have freedom of religion, not freedom from it.
Yeah, that's very true. Thank you, Larry. What did you mean, levelist, by 4 mods are having a discussion? I don't. It's not 4 mods. It's 3.5.
That is true. I'm not really, I just try to help her out if I can.
No.
Sometimes I push.
Oh, I guess it is 4. My count is wrong. I'm sorry.
Guess let me take it on a spin.
Furthermore, like with what AI, what Deus has been talking about, when theism, the fact of the matter that theism is an inseparable, necessary, crucial element to appreciate in history and in sociopolitics and in socioeconomics and all this stuff here includes atheism. Atheism
it includes that.
Sociopolitical, socioeconomic ideologies.
Yeah.
You cannot avoid
it has to, because it's at that Gregory, that is at the crux of what we're talking about. That atheism is what is driving the state to divide the family, which was the whole point of this conversation.
You know, theism, you're not going to escape. I mean, you hate God all you want. You can make that justified choice to your peril if you want to, but it's not going away. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. You don't. You live in the God's world. Period.
I mean, propositionally, this stuff is just as impactful, whether it's true or not, even if it is or isn't. Like the palpability of the content, right? It literally is intertwined with it. Like I said again and again, it's inseparable. This is how we arrived where we're at. So to disjoint yourself from this knowledge, like for example, saying the Earth is flat is such a profound truth. Why is it such a profound truth if all of these other things aren't in play to bring us to where we are today?
Exactly.
Like the whole heliocentric paradigm being an overarch religious gambit, right? And a state.
Why would it matter?
Well, it wouldn't matter. To be honest, if none of that stuff was the content, right, of the context of the situation, it'd be irrelevant. Whether
it would be irrelevant. What it wouldn't matter what it is.
But here's the problem, right? It's that, I don't want to speak to your pride, Black. In there, I just want to point out that we weren't actually talking about God directly. Like that's what's crazy about it, and because the word or the title God comes up, you're like, let's stop doing that.
Right,
well,
because it's
did you have any input in the slavery that has been put on us? Fuck mentally, literally.
Actual.
Both mental and physical.
Go ahead.
Yeah, both mental and physical. The intellectual allergy that is triggered in their misotheistic heart every time the word God or theology or anything theistic is mentioned. Like it just exposes that you're just a misotheist. Look up that term, misotheism.
That's a big word. It's an actual big word, unlike when people say, "Oh, you said a big word, Deuce," and it's like a one-syllable word. That's an actual big word.
Yeah. I taught Elijah about this. He knows about this.
I'm listening for 1 hour this conversation, and I cannot see anything that this conversation should to be moved in the Bible, for example. Now, it's everything all right, and I enjoy to listen to it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we didn't even quote one Bible verse. Like, give it a fucking rest, Glad. I'm getting more upset, like, because I'm just remembering all the days that you
remembering
every single time.
You guys are so triggered.
Oh, look at the gaslighting that's happening based on your small intellectual pea-sized brain.
See?
Gosh,
that hurts.
Well, I am triggered and I'm pulling it. Who cares?
That's fine.
You're too stupid to be hurt.
I couldn't be stupider. What'd you say? It's ignorance, or what was it? Go ahead.
You can
Get
be,
it out.
but you of course can be stupider.
Anybody can act stupid. You bet. So anyway, that's so funny, guys. You're still talking about it.
Yeah, because I think it's a reasonable conversation to be had. Whenever
It is.
something is brought up
I
and somebody
agree.
reviles it and rails against it every single time, it's a rule you didn't make up, but it certainly is a rule you try to stick to, even though you don't stick to other ones. It's crazy.
I don't talk about God here. Do I?
Huh? No.
Well, you technically are right now. Like right
That's
now,
the only
you
thing
are.
I come against too.
No, technically, right now you are.
What?
Yeah. You speak against mods. That's a little.
You're talking about theology and theism.
I could, we're human beings, but if you guys want to pull rank, go right ahead.
Well, I mean, either you're gonna. This is the This is exactly. You missed the whole point of the conversation, which is like, whose authority are you gonna follow?
No
like,
one.
see this thing about picking and choosing.
Exactly.
No, you
Exactly.
say
No
no
one's.
one's what, but the atheists, not you, but I'm thinking of an atheist in my mind, somebody like Jim Panda or somebody that thinks that they actually think for themselves, but they go and get a monkeypox fucking vaccination.
I don't know if I do or not. That's the deal. I'm not going to make a single claim, so that's why I just think it's pointless. But that's me.
Yeah, but you interrupted a conversation about power and authority, and you only interjected when the title God came up. You don't understand how.
I apologize, but it was right in the middle of a lot of people saying God over and over and over. That's when I popped in.
Oh my God! Who's
how?
It's not that I'm triggered. Like, do I sound like?
Because the word God came up over and over. I actually missed the entire point. Right?
Elijah,
Who is triggered?
I need to address something here. Glad the reason why Nobi is actually physically exerting authority over you right now is because we want to have this conversation with you. But if you keep on hand waving it as something nothing, or keep on saying things like, "Oh, you guys are triggered," blah blah blah, we won't have the conversation with you, and we will exert authority. But the fact is we want to have this conversation with you because it's one worth having because we like you. If we didn't, it wouldn't be worth having.
I love you guys. It's all good.
Okay.
But how do you talk about? How do you talk about? Like, obvious, the Earth is flat, fam. That's not like a big deal. Like the problem is people's psychology is fucked up. So if you can't epistemologically dig in, and guess where the origin comes from? These God-hating people just so happen to give us our whole worldview. So when we're trying to save and speak to people, how the hell do you do that with not talking about the history?
I don't know.
Please.
I don't know.
And then don't interject when you disagree. It's not necessary unless
I
you have
disagree
some.
with him, but he hadn't brought up that point.
Listen really quick. Unless you have something substantial to add to the conversation, which at that point you weren't. You were detracting from the overall arching part of the conversation of what government is at this point to us, and where their authority derives from and where ours derives from, which was the whole conversation. And we were simply talking about the origins of that authority. If you don't have anything to add, then you're really detracting only because you dislike the topic of the conversation, which says more about you than it does us.
It's
We
because I
know
think
the
you're
rules.
better than having to have that conversation. You're better than that. So
No,
that's why
don't tell me to rise to my own occasion. You're not my
But
parent.
that was a reasonable, like, what he said.
Better than what though?
I just
Like,
think you're better than having to
better
lower
than
yourself
that.
to an
Like
authority.
we're more moral than that. I mean, what do you mean?
So I know it's not popular, and listen, I apologize for my attitude. I'm sorry. I think you guys are better than that. That's why I usually interject.
What does better than that mean?
Yeah, so we're having
Can I say something?
in sociopolitics.
I'll go away. Go ahead, guys. I'll just listen.
No, we're not asking you to go away.
I know.
Like I said, we're not censoring you. We're not pushing authority over you. Don't run away because the conversation is unpalatable. Have the conversation. You always do, whether we like it or not. So now we're going to have the conversation.
Okay.
If he doesn't want to have the debate, he doesn't want to have the debate. But stay, leave. I don't know.
I don't know where we go from there because I'm pretty stuck.
I mean, it's really funny because
Can I say something?
I'm pretty stuck
Yes.
so far, so I don't know.
Glad,
hang on. Sasha wants to say something.
Oh, okay.
Glad, I'm totally on your side when you say something like that. Let's not invoke God or something. But really, this is my personal opinion. I was enjoying this conversation in the same way because of rules. I had that in the past, and I was fighting with some people, even people here, very, very bad because of this. But it was not only God; it was washing things. It was drugs. It was whatever. It was so many other things that people were speaking here, and we didn't stop that, And that was even not even connected in any case with the flat earth. But these things, I don't prefer that we speak about God, but these things, even whatever we do, there is what I realized on the end. Even I was in the time I thought that I'm atheist and I was not believing God and anything. But with this, with this flat earth and things what came, I find out that there is must be creator. That means I'm still saying we don't need to speak about it, but I enjoy. And point was not to God. Point was authorities and how authorities. I don't know how to say how authorities influence on our lives.
Yeah,
And
they
I
got
was
their
listening.
tentacles and everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I would offer an olive
but
branch.
if you listen,
Oh, I
for
thought you were done.
example, I can tell you that I was listening, like, for example, the person who was speaking how he's washing the dishes or how he's doing that or who used drugs, this ones and that drugs and what the fucking that has with the flat earth. And when I started to say, oh, look, and this is not I started to fight with that people. That about rules. I think we will never ever in this server because we are not in some kind of we will change the rule. We will stop if somebody come in or something. I know
Well,
that maybe it's not good for a live stream or something, but nobody did it something like if somebody started to say to put like a Christianity it's important or something, I will step on and say stop it because I have something to say against that. But I don't know.
no, I
But I'm
got
on
you.
your side. Yeah,
Let me respond real quick. I'd rather somebody talk about God than dealing drugs, and all that prostitution, all that nonsense, other nonsense, right? Because at least with religion and God, there's some kind of good to be had and all that. But anyway, yeah. So I don't. And then listen, I do apologize. I've had a long fucking day, so I'm not gonna. That's no excuse. But I apologize for my attitude. And if I could just contribute one thing to the authority thing, it kind of plays into what I was saying earlier about I feel that you guys are better than having to submit to any authority, any kind of authority. That's what I mean. It's to me, and I'm not trying to be insulting. I know that's exactly how it sounds. But I just feel that you're being held back by thinking that, you're less than what you are.
And I think you're being held back by thinking you are more than what you are.
I don't think that. I've done so much myself that I couldn't have done without.
I agree.
myself.
You probably have. I've done more than I thought I ever could. Sure. But I don't think that we're all there is.
Okay. Oh, I agree with that too, for sure.
Okay.
For sure. No, we're not all that is.
I may
And hey, listen, if we were all that it is, if we were all that everything is, I'd be highly disappointed in that. Anyway,
so
I
with
do
that
love you
being
guys.
said,
So I'm going to listen.
With that being said, if you say that it's in essence worthless, vain to submit to someone else's authority rather than not submitting to anyone's authority, when you say that, by implication, you're saying that we should just do what we please. We should submit to our own authority. Everyone's just their own authority. No one has authority over another. Only a person has authority over themselves. So when you and your authority conflict with someone else's authority, you say proposition A or course of action A, and the other person says, no, proposition B, course of action B. You clash. How do you resolve the disagreement? How do you resolve conflict?
I know how. I know the answer. I know the. Hold on, let me answer because my phone's going to die. I'm bigger, therefore I win. There you go. That's the answer.
Here's how I would reconcile it. I would say, well, wait. There's a good way of being and there's a bad way of being. We don't need a God to tell us that. Can't you just be a good person without all the God stuff?
How do you discern what is good and what is
And
evil?
you live life with consequences to your actions and you learn from them.
But that's a value judgment. But that's a value judgment when you learn actions. So how did you make that value judgment?
I don't want to be in pain anymore, so I'll stop breaking my own arms.
Therefore, you ought not break your arms.
Right, I'm not going to break mine or other people's arms once I know how bad it hurts, right? And that has nothing to do with God.
But just because something is the case doesn't mean it ought to be the case. If I murdered your wife, would that then mean I'm obligated to murder your wife?
Wait, I don't understand.
Just because the fact is that you're in pain, you say, therefore, I ought not break my arm. So if I do kill your wife, does that then mean I ought to kill your wife?
Okay, how about this? If I do something against somebody and it also hurts me and I feel bad for the other person, that's morals and ethics being developed without having been told what morals and ethics are or should be.
Hold on a second. All I heard there, I want to be clear. All I heard there was selfishness.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Sounds like, and that's why I shouldn't have this conversation. I'm not going to budge on that. And you guys
Well,
are
you
going
can be bigoted all you want to. That's not a justification.
to glance at this, guys. So, anyway.
I mean, again, you can be bigoted all you want to, but that's not a justification. So again, this is the basic is-ought fallacy, which is what atheists have yet to come to grips with ever since the days of David Hume.
Or you didn't
That was
lie
more
back
than
then, so then we're back to that. So, anyway. So
that was more than 300
this
years ago.
conversation I do, but it's just going to get me worked up. So I should bow out. Thank you.
Okay.
He didn't even mean David the king. He was talking about another David. Why can't you just that's how we know you're the one that has a block. For no justifiable reason. Because you're reacting, not listening.
That's fine, but it works better to elucidate the principles and logic than just focus on the person being whatever it is.
Yeah,
that you think that
I
they
agree.
are.
I mean, because you can drag a horse to water, beat it into submission, and drown it, but unless it wants
Can't make
to,
it drink water.
not going to drink. Yeah.
So
Okay.
with what was said at the end.
Okay, let's move. How we can have gas pressure without container? Can we have gas pressure without?
Yes, Sasha.
No, really. Because I will.
Well, it's a long story. We'll have to waffle about isolated pure space time.
Listen, let's not talk about things that are harder and more complex. Let's just ask rhetorical questions as if we should have entertained them 5 years ago when we really shouldn't have.
Look, I have a point in this question. Can we have gas pressure without container?
No.
Who made the container?
Creation. I knew the answer was creation when you asked me.
Not the creator.
I don't know if his mic is. I don't know if his mic is working that well, but Larry was trying to say something about 4 or 5 times during that. So,
fuck that guy. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
You're a kid.
Can I be heard okay?
Yeah,
there you are. There you are, Larry.
All right, for now. So I'll park. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to offer him like an olive branch and just kind of explain the rule, the way that it's meant to be administered. I think is, let's say there were people in here having a discussion and someone came in disrupting, being extremely argumentative and bigoted and wouldn't really, stop arguing about doctrine. Then at that point, maybe a mod would step in and say,
Yeah,
hey guys, if you're going to argue, go get a room, right?
Larry, I've been over the conversation with Glatt at least 10 times. Whenever I'm here, if the word God comes up, he comes out of nowhere. I don't even see him pop in, and I'm watching the screen, and all of a sudden, can we talk about something else? When he wasn't
Yes.
talking at all. I've discussed that with him ad infinitum.
Ad
And I
infinitum.
think you've been here for that. I think you've been here for that, Larry.
Now that you mention it, I think I have, but I was just trying to go over it so we were all clear, so maybe this wouldn't happen again. But
Yeah,
now that you
it's
mention
one
it,
person, but yeah.
I mean,
It's not like,
we don't need to go over the ABCs. Like, we know how to have a decent conversation. I don't play that. We are grown adults. We know how to have a conversation. He refused to do so.
Goodness. For goodness sakes. There's no reason to talk about him anymore.
no.
We have Gijou. We see verified. Maybe he has something to say.
We didn't know. We didn't go on, for 10 minutes to talk about the fact that, an atheistic blurt that is just disrupting the dialogue is not helpful. Not just.
You need a postcard?
Maybe a stamp.
Guys, I want to ask about the moderator who used to be here. You remember Lemon?
Who?
The guy who
Lemon
talked
doesn't
about...
exist. That's a Mandela effect, dude.
Yeah, there's no lemon bird.
No, actually, does he still come?
All the time, bro. He was here today.
Yeah, it was just here earlier.
Yeah, it was.
He was in Earth Awakenings also.
Okay, he's back to his old YouTube name that he used like 4 years ago. So,
which is?
I forget what it is now.
I mean, he changes it rather frequently. It's either Fifthicist or Metalark.
Metalark, yeah.
Metalark, yeah. Metalark. Yeah. That's the one he's been using for like the last 6 years. So
yeah, I see.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to
I don't remember
apologize.
what it was.
I'm just trying to make a correlation. The interrupting part is the problem. But yeah, moving on. Metalark, yeah, he's always bouncing around from chat room to chat room. Just
He's what I
looking
like
at
to
other
call,
servers.
Metalark is what I like to call in the ether. Oh, got him. Got him.
That's like a triple entendre right there.
That's like a quintuple entendre. Get it? Quintuple, quintessence, ether? Okay, never mind.
Gregory, that was way too above anybody's pay grade.
Little bit, damn near in the exosphere.
Sphere. Define sphere.
Is the exosphere above the thermosphere?
It is.
So it doesn't exist.
You know?
Dude, where's a worthless iPhone charger cord when you need one?
Check up your bum. You're usually sitting on it.
In the rubbish.
I'm starting to sound like Richard here.
Because it's all frayed up. Holy crap, it's hot today.
That sphere thing is not above, it's around.
It's around what?
Oh, that other layer.
The exosphere?
Yeah, if you call like that, it's not above, it's around.
It's around?
Technically, yes.
It's around all of us.
I mean, they refuse to concede that obvious, very elementary critique, but it's true. There is no up and down in your paradigm. Your paradigm reduces up and down to absurdity.
And you need to
I'm sorry.
consider
Relativism.
You need to consider that all the layers are moving 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but everything is constantly flying around in a void. There is no external reference frame in which everything is contained. It's just in a void. There is no up, there is no down. Like, stop.
But Sasha, Velcro.
Thank you.
You know, but Velcro. Okay.
But
Can you
Velcro.
I'll appreciate it. Strap up with your Velcro, and there is no pitch down, flying in a void.
Get your space age Velcro on.
You know, in this godless, hopeless void. What a glorious gospel.
you know that claim the vacuum it's next to us.
Yeah.
That's for me ridiculous to say.
It's not a vacuum, mind you, Sasha. Right? It's not a vacuum.
No,
Near
no,
perfect vacuum.
next to us. It's not next to us. We are into that.
Right, we're in
We're
it.
inside it,
Supposedly,
yeah.
we're in a vacuum that's not a vacuum. I went back and forth with Doofus about this. I'm not going to concede to this double speaking BS. No, either it's a vacuum or it's not a vacuum. It's not a matter of a gradient. It's not a matter of a spectrum. Either it is or isn't. It's a dichotomy.
Yeah, I understand you, but in a sense, when somebody say we are the vacuum, the next one.
Is still out?
Did you say in is still out?
Oh, that was Elijah Hot My King. Somebody was speaking to him.
That was funny. In is out, out is in.
1984. Good is evil, evil is good.
Light is dark, dark is light. Bitter is sweet, sweet is bitter. Talk about a dialectical tension in your worldview. Just antithetical things are one another.
Because
I'm supposed to accept that. I'm supposed to accept that. Just take it for granted.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at the earth beneath your feet, or earth beneath your feet, it's
the fleet.
Obviously, the fleet. It's obviously a globe because it's so flat.
You know,
it looks
curved.
so
curved
fake,
is level.
That's how you know it's real.
Horizontal is straight, and straight is horizontal. Oh, curved. I messed that up.
It's all relative, and it's to get you into the mindset that your relativeness, your moral compass is relative unto you. Do what thou wilt. That's all.
Everything is
that's what it's about.
You know, everything is relative. Everything is relative to what exactly?
Right.
I mean, hello. Related to what?
To you. Only
to me.
Yeah. It's all subjective.
You know,
but when you break it down, it's all.
I thought it was the tail end of a long, multi-billion year process of progressivist, gradualist evolution from goo to the zoo to you.
No. You know more than everybody who came before you, so it's all relative to you.
I'm omniscient? I did not know I was omniscient. That was great news. I did not know I was omniscient.
All of your forefathers, up to 100 years ago, were cavemen.
It's just stupendous.
Allegedly.
You know, allegedly.
That's the hubris that always kills me, is thinking that the people, the generations before you were just so stupid. How could they have known any better?
Just don't know nothing. Don't know they ass from a hole in the ground.
And what these people nowadays aren't seeing is that your generations have weakened over time. And the sins of the Father have fallen upon you. You are most likely less than they were.
Devolution.
It's funny. Evolution isn't necessarily an improvement. It's simply change over time, by definition.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, your worldview is based on a cumulative knowledge base, right? All the knowledge of man through time until now doesn't mean you know it, and I don't mean you specifically. Being objective.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you know it. You're just part of something in that lineage, which I agree with. But most likely, most of us are lesser than the people who came before us.
I mean, like that's not controversial. Like we don't know everything. Like we don't know everything. Like there's some people before us that knew more than we know now.
Oh yeah,
Any given person, like that's not controversial. Like hello,
that's gracious to admit. It's humble.
Do your research.
You can just look at a building built 200 years ago and know that you are lesser.
Like there's this building, like you just said, like here's this humongous piece of architecture right here. I don't know how to build that, but they did, and long before I was even a thought in my parents' mind. Like stop it, stop it, get some help.
Thank you, Michael.
I pity the fool.
No, you're Mr. T. You got
The thing that gets me is the relative morals. Like, I just made up my own morals, and they just happen to be like Pol Pots, like 3 generations of imbeciles is enough. Let's mow them down. See you wearing glasses over there? You look
struggle
smart.
session time.
I mean that's self-contradictory on its face. Like the nature of morals is objective and transcendent. That's why it's called a moral. That's what it is.
Agreed.
More relative. Technically, grammatically speaking, yes, that's true. The morals are relative to the transcendent, eternal, supreme being who's the ultimate arbiter of all knowledge, including moral knowledge. Yeah, it is relative to that. It's not just relative to everything else. And there's no transcendent standard with which we look up to refer to.
It's like the laws of nature, not scientific proofs, but the laws of nature, like entropy. And we're in the state of entropy. We're all getting older. We're all going to die. But in our generations, we're in a state of entropy. Our morals, our thoughts are in a state of entropy. So everything naturally goes through ebbs and flows where intelligence will concentrate and then turn into diffuse knowledge. Your biology, everything. It's a law of nature. It's simple, it's obvious, and it's apparent.
But laws aren't universal, said Bacon, the Discord user. Did you know?
Bacon's delicious, but I didn't hear what he said.
I'm surprised you didn't get the news by now. Laws are not universal.
What does that mean, universal? Because everything I see is the universe. What does that mean, universal?
Absolute. It applies to all things at all times.
I agree. There are supernatural things that I cannot explain.
You're talking about the necessary antecedent of gas pressure being a container. That's true, except when it comes to the Earth. Oh, yeah.
So he thinks that gas pressure is a miracle.
Godless miracle. A miracle without the miracle worker. If I told you I saw orchestral performance without the orchestra, would you believe me?
The Big Bang.
If I told everyone's heard this before, if I told you that a dictionary came about in the explosion of a printing press, would you believe me?
Nobody would believe that. And if they did, they're obviously called the scientists by modern.
But it's a proven fact that monkeys can eventually type a dictionary.
No, it's not. A tornado doesn't go through a junkyard and build a B-52. Monkeys don't type a dictionary.
Given enough time.
Nope.
Given enough time.
Nope.
No.
Nope. No. That is not true. That is 100% not true. It takes conscious will to build something. It takes no intellect or spirit
now,
to
Dave,
destroy.
you know that if I kiss the frog will become a princess given enough time.
Wait, are you trying to tell me monkeys can't type Hamlet?
Actually, enough time, I agree with you on that one. Because I want to see you try.
Just spare me a couple billion years and we'll be fine. It won't be so long.
Yeah. In eventuality.
Real quick.
The Masons will claim that the 7 Hermetic principles are the natural laws, according to them.
Mm-hmm.
If you throw a chalk on the chalkboard, could it eventually break it up and spell God?
Have you ever spoken to your dog?
Yes.
And has it ever replied back to you in a language you understood?
In dog talk, yes.
No.
No,
In
in a
your
language.
tongue. In your tongue. Has it ever spoken back to you?
No.
It has had generation upon generation upon generation to figure it out. And that dog is so fucking stupid it can't talk to you. What's wrong with it? Doesn't it know about...
I mean, how much time do you need, dog?
Yeah, seriously, get with it. It's been with us since the caves.
But
How come dogs don't know about? How come dogs don't know about this? How come dogs don't know about evolution? Why hasn't anybody told them?
All that damn barking talk. I don't understand that.
Can you imagine if our dogs called it out like a Call of Duty partner? Like he's behind the dumpster.
Look, dogs are in charge because they make you pick up their shit and they make you feed them.
That's right.
I like this topic too. I love this topic. Favorite way to demonstrate that the evolution thing is nonsense for me, for like talking to a normie, if they get this, it's like, okay, you see a clock, go get a clock, like a desk clock, take it apart, take it in tiny little pieces, all little pieces, right? And then put those pieces into a briefcase, shut the briefcase, and just shake that motherfucker around. How long do you think it's going to till it builds itself into a fully functioning clock? How much shaking does it take? How much chaos?
Better yet, give it to a 3-year-old. See what happens.
I know, dude. It's like, okay, well, give it enough time, it'll be a fucking Ferrari, but just wait. Like, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem real.
I mean, here's my question about the apes. You know, at some distant point in the past, in prehistory, before the past, before history, before the past, language was beginning, verbal language was beginning to develop. Okay. And so supposedly, bit by bit, one component after another, a language is being built. Now, my question is, what language did they use to build the language?
Maybe she was born with it.
Yeah, we had
Maybe
language
it's
from the very
Maybelline.
beginning. Yeah.
Right. And so secondly, first off, what language did they use to make the language? And secondly, how did they check that the language they're building is actually effective, intelligible? That's what I like to know.
I mean, and that's the whole thing. As far as personhood is concerned, you did not create the language. Do you own your own thoughts? Because all of your thoughts are thought in a language that is not your own.
Right. Did you make thought? Did you make thinking? Did you make the language with which you think your thoughts in, English?
Yeah, there's some metaphysical interface going on there for sure.
So, thank y'all. Y'all bless you.
What were you saying, Greg? I'm sorry. Cut
I
you off.
was just saying goodbye. Y'all bless y'all and have mercy on you.
God bless you as well, brother.
Amen. Go in peace.
That's right.
And serve the Lord.
Godric?
Yes.
What did you say? I left before I could hear you.
I said, amen. Go in peace and serve the Lord.
God bless you too.
Hey, Bob.
Is that bong sound?
Bong? No. I don't
So,
think that's
so you're trying to tell me that monkeys can't type Hamlet after an eon? Isn't this the whole globe argument?
You're still going. Obviously not.
Godric, stop strawman. It's a relative of the monkey can't do it. We're related to monkeys. That's so different.
I love the Hurricane Bay 52 argument. It's so funny. Every time I hear it, it makes me laugh.
I only want to thank Big Bang because it brought air and water on our planet. And
thanks, Big Bang.
I want to thank gravity for bringing all the gas together in a vacuum. That would have been really tough without gravity.
I mean, it does it with M&Ms in space, so it has to do it here on Earth.
Oh, my friends, why you got to neglect stickiness factor? How come stickiness factor always gets overlooked? It's like he never gets the homage that he's due. Without stickiness factor, that gravity wouldn't have brought all those things together, my friend. It's a team.
Yeah. Somebody should have told Cavendish that. Have you checked your balls for stickiness, Cavendish?
Yeah. Oh, we could totally model gravitational accretion in free space with gaseous clouds. Here we go. Look, there. Oh, rats. It don't work.
It dissipated. It went into all directions, unbound. How crazy. Who would have thought that would have happened? It filled the container. Nobody would have considered that factor. That it would continue doing what it naturally does.
It's like Condoleezza Rice after 2019 or 2011. Sorry, 2001.
So rumor has it that after they failed in the initial instance, they went over to Bob's office. No relation to anybody we know. And they went in there and like, dude, how are we going to fix this? And he's kind of a slob, right? And his whole computer and keyboard is like covered in sugar and glaze. And they're like, aha, stickiness. That's what we'll do.
That's like trying to use the meniscus of water as proof of curvature of water.
And most of that water, it's salty. That's also interesting.
Mm.
Can you imagine all that salt was in the Big Bang prepared to be in that water, mixed together, and then for rivers that did not kill.
How about
I
all
just
that
thought of
salt on
something.
that food?
If the Cavendish does work on Earth with the torsion bar, wouldn't the Cavendish work in ISS without a torsion bar? I'd like to see that.
I mean, it has to. That's the whole point of them letting out the M&Ms and then them all joining together magically, and then they get to pull a stuffed animal out of thin air.
So
Well,
we
my
like
friend,
really Skittles. They all stick together.
Why is a torsion bar used?
Well, to suspend the balls.
Yeah, that's what they like you to believe.
They want you to ignore the spun wire it's hung from, but yeah, it's to suspend the balls.
So if you have a spun wire and you apply weight to it, what happens to it?
It'll unwind. And it'll also, strangely enough, while it's unwinding, create a certain amount of electrostatics. I don't know why.
And a mechanical force as well.
Yeah. Well, if anything unwinds, it's going to try to resume its form it was originally in, right?
Right. So if it was attached, right, let's say to a ball, wouldn't that impart some kind of motion onto the ball?
Yeah, you might even see an oscillation, for God's sakes, which I guess you would call a null result.
Doesn't sound very legit to me.
Sounds like bullshit. It sounds almost like if you set up a Cavendish experiment under a bunk bed and you disregard its surroundings, you're probably doing it wrong. When you get your oscillation, you have a null result.
Yeah, but doesn't that just go to show that it can't, like, the argument goes like this. You can't show two balls attracting to each other, right?
Right.
And so what they offer you is two balls that are oscillating next to each other and try to say, oh, yeah, this is two balls, totally just one ball going right to the other one.
If you have M&Ms floating in space and they coagulate because due to gravity, why didn't they attach to your face that's right by them, which has more mass? Cavendish.
Everything should be sticking to it to the astronauts in the ISS, technically.
Yeah. Thank you. Your observation is absolutely correct. If they're absolutely stupid ideas.
Yeah, wouldn't the water fall to them because they're mostly water?
Yes. Well, no, just due to their density and their mass. I'm using my quotes. Their mass.
Yeah, the water would like fall right on their face. Because they're mass.
Yep. Or even its surroundings. I mean, the ISS is made out of stuff. That stuff weighs more than the other stuff. Stupid. Stupid people.
Gravity only attracts things to the center, right? So if it doesn't have like a perfect center, it can't work, right?
The
It doesn't know which way to go, bro. It's like, okay, that wall the center? Is the ceiling the center? I don't freaking know.
That would mean that all of its surroundings were of equal mass or density. And that simply isn't the case. There's more dense areas and less dense areas. So it would naturally go to the more dense areas. Most likely the astronaut standing right by the situation.
I got an idea for a new role. I want to make a role called refraction earther, because if they don't have a curve and all they got is refraction, their geometric horizon is gone, so we can't call them a globe earther anymore, right? So wouldn't they be
I think we already
refraction
have that
earthers because
role.
that's their claim?
I think we have that role. It's called broken earther.
But the thing is you can't have an argument if you're automatically devaluing the person's position. You have to give it as much credence to argue against it as possible. You have to give it a generous look in order to make your argument make any sense. Or else you're just saying it is what it is and it's obvious, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless it's
take it
logically
seriously.
incoherent on its face, then you can dismiss it outright.
So, like you said, you want to take the argument serious and even stillman it if you can.
Steelman, use their arguments. Only use their arguments to prove your point.
Is it any modern astrophysics or whatever let's call science, who is claiming the Einsteinian gravity but invoking Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, they do it all the time. They say one.
No, I'm not
And
saying
this is
about the mainstream narrative, not the person who is coming here.
right. No, the mainstream narrative says that one argument strengthens the other, that it is a deeper explanation rather than a cursory explanation. Yes, mass attracts other mass, but only due to a warp in space-time. So that's Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity at the same part, or on equal footing almost. One superseding the other, but not unsupplanting the other. You see what I'm saying?
Well, they need both because when you
Yeah,
take the space bed sheet, right, and you arrange it, you still need Newtonian gravity to make the balls go towards the center of the space-time bed sheet.
right. Exactly.
Right.
Thank you. Or space-time trampoline, whichever one you prefer.
Can somebody tell this guy who won the Guinness record at 275 miles that he didn't reach the real mountain?
Yeah, somebody needs to tell him that the mountain came to him, that he didn't go to the mountain.
Can somebody tell him that that it's some kind of phenomenon is happening and
Yeah, it's a
he didn't deserve
gravity well mirage.
practically we need to take him off that record. He doesn't deserve that record.
He didn't earn it.
Yeah.
Outright because he used a gravity well mirage. He used the same mirage that the same way you can see a star through the moon. That's the same mirage he used.
And plus, today the worst thing: do not be photographer, especially in long distance, because you will never reach the points what you want to make photo. Always
Well, even
think
if you do, it's fake, obviously.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, you cannot get your object, whatever you want to make photo. Yeah.
I've been using sarcasm for the last hour, and I'm going to stop.
I will never stop.
And I apologize for all the sarcasms that I've used. Miguel Sosa. Why is your name Spanish, but you sound Russian?
He's Portuguese.
Is that a good enough reason? You tell me, Sasha.
Hi there. I was
Hi.
watching what you said. I was watching a football game.
You mean soccer, but that's okay. I said, why is your name Spanish, but you sound Russian? And then Sasha said it's because you're Portuguese. I asked him if that was a good enough reason.
Yeah, I'm Portuguese.
Dude. You could have been watching NFL, you freaking racist.
I'm not being racist. I'm being a generalist. He didn't correct me.
No, it's soccer.
Yeah.
But, you know, we call it football because we play it with the foot.
Then why are you using your head? When you play headball, do you call it soccer?
No.
No. Okay.
They, you know, in the old days, they divide the rules, you know, of football. So in the UK, So they made the two ways to play it.
Right, but you agree that the English got a lot of things wrong, right?
I don't know.
I realized I am living in England for 8 years.
So you agree that the English got a lot of things wrong, right?
Oh my God.
Okay, so we can agree now that it is soccer.
No. Because that is coming also from other countries. In Croatia, it's also football.
Right, because the English told them so.
Because you're wrong.
Thank you, Bong. Because they're wrong.
Because you're from America.
No. It's not because I'm from America. It's because America is everything.
Because Americans drive on the right side of the road, right?
The
Oh,
correct,
that is-
yes. You mean the correct side of the road, but I'll agree with you.
Yeah, but do you know what is interesting about driving in England on the left side?
What?
It's not only that they have the rule of the right side, not of the left side.
So they just did
Well,
it to be
because they're like,
obstinate. They have the right of way in England, but they're like, oh, we'll drive on the left side just to be obstinate.
Yeah, if
Because
you come on the
Americans created the modern day road, and they're like, oh,
driving.
we'll fix this.
Because Americans created cars, right?
No, the Germans created a car.
I knew it. Yeah. So wrong. We drive on the wrong side of the road.
I'm glad you agree with me. I love it when people agree with me. Hey, Bong, how have you been?
Good. Thanks. How are you guys? Good to be back, guys. Awesome.
I am
How are
well.
you? How are you doing?
How is the penal colony of Australia?
It's cold at the moment. Very cold. Oh.
Oh, I'm sweating.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, it's very cold, and yeah, I haven't been out much. Just
Do you thank
slowly.
God every day that you're not that you're not in a concentration camp? I mean a quarantine camp.
Yeah, man, I can't even go home. I can't even go home. Like, come and visit us. It's like, no, I'm gonna get stuck there. You guys gonna force me to get, and then I'm gonna be stuck there. It's like,
Then I have to pay like $2,500 to $5,000 to quarantine.
I mean, like, what? Yeah, why take the risk? We're still flat, of course. That's
I mean, you could swim there if it's so
that's
flat.
common sense.
They won't even catch you if you do it right.
Oh, trimarans. Okay, yeah, 28-footers.
Why not just use a catamaran like a real person?
Because trimarans are fast, like real fast. You get out.
Catamarans are
In the
fast.
storms. Yeah, but you can't get
Trimarans
away from storms.
waste space.
No, they're smaller and you can outrun storms.
Trimarans waste space. Catamarans are where it's at, bud. Trust me.
I believe you. Cool. Yeah, Australia's still here. I mean, I don't know. Things have kind of gotten neutral, I guess, for now. I mean,
For
on
now,
and on,
until the
Yeah, it's like on.
the more dangerous variant comes for you guys. The more dangerous variant being authoritarianism.
Everyone stopped at 2 down here. People were saying, "Yo, I'm not getting the other 2." I was like, "Oh, you already." I was like, I don't know, man. It might be. You might have to get the other 2 because it's like, you have to get all of them, or else you're just gonna be like,
I've got colon cancer and testicular cancer, but I'm not getting breast cancer. They can't make me do it.
like people staring at their phones. Kids staring at their phones are
causing them to be cross-eyed. I guess it's like, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with people.
Are you sure it's not inbreeding from the last 2 years of quarantine?
Oh, I'm talking about everyone. Mostly, yeah, all kinds of people.
Why you sound so distant, Bone? Get a little closer.
Because of my mic,
You on your phone?
yeah, I think I have pushed. Let me get off push to talk. Hello? Is that
Hello?
better?
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, and my headphones died. Shit, ran out of battery.
Damn, everybody's leaving. People
Yeah, I
leave. They
came.
don't even say goodbye anymore.
Yeah, I came to listen to you guys talk. I mean, what the hell?
Bob Nodal came in, didn't even say anything. I said hi to Bob, but he didn't say hi back.
Is that Globebusters?
Yeah,
Oh, really?
I think so.
He's probably looking for somebody, like about something. Like,
He's waiting for fucking Witsit to show up.
hi, what's up?
Where's Austin? Quick, I need him.
What are they doing?
Oh no, I'm saying
Oh yeah.
that's what Bob was thinking. As soon as you started talking, he bounced out. So I think he doesn't like you.
Yeah, I know, right? A lot of people don't like me.
Who?
People here, family members, like some people at work and people I see on the street that wear
Where do you
masks.
work? Where do you work now, Bob?
I don't work. I stopped working like a year ago. I'm weed now. Pretty good. Holy crap.
What are you talking about? I thought you were doing that before.
Pardon? Pardon?
Huh?
No. I stopped working because of,
I thought you were slanging before.
Well, now I'm growing. I've got some new stuff, seeds
New
and
genetics.
yeah. Oh man, I've got enough to last till next season. It's like, whoa, cool. Yeah, so
You won't once you sell it.
oh no, I mean it's not yet. And I mean I have to cure it and do all that stuff. It's been
I love when you harvest and you always think it's like 10 pounds more than it is.
no. After it's like
Every single time you're always 10 pounds over or 10 pounds under what you thought it would be.
Yes, always. But if you do really good quality, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, it does.
It does, but just grow. So I grow a lot, and now I had 2 months.
Quality does not beat weight, bro. Ever.
Right. But yeah, so I just grew a lot and had too much, and doing music and doing other stuff. Yeah, doing other stuff. But yeah, just being a hermit at the moment and listening to you guys every now and then. So I thought it was time to jump back in, take a break.
Why'd you leave? Why'd you leave? Did you get into a fight with somebody? Did you get banned?
No. I had nothing to do with this personal stuff. At
Life
home
happened.
Yeah, exactly what I was gonna say. Life happened, and had to go do life things and come back. It's like fucking life. Hold up, be back. And now I'm back.
Congratulations. I'm glad you finally made it.
Thank you. Me too. Yeah, got some music though. I got a lot of music. Like a lot of music. Good music. Like
You got rid of that drill shit, didn't you?
no. Actually, it's actually good drill music.
You went harder into the drill?
It's hard. It's like drill, right? Like Afro drill, R&B drill.
Dude, if you're not
What?
producing like Death Grips level shit, then I'm not interested.
Oh yeah, it's like Pop Smoke level shit, but it's for artists.
Do you know Death Grips?
No, I sure
I'm gonna
don't.
send you a song.
I'll write it down. Death Grips, yeah.
No, I'm gonna send it to you. You don't have to write it down, bud.
Cool, thanks. All right, I can use that as a reference track. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, freaking leveled up my mixing game a little bit, but I mean a lot, but still got a long way to go. How's our music game here on the nice catamaran. Oh, yeah.
Catamarans are where it's at.
Yeah. The cruising ones. Yeah.
There you go. It's in Livestream voice text for you.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Pie Nasty.
It's Death Grips. It's just a remix.
Oh, yeah. It's around here. I got that visualizer too, right?
Sorry, what'd you say? I was rocking out to that.
Why? Do you listen to this?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, you're a troll.
Oh my god, I love that.
Like,
I love
why
that,
do you
dude.
listen to this music? I would ask you those questions. Like, if we're listening to this in the car, I'd pause. Like, quick question, bro. Like, why do you listen to this?
And you'd see my head like banging the whole fucking time and be like, "Shut up, you're ruining my vibe, bro."
Oh my god, yeah, I had so many friends in the Navy like that. I was like, fucking white people, man. Shit. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, fuck you. A black person made this. Fuck you, man.
Look, I get it, right? Like, but damn, man, like, oh man, we ain't like that. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not really. It's like some Skrillex level loudness, dude. Like, damn.
Listen, if you're not thinking that, hard pass for me.
If it's not over 120 decibel SPL sound pressure level, I don't. If it doesn't blow,
Listen, if my windows aren't fucking waving, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm sick of all the distorted sounding 808s. When people like
why
banging their head to it, like it's distorted, dude. Like, why are you doing that? Because it sounds cool.
Yeah, it does sound cool.
It sounds like a box. It sounds like somebody playing it in the box, like a little box, like a little cardboard box, and like blow.
That's not what this sounds like.
Yeah.
That's not what this sounds like.
No, I mean that's the kind of distortion, like the loudness levels that people have pushed. The loudness wars.
Yeah, I'm not talking about fucking trunk rattling. I'm saying like I need my stuff hard and aggressive.
Yeah. Hey man, I didn't want to change the subject. I was kind of like, but yeah. Waiting for music. I don't know. What's it still doing it? I think I was thinking of sending him some beats and maybe Elijah. And I don't know. Whoever wants to fuck with it.
Send them all
Oh,
beats. See what happened.
yes.
It's not like they
Because
don't know who you are.
check it out. Because I'm using the AI to generate beats, right? And I found this AI program that does it very well. I mean, there's a couple of them, but the one that I'm using is called Song Gen. Yeah. It's for Apple. It's only available on a Mac. Song Gen, like SONG. And if you can figure it out, then you can make some pretty cool like beats, starter beats to like a whole song and everything. Anyways, AI, yeah, AI. That's what I've been freaking playing with lately. With the art too. Generating art, not NFT though. Like about.
You gotta mint
Yeah.
that
Anyway,
shit.
yeah, yeah, nah, I think NFTs. I think the whole crypto thing is starting to clear up. You know what I mean? Clean up, like.
Don't worry. There'll be another fad, another scam. It always happens. It always will.
No, I think it's going to come down. It's going to go forward. Like the government is going to take control of it. They even got the money set up too. Crypto. This is how it's supposed to be. I mean, this is. It's like, of course, it's the government is going. But yeah, the AI dude can generate realistic stuff that can fool anybody. Like you got the deep fake stuff, right? That's widely available, but then there's all this new, Dolly 2, and then there's these then there's Google's AI. It's like here we are trying to convince people that things are what they seem, and then here's the the illusionist, doing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can see when something's generated from AI. You can hear when something's generated from AI. It might not be bad, but you can see it. You can tell.
It's not perfect, right? But
No.
in the next iteration, oh man, it just gets so much better, right? It's like all the things that are happening in the AI community world is, it's magic, man. Look, this is what's happening. You're sitting there and you're giving text prompts, right? You're describing to this magician what you want to see. What do you want to see? And you describe it, and it conjures it up out of all the data that the models that basically all the skill and art and work of people in the past is all combined. And as the infrastructure to build faster, more powerful algorithms and AI systems get the data. I mean, it's magic, man. I'm trying to say. Sorry, go ahead. Shit, I gotta have another cone. Magic, dude.
It's not though, is it?
It's kind of is. Think about it. You're like conjuring things using. Okay, you know what I mean. Yes, I get it. Yes, it is, but it isn't. Oh, like scary story time. Ooh, the AI aliens are coming together. Sorry. Oh. If only the Earth was a ball, right? Then we could have that scary story, but it's not. So I'm just gonna. What happened to everyone?
What do you mean?
It got quiet. Where's the flat Earth conversation that was happening? I was like freaking laughing.
It died.
Don't fear the silence.
Yeah,
No, no, it's,
you have to embrace being uncomfortable, bro.
I am not uncomfortable.
When you look in a mirror or hear yourself or hear your voice recorded and you feel that uncomfortableness,
Cringiness, yeah.
learn to love that. Learn to love that.
It's like as soon as it's like a man looking into the mirror. As soon as he leaves, he forgets what he looks like, right? It's like, who's that? Is that what I sound like? Hey, that's what I thought too. Oh, I thought I was the only one. Oh, me too, man. I hate the way you sound. Oh, me too, man. I hate the way.
Yeah, as soon as you hear that and you hate your mannerisms, learn to love that shit because the things you pick out that you dislike in other people are the things you see in yourself that you don't like. So once you learn to enjoy yourself as you are, you'll be more trusting and forgiving for people of their idiosyncrasies.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Learning to be comfortable with nobody saying anything in a room full of people is being comfortable with yourself. Knowing that you don't have to fill the void with bullshit. Whatever comes up next will be more interesting than whatever you could have said to fill that dead air.
Mm.
Prove me wrong. No, nobody will ever say anything again. Just because I called you uninteresting.
because because the next thing that has to come up has to be awesome, right? And better
Yeah.
than what I have to bring up. So I'm not going to bother bringing it up.
Did you see I sent you another song?
Oh, it's not. Okay.
I want you to listen to more than 5 seconds of it, just because it's stupid. I know it's stupid. Play it anyways.
Okay. I'm a shiny bitch. I got lots of shiny.
Play more than 5
That's all I
seconds of it, Bong.
can do.
Bong, play more than 5 seconds of it. Trust me.
I did. I played like 10 seconds or something. I
No.
heard.
Play at least through to its crescendo.
I was going to say yesterday. Hey, my missus was talking about our niece, and she's like, "Oh yeah, she likes the song. It goes shark doo 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 doo."
Doop 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 baby shark doop doop doop
I,
doop.
yeah, and I was like, "No, oh my gosh, stop! No, why is she watching that? No, it's American. Why is she even watching that? No, she really likes it. Shark go doo doo," and then everybody starts saying doo doo doo, and I'm like, I'm gonna go outside. So yeah, I'll have a listen to.
No. Do it now. I want your honest opinion. I made this song.
You made this song.
No, I didn't, but I want you to listen to it.
Oh, I heard her say I'm a shiny bitch,
No.
and then I was like,
No. Listen to the song, Bong. You're not listening to the song.
why are we doing this? Okay, listen.
Thank you.
What's the point?
Keep on listening.
What do you? Well, I can give you my opinion now.
Nope. Not until you listen to at least a minute and a half of it, for God's sake.
I did. I listened to half of the song. I got to verse 2, and then I paused it. And so, is that enough? Well, what's up? What was what
Nope,
else?
that's not enough. You're
You
almost
said,
there. You're almost to
that's
the
a
good
what?
part.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'm thinking like, where does he get his music and why?
You'll see. The Tootsie Roll. Get to the center, fool.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. Hey, dude. Hey, do you bump this? Do you bump this in your car or something?
Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna download it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Finally gets it. He finally gets it.
Shanava Beach. Okay. Shiny Beach. I'm just up anyways. Because
It's
I
funny,
need
right?
reason. Yeah, it's
It's
funny.
fun.
It's
Okay,
fucking
thank you.
troll funny. It's the kind of
Yeah.
shit that I fucking do in public to troll the fucking shit out of public assholes. People.
Can you believe that's coming out of her though? Like that voice?
Yeah, but I'm like, damn, she's Asian.
It's funny,
Oh,
dude.
she's
It's
Asian.
hilarious.
Asian going in like that. Oh, okay. I thought it's not K-pop, but it's not K-pop though, right? Right. Okay. Nah, I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was metal. That's why when the thing came on, I was like, oh, that's why I don't know why you just tell me it's metal. Why I gotta suffer through all this shiny bitch glitter on my shit lyrics.
It's worth it. The payoff is worth it.
I know, right? Start bobbing your head like, oh, fuck you, motherfucker.
Told you.
Good times.
Why don't people just listen to me?
Cause, man, it always comes off as some kind of prank. You know what I mean? It's like, man, what's this, man? I don't want to be watching no gay stuff, man.
It's not gay.
Man, the last time someone did that to me in the Navy, right? This freaking lady or thing popped on. Ah! I almost had a heart attack. I was like, oh, shit. Those scare.
Yeah, jump scare stuff. I don't do that kind of stuff. I'm not
Why not?
weird.
Yeah. I was traumatized, man. So whenever people show me things on the computer, it's like, that trauma kind of passes by real quick. Like, remember the time? Like, shit, what am I going to see? The internet. I was just saying to my son yesterday, the internet, it's like a playground for evil spirits. Evil spirits,
Yeah.
what I mean? Like the information network.
No, I don't
Highway.
disagree. I don't disagree. But I mean, everything is.
Yeah. But it's a more like you're connected to it more, it's a stronger, it's instant connection to that world using these phones. You know what I mean? It's like we're communing with that world. That's what I think is going on with
Yeah, but
the
you have
whole.
to have a stronger constitution than that. You've got to go out there and connect with real people, even where you got to be where they are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
And
But
just because there's evil there doesn't mean you don't tread.
Right. But I'm talking about shit like lies, like things that they teach you in school, and it's like it's instant now. It's instant. It's no longer you got to get up and go to a building, where they say here's COVID, you know what I mean, and all these other great reasons to stay home and consume more information from this thing. You know what I mean? Like learning on the internet has become like more efficient than learning in a classroom. You know what I mean? Like it's
Hasn't
crazy.
it always?
Yeah. But as more information is made available, more people sharing their knowledge, sharing all the details of their journeys, through acquiring a skill or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, like you remember how you used to travel just to cover a distance in order to communicate, or send
Yeah.
something, and now that distance, I forget, I read it somewhere, it said that instant communication removes the journey and connects us instantly. So even though you're over there and I'm over here, if I do something stupid here and it pops up on social media or everywhere, you know about it. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, unlike before technology, like nobody cared what some guy did over there because he's over there, out of sight, out of mind. Totally different planet, may as well be, right?
I'm sorry, I was listening to shiny shit. What were you saying?
Oh, shiny shit. My shit is shiny. Yeah. Oh, you know what? What it reminded me of? One of the lyrics the boys had down here. He said, "You can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter." And I laughed my ass off. And then I heard her saying that even her shit is shiny like glitter. And I was like, what's
Got
up
him.
with people and poop and making them shiny? Anyways, sorry for killing our chat, man.
You really did. We got way less people in here since you started talking.
Why?
I don't know. They all dipped.
Was it something I said?
I think it's the way you smell.
Just had a shower. Maybe
You
it's
might
the
need
shampoo.
another one.
Oh, well. Oh, well. Damn it. Like, well, I guess saying hi, I'm back is over. Now I can just mute and listen to everybody talk, right? That's cool, right?
Yeah, but now nobody's going to talk.
That's okay. No globies like coming over? Like, what's up with that?
We haven't seen those kind of around here in these parts in a long time.
Really?
Yeah. Just Matthew.
So what? No big sun, no big climax. Yeah, the Earth is flat. Let's just. Oh well, I guess it's flat. Let's just go back to work or something.
I mean, what else you got to do?
Grow weed.
I mean, if you do anything long enough and you make money out of doing it, you find yourself a job.
Isn't a job something people hate to do for money?
No. What? No, that's just what your parents told you, so you go to get out of the house.
Yeah, so now that the Earth is flat, we can all fight the pharmaceutical industry. Like, which one are we gonna do first? Like, how do we? Now what? It's always been the question, right? Like,
Now that the job is done, what do we do?
right. So do we how do we divvy this up, right? Like, so I got Australia by default because I'm here, right? You guys, how does this work?
I mean, if you think you got Australia, you got another thing coming.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when it gets here. Yeah.
There's no bridge to Australia.
I know they think. Yeah, but now what? You know, like, what's the next big thing? I'm saying, like, okay, pandemic happened, it's dying down. What's next? You know, like
You're
Elon
just
Musk
waiting
is
for
at,
you're waiting for the next crisis.
yes, opportunity is what they call it, right?
Yeah, never let an opportunity go to waste. That's what they say.
Yes. Yeah.
Watching movie industry, I think zombies is next.
Thank you, Sasha. See, now we got some reasonable conversation in here. The zombies are next, obviously.
Oh man, I've been waiting for that. So that's not finished. Hey, I thought that was finished. You know, we're actually gonna get some real zombies this time, right?
Yeah, they kind of missed their window. Back when like The Walking Dead was on,
Yeah.
when it first started airing, that's when they should have done it. Like that was peak zombie time.
But you start bonking your place first. When you start to see people biting each other, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, during the height of the zombie programming, I was always afraid that I was killing them in video games. I was watching movies and TV shows, and everything said, "Hey, you got to kill these people." And then I saw somebody with leukemia. I was like, "Is that a zombie?" And I realized I was programmed to hate my own people.
Oh man.
Zombies are just an allegory between the rich and the poor, right? Like if everything went down, everything crashed, the rich people would have everything and the poor people would want it. And the rich people, of course, think they're super intelligent. So, you know, the zombies want their brains.
Get away from me, you filthy zombie!
Brain.
I want brains. It's called an education, right?
Go to school, stupid zombies.
Yeah. I totally sound crazy to my son now. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, you didn't teach him about zombies?
God damn internet. I was like,
What's it gonna?
I can protect you from everything else, you know. I can't protect you from certain things, like the hell the internet is, you know, what's on there. Like, goddamn. You know, like
We missed vampires. They never
No,
show up.
no,
Blade.
no. Vampires are in your life right now. They'll come over to your house, be like, "Hey, man, what are you doing?" And you tell them, and it's something important you're working on, and then they'll be like, "Want to go out? Want to hang out?" And then they'll ask you to pay for everything. They ask you out, but they forgot their wallet. Vampires.
You want to do something tonight? But bloodsuckers.
It's fine, man. Just don't let them in.
Well, I like the idea of alien AI, or vice versa, AI alien, you know, something like that, or AI demon alien, something like that. Yeah, like the mixture of the
Tell
three.
us,
You know, like
you're describing all of those things are the same thing.
right. I think it's going to be presented more, you know, like what we thought were demons and ghosts in the past are actually these things, you know, and all that. And the globe world, you know, with the aliens and other worlds and explanations for supernatural, you know, stuff that's about to happen. Or I don't know, that does happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really anticipating some real, you know, supernatural stuff.
I
Yeah.
think that we are still good because dolphins are not angry.
Because what are not angry?
Dolphins, because they are
Oh,
more
dolphins.
intelligent. They're more intelligent than people. If they became angry, we are fucked up, man.
Yeah,
They will
if
take
some
over the
dolphin
world.
comes up to you and starts telling you, "Hey, we're not really happy with you right now, a little disappointed," yeah, you might want to change your ways.
When the dolphins start complaining, that's when you know you have a problem.
A dolphin comes up to you with a bob haircut, and the dolphin's name is Karen, wanting to talk to your manager.
Yeah. To your supervisor. So do you guys have a I don't know, a pod leader or something like that? Oh, we call them supervisors, managers. Yeah, let me speak to your pod leader thingamajig. Yeah. Right? Is that what they're called? Pods, right? Pods.
I mean, I'm sure that's not what they call them. So all of the movies with aliens and the aliens come down, and the aliens are like, "Hey, can I speak to your manager? I mean, take me to your leader." Aliens are just Karens.
Right. Right. So I think this is how you humans do things here, right? What do you negotiations, right? This is what I think that's why aliens are. I was like, how do aliens like think to come and negotiate? Why don't they just come and take stuff, and do whatever they want? Like, why do they have to sneak around and get the approval of worms and ants, to do things? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. But apparently, they need our permission to do things. Weird.
Kind of like vampires.
Yeah, kind of like those things. In the past, like we're not really allowed. I can't come over, but if you build this
Maybe,
thing, and get some people.
maybe, well, maybe because aliens have the same problem as humans.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe
How to
maybe they
how to how to break the container.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. If aliens come, they were always here, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Demons.
what about yes? And yet we were not. Oh, I mean, are we even here? Right? I mean, we're here, but we think we're somewhere else. We think we're on a ball in some
We don't.
vacuum. You know.
Hey,
I mean,
you're in reality. You're in reality world now.
right,
Read
right,
the banner
right,
of the channel you're in, bud.
I don't know,
right.
man. I think that I'm connected with some virus, and this all everything what is happening is in my mind. This what I'm speaking with you. That's what I'm walking, taking, swimming outside on holiday. Everything. Matrix. We
Yeah.
are only connected. Yeah, we don't speak now. We think that we speak now.
So you're saying simulation.
But I cannot believe in that. Not even. They
I
even
don't believe in simulation.
in simulation, it's also good. They created salty water in simulation. Oh, that's great.
Huh. They really got detailed with their simulation.
And entropy. They make entropy also in simulation.
Yeah.
Some natural law in simulation. That's great. And feelings,
Feelings.
Conscious.
That was the hard one. They had a lot of bugs on that one.
Yeah, but
You know,
science and physics isn't it only based on like matter type of physical things? Like they don't really. So it's still it's based on the belief that things are physical and material, and not in the belief that there are things we can't
you
see,
know
like
what?
our spirit,
You know,
our soul.
in every movie there is artificial intelligence. Do you know what was problem for any of that intelligence? They cannot cry.
Because they don't have the ability. They don't have. A dog can cry.
Yeah.
Even a dog can cry. A cat. Animals can. 'Cause they have the. Yeah, they're yeah. But mixing like animals also like kind of is it changes that animal. It's a thing that shouldn't exist, and who knows the way it's gonna behave or what kind of character, like the nature of it, the nature of AI. You know what I mean? What is that? Is that a thing?
No.
AI doesn't occur in nature. Bong. What the heck?
Hey,
Where
hey.
where have you been?
You know,
Australia.
here.
That's right. I thought Australia didn't exist. That's against the
Oh,
TOS. Oh shit.
well, it
How
does now
dare
because I'm back.
how dare you speak to a moderator that way? Who do I think
Wait,
I am?
who's the moderator?
Bong.
Bong's not a
I'm
moderator.
not. I'm not. Wow.
He doesn't even have an avatar.
The hell
I
he
don't even
isn't.
have an avatar. Oh, am I? Cool, thanks. Gods
Bong,
of our server. Hey.
no, nobody would make Bong a moderator again. That would never happen.
I
We've
know.
learned a
What
lesson.
happened?
He was a trendsetter.
Oh, he
What
still is a
happened?
moderator. I gotta take that away from him.
Okay.
You can put it
Yes.
on avatar. It's allowed.
Yeah.
There, I'll give him silver flat earther. There, done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
He's
Promoted.
allowed he's allowed
I
to be
didn't
here.
want to. I just want to
Look,
VC verify so I can chill and hang out with you guys.
he's allowed to be here and be a moderator at the same time. Wow. Just kidding.
Wow.
What does
Thanks,
that
man.
mean? Shots fired. What does that mean,
I'm
Sonny?
just joking with him, man. Shots fired, friendly shots fired. Just hey, saying hi. Shots across the bow, like
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Music, art, AI, research, jobs, personal stuff, and yeah, I got some cool stuff.
That's cool.
I'll send you some stuff, dude. Yeah, yeah, it'll be cool. I'll talk. Yeah, I'll send you some stuff. Don't worry.
Nice.
This will be awesome. Been thinking about it, like I send these to these over here, and these over there. Just mixing them up real quick, so you can jam to. You know what I mean? Like these really cool skeleton beats.
Oh yeah.
I use AI to generate the music.
What?
Yeah, man.
How do you do
It's
that?
cool.
Well, that's probably another discussion for another VC, but
All right.
That's
I'll
cheating,
do that.
man. That's cheating.
Look, it's a tool, right? So it's like I know, right? Like I try not to tell producers and other people, music people, that I just let wait for their they love it. Wow, man, how'd you make this beat? It's so awesome. I think it's just rhythm is so wow, it's so ear candy. Earworm. Like they're like it's just a drum, it's just a kick, a bass, hi hat, snare, chords, and a lead part. Just 6 parts. And it does the whole arrangement. There's the whole pattern, where you can like regenerate each pattern. You get like by genre. It's called Songgen, Songen. It's only available on Mac though at the moment. And then there's another one called Magenta Studio by Google. That one's pretty good. Appleton. Yeah. But yeah, AI, and then I would use the AI generator to generate art for it.
Wow.
And it does a pretty good job too. And I'm like, oh snap, boom, put it up. Yeah, cheating. Yeah, you know what I was taught in the Navy. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Start playing some of that right now. It's Saturday night. Get this party started. What the heck?
I'll send you something. Yeah, I was just saying hi to everyone. Back. Cool beans.
On.
Hey, Hank, Larry. I was trying to at you, man. I was like, who is he now, Larry?
What's up? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, good to hear you and be back. I'm so high right now. Sheesh.
That's where you're supposed to be, buddy.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I think it's
Beautiful
time
day.
to.
Beautiful day today in my area. Like, I don't know. Just saying.
Beautiful cold day here in Australia.
Oh, that seems
It's cold.
strange. I guess you do have
Yeah.
winter right now, though.
Did you ever
Yes.
people hear that people claiming that Black Swan is GGI? But because I heard that, and
That's
my
Anyone
hilarious.
that
question
says
was,
that,
how,
I
how,
guess that means they're giving up on refraction.
no, but listen, this, can you tell me now what is GGI?
Maybe
well,
they're looking
exactly.
at
Anyone that
It's
a couple.
computer.
Yeah, but a couple of those have a real saturated, oversaturated blue. Maybe they're looking at those pictures.
Yeah, but that's
if
from
you're saying
video.
that,
Maybe they're
yeah,
talking about the words that are photoshopped in there.
it's
You know, the
Yeah,
by Paul. Maybe that's what they mean.
The
it's a red
one that
herring.
the one that I took a screenshot of with the timestamp from the original video, and I darkened it. I contrasted it. That's all I did. I just darkened it.
yeah, because they need to
That's a
contain
dark one. That's not
GGV.
CGI. I just darkened it to see exactly where that horizon is, and you know what? It works really well. I'll
No,
post it
not,
now.
not that I didn't I need to put that GGI is computer generated image, but this is from video. That means that cannot be GGI. It could be GGV.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and why it's a good tool is it's actually got the timestamp and everything. So
Right, and the black swan is pretty much anything you
yeah,
see across, that's too far
and
for you to see on a ball, that is a certain size. That's the black swan. It's like everything. Like when you were driving on a mountain and you look down at a city, you're probably looking at a black swan and not even know it or something. Or when you're driving, along a beach, wherever, as long as it's not dipping past, the 1 point. Yeah, it's not. So the black swan is not an image. It's a measurement. It's an observation outside
Oh,
with your
I
eyes.
thought it's a bird.
Right. That's what I was saying. I think that's a red herring. It's like one of these. It's one of these mind games that these freaking that guys play to get you talking about something that's totally irrelevant and stupid and would never come up in a real debate. You know what I mean? Like
I don't
saying,
see black swan here. Do you see black swan on oil lyrics? There is no any black swan there.
saying it's CGI is saying you don't understand the black swan and you're so naive and don't get it and you're thinking these ridiculous ideas about light bending around force fields generated by worlds that are so massive and all that crazy stuff. It's like what? Like that's how the you know what I mean? Like it's not an image. It's an actual thing you see outside when you go in the real world. Like to say that is saying to say could it be CGI is like it's like a freaking 8-year-old's question. It's like what? Like no, son, it's not CGI.
I was today on the beach with my video camera.
Yeah, it's a bit triggering that question. When I hear it, it's like, oh, why even the question gets answered.
Yeah, that's the one, Sonny. I could see somebody honestly thinking that might be CGI, but as soon as the video is produced, then what are you going to say after that?
Green screen.
I mean, just
And if they, you know what, if they weren't on such a level of retardedness already, then I would worry about it. But but since
Exactly.
they are already just like in this category of nonsense that they just start mumbling stuff or chanting. We hear that in here quite often. Globe chanting, not
Not
allowed.
you, of course, Matthew, but everybody else.
Just about. Yeah,
Oh,
just about everybody else but Matthew. That's true.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, don't chant.
What?
Bong, I sent you another song.
Yeah, I just saw it. Let me check it out.
Now, please.
I'll roll nuts. Star Wars Youth
Now,
Biology.
please.
I am checking it out now.
Now what? Now what?
It's, music.
I'm trying to awaken something inside Bong.
It's trying to awaken the demons to the front of it.
Listen to more than
Be
5 seconds of it. Trust me, there's a payoff.
be careful when you say that. What do you mean be careful? Careful like skating on thin ice or careful like you're close to the edge of a cliff?
Oh my gosh. Freaking dubstep, man. Oh.
Wait for the middle, bud.
Oh, am I supposed to keep watching? I just closed it, man.
Anybody out there? Just not if you can hear me. Matthew Learns, can you hear me?
Oh
Not
yes,
twice.
I can hear you.
Okay,
So, Matthew?
try one
I
more
don't think
time,
he
Matthew,
nodded.
please.
I don't think he nodded.
Anybody really? Y'all hear me?
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
what is wrong with us? Why we have this kind of logic
Which logic?
that what we can see and how we see we perceive like that?
Because it works for us in most facets of life.
And what is wrong with that?
It's
One more time. I'm going to annoyingly ask.
huh?
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good, great. I can hear you. You hear me. Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, now
Sorry.
we can hear you.
You were just saying something. I wanted to answer it, but I forgot what it was already.
The logic?
Yeah, but where I am wrong when I think that the level is flat?
Apparently,
Because
it doesn't mean that. Apparently.
it's relative.
Yeah.
Smooth curve, right, Matthew? Smooth curve.
Where I'm wrong when I
Yeah, it
think
depends on the context. We use a different definition. You're right.
where
No,
I'm
you
no,
fudged
I
the
want to
bucket on that
realize
one, didn't you, Matthew? You totally fudged the bucket with that smooth
I
curve.
don't
It's not
know.
Matthew, you know that's
curve
a
or it's not
Marxist
there.
tactic to change the definition of words, right, Matthew?
It is a Marxist tactic, yeah. Marxists do that sometimes. So do cults like Mormons, I would say.
Mormons, yeah, drag them into the mud. Do you like
It's
Marxists,
all their fault.
Matthew?
No, I don't like Marxists at all.
Huh. That's funny.
But that
Karl
doesn't
Marx.
just That doesn't justify. Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. It was the Karl Marx, or
Karl Marx, yeah.
I was learning in the school. I had a class Marxism.
What is Marxism again? Sorry for my forgetfulness.
Communism, bud.
Yeah,
No, no, it's good.
he didn't
It's
come up
good.
with it. He was just the public face of Marxism.
It's kind of what you're living under right now, Bong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. That's why he didn't recognize it.
False sense of freedom, right? Like
Hmm. Well, all of us, even over
You're
here,
free to do as they tell you.
you're free to
right.
do as you go back to sleep, America.
Free to obey.
Matthew, did you say you worked at a college?
I work at a university. Yeah, I'm on staff in the Office of Digital Learning, but then I also sometimes teach math and computer science part-time in business.
Mm-hmm. So you work at a university. Would you consider your university a Marxist establishment?
No, I would not.
What percentage do you think identify themselves as socialists in the staff of that university?
I would say, like, I'm not aware of anybody, so maybe 0%. I suppose I haven't asked everybody, but
Really?
let me say less than 5%. Let me say that.
Really?
Right.
Matthew.
I think that you are making some assumptions.
Just a
That would be
bald-faced lie.
That would be astonishing if it were
Yeah.
true.
I wish it were true.
What do you think the number of Marxists at like UC Berkeley would be? It'd be pretty high.
Oh
right?
gosh, I don't know. 98,
80?
Yeah,
80 minimum.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
80%. Okay.
They have websites like this that can tell you about each individual college and professor.
Yeah, but I would say at my university, it's way lower.
Most universities have at least 50% of people who buy into or subscribe to the socialist, if not communist, belief system.
That's probably accurate.
Yeah, those are.
So everybody, go Google it. How Marxist is my school? Go put in your name of your school.
But you think your school is only 5%, and it's a university, huh?
I would say less than 5%. Yeah.
If they teach it, if they teach evolution,
is a little bit different. So if you go and ask people at UC Berkeley, how many of you think that there was a intelligent designer who made the universe? There would be a very low number. But at my university, it's 100%.
Is it a really conservative school?
Is it a Christian university?
It's a Christian university.
Christian university. Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
So that's why the low number of Marxists and the high
Okay,
number
now
of
I wasn't believing you before.
That is
now I actually believe you.
Okay,
but
Matthew, kind of heavy given the history of all of this. I'm kind of depressed. For
now,
you,
Matthew, you're saying Christian, not Catholic, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, what difference does it make? What difference does it make?
On the amount of communists, it would make a huge amount of difference.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I wasn't even. I was talking about the whole globe problem and all.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about communists in universities in general.
Well, this may be a good delineation. If they teach evolution, then I would say they're Marxists.
I think they have to teach evolution. I think they are. Hang on, I'm not done. I think they have to teach evolution as part of their curriculum if they're to enjoy any federal funding whatsoever.
You're thinking of publicly funded schools, and that might be true, but we don't accept federal grants in the same way because of that.
Oh, okay. Well, then I stand corrected. Most universities who are even independent accept public funds. So, like even Duke, Yale, Harvard, they get public funds, federal grants, stuff like that.
We're Christians. We're a Christian university, but we only accept funds from Marxists. I'm only kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Cash only, please. Thank you.
Now, Matthew, at
We
what
have to admit,
level? Hang on. At what level of evidence do we need to show you in order for you to at least concede on some things?
I know that answer.
No,
Yeah, so I would say that if there's something that's more than 50% likely to be true, that's enough for me to say that it's true.
Well, well, that's crazy because when you're determining the quality of something, like, there is no maths of probability involved. It either is or it isn't. It exists or it doesn't.
Fundamentally, it's either it is or isn't. But I'm saying I was describing my sureness about something. If I'm like
No, I don't think that's. This is what I don't like, Matthew. Any questions that weren't asked.
Yeah, you weren't really.
Who asked you that?
I did.
Yeah, yes.
No, I mean,
what level of surety would I have to have before I believe something? Basically,
like what level of evidence? What would rise to the occasion?
Yeah, that's
Make you
not
concede on a
what
point.
you said, Matthew. That's what he said is not what you answered for.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was trying to answer what he was saying.
Please try again.
What level of evidence?
Yeah.
It would.
Remember when asked, do you have a dogmatic belief or is your belief falsifiable? And you said sure, and then we said, well, give us an example. Well, it's basically the same question.
Yeah, so broadly, these are questions of epistemology, like what is it that counts as belief and evidence, and how do people change their minds? How do we know things, stuff like that. And I'm not an expert in that kind of philosophy, but broadly, I guess I would say it would have to be enough evidence to convince me. That's not a very good answer, but that's the truth.
But you're doing it again. Either like we're talking about your set of beliefs already, or your set of knowledge already.
Right.
Okay. What portion of it is actually falsifiable?
I would think 100% of it, because if it has to do with the physical world, I would say all of that is at least theoretically falsifiable. Yeah.
Give us an example. Give us an example. Then we can shut the server down properly.
I guess if you could like see 1,000 miles farther than you should be able to, that would be pretty strong evidence.
Matthew, you said that. You said, Matthew, you said 2,000 before, and then someone said, "Oh, luckily here's a 2,000 and something odd view," and you said, "Yeah, you're probably right. I wouldn't accept that as evidence." So why do you not remember that conversation?
I do not remember that conversation as well as you do, apparently.
Did you say?
Do you remember it now? Yo, you be quiet.
I do remember
Sorry.
it now.
Okay, so please try again. Or have you changed your position?
No, I make it up on the spot. You're asking me these theoretical questions. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing.
It's not a theoretical question. I'm asking you what portion of what you think you know is testable,
100%,
and unfalsifiable. So give me an example. And you're giving an example in which now coming to this conclusion, if you're telling the truth and you don't have a dogmatic view, then more than 1,000 miles on a globe should do it. But because we've already had this conversation, I already know, and maybe you remember now that I'm, rehashing it,
that 2,000 and change miles was presented to you, and that's when you then said, yeah, you're probably right. I wouldn't accept that as evidence.
I would look
So
at
that
it and
goes back to
I
give
would
us an
judge it as
example of. So give us an example of something that is
a strong enough telescope to bring back the sun at midnight south of the Arctic Circle.
How is that falsifiable? That's an impossible feat. That's not falsifiable.
Yeah, so I'm saying my belief in the globe says that you can't see the sun at midnight, and it's falsifiable if you can show me the sun at midnight.
That's not truly falsifiable. That's not testable.
Okay. How about this? My globe belief says that the moon will not change by more than 50% throughout 24 hours in apparent size.
What in the Sam Hill does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Look, you can't just ignore how observations work on a plane and say I should be able to see beyond this. We're talking about how far off you are the plane. You can't just pretend like you don't know how planes work and how observations work on it.
Yeah, he was asking what would falsify my beliefs, and I'm sort of listing.
Yeah, and your answer
speculation.
is assuming you don't know how planes work, like how things work on a flat surface and how your visuals work, how the horizon works, right? You saying that is you saying that you should see past the plane beneath your feet that stops your view. You seeing that farther, and then if you go up, you'll see more, right? So your answer is assuming you don't know these things. Like, you know what I mean? You're a teacher.
No,
man.
I see what you're saying. I should word it differently. I get what you're saying. I should.
Right, but
if you're asking for a falsifiable belief, I should say it in terms of my own belief, not sort of like.
But that's not. It's like Elijah said. That's not falsifiable. Like it's not. It doesn't even make sense what you're saying. Like it's like you're ignorant of plain, geometry. And
Okay. What if I said something like this? I believe that the sun is invisible at midnight at my latitudes. That's a falsifiable belief.
I think just proving the globe, because it's not a big globe.
Well, I don't know. AI Deuce Vault. Am I making any sense? Could you help me progress this line of reasoning I'm going down?
Yeah. Curvature. That's what will falsify.
I have a quick question for Matthew. It's not a long one at all. It's one couple.
Well, if we could not move on, because we were moderators talking about how we ask specific questions, and then we kind of just let them forget the conversation and kind of have it over and over and over instead of continuing. Like you guys wanting to talk about other stuff is kind of allowing that to happen. I was just wondering if AI or Deuce Vault was there.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't hear them respond. So sorry about that.
And if I knew it was Glatt Flow talking, I wouldn't have even said anything.
No, man.
Go ahead.
I can admit it. What was I going to say?
And I didn't want to, because of earlier. I wouldn't have did that on you. Because
I love it. It's fine. Be who you are, man. I sure hope you try to, because I don't I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I get attitudey, right? Anyway, what was I going to say? So I appreciate that, Elijah. Matthew, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, super duper. Hey, so we're never going to get anywhere with you. So my question is, who was it that kind of gave you the protocol and briefed you and taught you how to come in here and waste our time? What was it, like a company or an agency or some friends? Like who was it that like briefed you on what to do in here?
I just hung out here and sort of got to know what you guys think.
So can you be honest once again? Because one person doesn't get to this position on their own. I'm sorry, it just doesn't happen, and I'll buy it. So once again, I'll just ask one more time. You probably won't. You'll probably lie again. Who did you get with before you came to us and started talking about this topic? And who do you potentially get with in order to sharpen your whatever sword is here?
I've watched some of McToon's videos. I think
No,
he's pretty
I'm
sharp.
talking direct contacts. You don't talk to. You're just going to lie and say that you don't talk to anybody else really in private about this.
Wait, you're asking a question and then you're not accepting an answer?
Well, I'm not going to accept your answer if it's anything but, well, it was this company or agency or group of people.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No, there was no company or agency. It was just individuals here.
There wasn't even a group of people giving you notes on here's how to fuck with them.
No, you're thinking there's some company that does this. How would they make money?
No, I'm just trying to figure out your scheme, and I kind of wanted to know who sent you here. That's all. But anyway, whatever. So
The answer is no one sent me here.
Yeah, sure it is. Okay, well, thank you. Carry on. That's all I wanted to know.
I want to answer that question. What would be the proof that the Earth is flat? That means that president of NASA tomorrow, or whoever that it is, will come, and then will be press conference, and he will say these words: "People, I'm sorry to give you this news, but we realized that Earth is flat, and we were wrong." And that's it. And
yeah, even if the director of NASA, along with President Trump and President Biden himself and Billy Graham, if all 5 of them, 6 of them, got up and said the Earth is flat, I still wouldn't believe them.
You still, let's say all science now, all these astrophysics who are claiming that it's globe, tomorrow will say on news, we were wrong, it is flat. All these things what we happened, we didn't make good calculation, but now we know it's flat.
Yeah, that would be pretty puzzling to me. However, I do have practice in disagreeing with most of what science says, because they say, oh, the universe evolved naturalistically, and so I'm 100% fine with disagreeing with almost all of mainstream science.
Science doesn't say, like science is not a thing that says anything.
You know what I mean?
Like, I know what you mean. A bunch of people, a bunch of guys lying, and
Okay, but
conspiring.
but why do you take the frame of reference of heliocentrism when mathematically geocentrism is the same, if not more simplistic, and in line with the cosmology?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Generally, it's because the frame of reference doesn't matter, but the calculations are, slightly more simple if you assume the center of mass is the frame of reference. So the center of mass of the solar system is.
For what purposes? Mathematical.
Yeah, mathematical purposes.
Like to do what?
To describe the orbit of the Earth around the sun. It's simpler to say,
yeah, but that's kind of think about it. Like, what good does that knowledge do for us? Because if you're gonna form your worldview around math that furthers your worldview, don't you see that as a problem? Like, if I ask you, well, what's the justification for picking one reference over another? Well, this reference tells me how orbits work around this, and this, which is another presupposition. So it's like, why would you do that?
So you're right. Both reference frames, you could come up with reasons, but I think the sun.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. That's not what
you know what? I'm sorry. I have to answer this phone call. I'm sorry.
All right, understand.
Like, did you Elijah ask him how we can use that in real life?
Well, no, that's the point, because when I asked him how, like when I said, why would you choose one frame over another, geocentrism versus heliocentrism, he said, well, when it comes to telling us orbits of other things, it's like, okay, but what practical reason on Earth, though?
Yeah, like
obviously not, because the orbits just further the belief off of the initial. Like the question is, why do you choose one over the other? Why? Okay, if I were to ask you, well, why would you choose Barney dinosaur over this real bearded lizard dragon thing here? And he's like, well, because as far as Barney goes, actually, when you do these mathematical equations, it makes more sense with Barney. What does that have to do with reality, though? Why would you choose that, especially when your cosmology in the good book goes against it?
Like, for example, if you are using sea level for measuring mantis, how you will use now sea curve for measuring?
Well, probably Arthur C. Clarke would know how to answer that question, or what's his name, the guy that made the that movie Space Odyssey. Yeah, they would probably have the right answer. You know, like why go with this, you know, with Barney and not that way. Well, yeah, it's more. You know, you have more room to create more, you know, stories. I guess, you know, like explore more worlds, you know, and stuff like right because. Right. You know,
So, Matthew, you ever show us something we could falsify with the global model?
No, he struggled really bad, really bad. Zetetic astronomy. In zetetic astronomy, you know, sailors just observe how things are moving in the sky, right? Like, why can't you just reverse engineer that? That works. That works. Like, why are you struggling, like recreating these models? That, you know, like,
it's really hard to understand somebody that uses like these fallacious ideas, for instance, with navigation, that we actually practically use the navigation in the sextant on a horizontal plane, but they continue to go to some place with that process that is out of sequence with the way that it is actually accomplished and has been for nearly 6 centuries. So it's really hard to deal with somebody who you can't reason with them on a level of, look, this is how it is actually done and actually accomplished with success and accuracy. You're saying it's done a different way. Could you please show us who, when, where, and how they're doing it the way you're telling me? And I've never gotten anything back from any of them on that question. Well, and that's on various topics too, because they're saying a lot of things. They say that the radius is wrong, that we're using the wrong math. They've never provided the correct math. We're still waiting.
Their math all the time. We are using their math, and they are saying we are using wrong math.
It's Boulder Dash, I tell you.
Non-Euclidean geometrography.
Practically, he said he is dark today. Now it's 4 in the morning in Croatia, and it's, I don't know, sunny. It's a day in your place now. Is it day in USA?
We probably got about 45 minutes of sunlight on the West Coast.
Okay, that means water must curve. If it's here night and there is day, water is curving.
Wait a minute. What was Matthew saying about you can't see the sun at midnight? What I want to know is, how is it possible to see a full moon at midnight?
Well,
because the sun's supposed to be completely behind on the other side of their ball Earth, and you're looking directly straight up at a full moon. It's covered by the Earth. You're standing on the Earth looking up. So how did they just miss all of those things, you know?
Yeah, it's like not knowing how how it works on a plane. Is the word disingenuous? Is that the right word? You know, when you like you
Yeah,
act like you don't know how
yeah,
it works on.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's disingenuous. Yeah, it's like
Like
it's like
you're a math teacher. Um,
that's a
at, you're a
milder
math teacher,
form
and
of
like
lying.
horizontal is like one of the main, like having a horizontal for any angle ever. Well, let me not say that, but definitely having a baseline for any angle ever, or angles being straight lines. Like I don't know how. I mean, I can understand how when you're doing the spherical thing, it's like, okay, yeah, we make considerations like this, and this. But then when you say, but practically though, when you take this measurement, it's an angle measurement, utilizing your horizontalness as a frame of reference for the vertical angle that you'll be obtaining using
Yeah,
this tool. Like
yeah,
it's after that you should go, holy shit, flat earthers. Whoa.
yeah.
Like
Because see, the whole purpose, they miss the purpose, Elijah, and everyone else listening. They miss the purpose that what we're actually doing here is finding our location on the horizontal plane. That is the whole purpose of getting that elevation angle. But they don't get
Elijah,
that.
Elijah, question for you. Ask Matthew next time we have the opportunity, and maybe that goes for
But
anybody. Have you
but
ever hung
but
a TV?
right,
Observe
right.
level by hanging a TV.
Twice now. I mean, I've heard a lot of ridiculous stuff like you don't need a 90 degree. Um, there's has nothing to navigation has nothing to do with right triangles or triangles. Uh, and then twice I heard horizontal doesn't actually exist in real life.
no, that's
So then the plumb bob is. I'm going to keep going to it, but the construction plumb bob, it makes that irrelevant. Not irrelevant. It's
It
important.
doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination.
Nice. Okay, cool. Thanks for that, guys.
but you
Like
do
an
need
orientation doesn't
yeah
exist. You know
you
how
do
we only
need
have a north to establish, like, with the
Everything
east,
else, like
west, and
never eat
south.
shredded wheat. Never eat
Well,
shredded wheat.
we have a horizontal that establishes everything else too.
Wow.
Yeah,
So there's
actually,
no more like if this then that. It has to be if this then, right? Because
no
if
if this then that is it. That's it, and it's this, so it can't be
well,
that.
that's what I'm saying. It has to be literally this every time. You can no more. Sorry, you can no more. You can't extrapolate the answer anymore by like deduction.
it's this or it's not this. So in geometry, when you start out at the very baseline, the first thing you do is draw a horizontal line. Everything starts there when you're
Yeah.
learning geometry. Everything begins there. The baseline in this reality, like,
If
is
ball
a horizontal line
if
because
ball then if ball then curvature, else not a ball, right? Right.
yeah,
If it's flat, then how can it be a
No,
ball? A flat
I said
form.
this a couple of times, but I mean, yeah, well, mm, I don't
Yeah,
need
like
recognition. But I don't know how people feel about it or how it comes across in their mind when I say, um, obviously, like when you're hanging pictures, when you're leveling something, when you're doing pretty much anything, like you need to make sure it's perfectly horizontal. Bubble, laser, whatever, right?
water.
Like, and then I keep saying, you know what's crazy? The only shape that wouldn't have a horizontal is a sphere or something like this, round,
Right.
like because you could lay any other shape horizontally.
I would I wouldn't know how things would roll.
Or things like, because who's this, like, first of all, this idea of a shape, what shape is the earth? Matter of fact, just thinking about it right now, that's the most stupid, most elementary shit I've ever heard. Because like shapes are like when you think of a square or a cube or a triangle or a rectangle, like these are perfect shapes. I'll call them perfect shapes. Versus in reality, you have trees and mountains, and what shapes are those? What shapes are people? What shapes are bugs? What shape is a riverbed? Like what are we talking? Why are arguing
Those
that
are
the
fractals.
earth is a circle shape or a fucking or a sphere shape, like a whole ass shape? Like how would you even begin to know that? If that were, there could be like this misshapen thing with horizontal orientation. We don't know.
We would know that if we had some curvature, if we could, measure, observe anything. If there was curvature, but there isn't. So who sits? I mean, yeah, who comes? That has to do with numbers. You know how the shapes have to do with numbers, right? And then the circle, of course, is this, pi thing going on with it. That's to me, that's some demonic, knowledge that came from some other world. Like, how do you calculate pi? Like, who wrote it on? Like, what does that mean? What is phi? So these shapes and then there are fractals. If you try to measure land, it's like infinite or something like that. So we smooth them out, so we can measure quotation marks. It's these mathematicians, you know what I'm saying? That's why I was just like simulation, my opinion. So tables are round, right? They're curving tables. That's the logic. It would be something that a teacher would bring up in school, a physics teacher would bring up in school. They'll be like, observe this table and how flat it looks, right? Can you believe that it's curving? It would be something, that we marvel and play with and do, you know what I mean? Experiment with. Like, do this. Like, look at how flat it looks, but it's not. You know what I mean? It would be something we would be playing with. Yeah. We look, the level. So it's like, just imagine. You gotta imagine that. So imagine it, or look at it on the TV. Kubrick.
So, Bong, the problem I have with simulation theory is the idea that you could simulate consciousness. I think that consciousness is rooted in the immaterial aspect in your soul, in other words.
Yeah. Yes. But then how can you know that, right? And not even how can you speak about the material when you do not accept the material, right? When you do not even accept the material world or the experience that we are having in the material world, right? So if the material world presents itself to us as the way it does, right? Not this ball that we've been told. Like why do we deny it? Why do we deny our senses? Why do scientists say, "Don't believe your eyes"? You know what I mean? Like, so how can
No, yeah,
you
that's a fair
speak
question.
about right? So if you are, if you are wrong about the material world, like how can you ever be right about the immaterial world?
They're different realms, first of all. So,
well, that's what we think, right? But we are immaterial, right? That is
yes,
in material, right? So it's not. We're connected. Look, we're talking, right? Wirelessly, it's happening through the air and then to the wires. It's immaterial, right? The internet, information, all the things on the internet is immaterial. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and actually, it's interesting you brought up the idea of wirelessly. If your phone or your computer is connected to the internet wirelessly, there's an example where you can't trust your eyes. You can't see those waves.
Well, that's because your belief system, right, is
Right.
saying, in the material world is based on this on theories, okay, that you should be able to see my voice when I speak. You should be able to see all these different frequencies and electromagnetic fields that are happening. You know what I mean? Like, well, maybe you're not supposed to see that. Maybe there are animals that can see that. Maybe
No,
there
I
are
agree with you.
creatures
You can't see
that can,
those.
that can right. But maybe there are creatures that can see those, that can sense these things, that use them to navigate. Maybe like
Yeah, like bees
and
can see
all these
infrared and they see the flowers in
right.
a different way.
And maybe our observation and our experience of the world, right, is how we're supposed to experience it, right? And when we see that something is as it is, then that's what it is, right? And if somebody says, actually, it's not that, it's something else, and we can't find any evidence of it being something else, then it has to be what we see, right? Don't you agree?
Yeah, I do.
Right. And we're looking for evidence of curvature. See, something that's it's presented to us on TV. People even lie about it on TV. They show us these cameras, these fisheye lenses. And how insulting is that to show fisheye lens on TV and expect the people watching to believe that that's the curvature of the Earth? I mean, that's so insulting to anyone watching it. It's triggering. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think about why?
Yeah, I
Why
think that's
is it
just
so
bad
difficult?
reporting. Like whoever said that this is proof of the
And,
curvature is wrong. They just didn't do their
and
homework.
when have they ever done any good reporting on the curvature of the Earth? Did Eratosthenes do that? Did what's his name? The guy that did the radio, that discovered the radio, did he do that? Did NASA do that? Like NASA, they're the ones that are reporting to us that the Earth is a ball. Is that bad reporting? You know what I mean? And then there's all the CGI you see at the space station, the faking of gravity, all the stuff that you see in Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like, what's up with that? So the evidence doesn't exist. I mean, do you agree that we can't physically ourselves find, actually have the evidence for us of that? We need to send some guy off into some mission, some quest, some magical quest, right? Like that the only way we can have evidence. You know what I mean, Matthew? Like,
Yeah, so you're bringing up some interesting points. And like you said, I think that there's sometimes we would have to rely on other things besides our eyes, like wireless signals. We don't see those with our eyes, but we still think they exist due to other evidence, like, oh, my computer works, my cell phone.
Look, we didn't wake up one day, right, and just start believing that there are things traveling around. And no, we used our eyes and our senses to test that these things are happening. That's how we know. We even developed equipment so that we can visualize it, turn the data into visuals that we can interpret, and as in numbers or whatever data we need, right? That's how all that was developed. It's not that, oh, look, we can't see these things, but somehow, we didn't just do that one day. Like, this was all using observation, and experimentation. When I do this, that happens, But you know what? We have never, but you won't ever do it, and no science kid will ever do. Gravity. You're never going to be experimenting with gravity in the real world, or in any practical way. That's weird, because that's the proof, right? That's why that's why the earth is curving, right? That's what created the world, the Big Bang. All these things come from that. If you believe in the Bible, you shouldn't believe in these stories, in this origin story that comes from some secret organization. You know what I mean? Royal Society, call it. Cavendish was a president of the Royal Society. These are men that the whole world knows about and looks up to as the prophets of the new age. I mean, write a song
Why didn't
about it.
why, Why didn't we have field trips in the 5th grade to go observe or measure the curvature?
Oh my, exactly. That's what I would have imagined doing. You know, like all these field trips we did. Say you, Matthew. Isn't it strange?
I don't know. I mean, it fits with my narrative of the way the world works, so I don't see it as strange like you do. But that's because I come from a different perspective, I guess.
Well, that's what I mean. We're not talking about perspectives. We're talking about what is, you know, the material world, like the physical matter and how things are, you know, dimensions and how they work. Should, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man, math teacher. This is painful. This is painful to talking to you like this.
No, yeah, but I'm saying from my perspective, it does all work. Like all of that type of stuff is internally consistent, and it matches.
How can you say that? How can you say that after we just discovered that after we just discussed the lack of evidence, which is the curvature that we have been trying to find evidence for years? How was it? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 7 years. Well,
So the world has been around for millennia, and your 7 years doesn't mean much in terms of that. But I think there's plenty of evidence. I recognize that you don't, and that's fine.
Not okay. Check it out. I want you to just look at what you're saying. Okay, Barack Obama comes out, says we don't have time. I don't know why the Flat Earth Society exists. You can try and explain it, but it's obvious, right? That they're out there putting out a totally false model that would be mocked by anybody. You got like, who are these people, and why is Barack Obama promoting them? Right? And why are all these big educational science channels on YouTube mocking this model, right? Which in turn mocks us because people think that's our model. What's up with these things, right? I mean,
yeah, that's a good question. They don't know much about this debate, and so they use the Flat Earth Society as a code word for unscientifically minded people who don't listen to science.
But bro, now Barack Obama, you know about secret societies, right? You know about the agendas, right? Like you know about what these people do, right? Like,
I haven't studied it very much. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't think he does actually.
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't think like he wouldn't bring up such a topic. Okay, like person like that in that position, the president of the United States does not speak for himself. Okay, like he is the mouthpiece for, you know, the guys that run it all. I mean, like, what do you think? I mean, is it adding up? Is it stacking up? Is you know, like not yet? Is it need more?
I mean, speculating about the powers that be is not super interesting to me because I like science and math and that type of stuff, and history is weird and hard to figure out.
Okay, we're not speculating, right? Okay, Barack Obama mentions the flat Earth for a reason on TV, and the Flat Earth Society blows up, right? These channels go into this frenzy of trying to disprove and make flat Earth look bad, right? To me, is obviously some kind of government operation happening here. You know, like everybody might think I'm crazy, right? But no, I'm not crazy. People on YouTube are crazy. Vsauce is crazy. This guy talking about the Flat Earth Society is crazy because that's not the flat Earth model. That's not the flat Earth. That's not what, you know, people think. There are no such things.
It's not what you think, but I think some people used to think that.
Who? Like, think about any culture that has ever existed that had a model of a disk in space. And remember where this model comes from, the Big Bang. Okay, so when? Who? Who used to think that we were a disk in space? And when was that theory developed? Before it was developed. But, you know, the guys did the Big Bang and evolution. So you see, and this model, this philosophy comes from the Royal Society. These guys are like one big brotherhood that are above the law. Yeah, that's like we're going into some conspiratorial stuff, but Look into it, man. Like, heavy
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean, to answer your question, I suppose Samuel Shenton believed it. He was the founder.
Any Christian worth his salt should know about these. Should know his enemy, right? Know your enemy,
right?
That's important. So how can you not know your enemy if you are a Christian? That's what I'm saying. It's like how is all the evidence stacking against you, and you're just like holding on to this branch that's about to break? Like, I'll be okay.
Yeah, no. To answer your question, I guess as a Christian, I don't think of Barack Obama as my enemy.
Well, who do you think your enemy is? Some guy with a pitchfork?
Satan.
Satan. You know that Satan is not a name of an angel or a person. That's like saying the adversary is my enemy. It's like, who's the adversary? The adversary. It's like, is that a person? No,
the person referred to as the adversary. How about that?
Okay. Does he have a name?
Well, you didn't like the name I picked.
How would your enemy go about to deceive you? Remember, all war is based on deception. How do you think your enemy? Do you think God is behind the scientists that teach us the globe Earth and evolution and all these things, or do you think God is against it?
Yeah, I would say that the forces of righteousness and the forces of evil are fighting it out in all kinds of different realms, in psychology and science and finance, all that type of stuff. The forces of evil want you to buy a bunch of crap and like be a consumer. The forces of good are like, no, we need to learn to be content. Even with science, there's some of science that's right, and some of it's evil.
But they would never lie about the shape of the Earth, right?
Oh, deceivers would lie about anything, so they could lie about the shape of the Earth, sure.
All right, well then there you go. There's no evidence for it. Like, well, then what is it? What are you putting your faith in?
Oh, see, I think that's what you're saying. Just because they could lie about it doesn't mean they are. If we're going to determine if they are lying about it, then we have to.
I'm not saying they could lie about it. I'm not saying they could lie about it. We're past that. We've proved so many times that they are lying about it. I mean, they're even saying they're lying about it. Donald Trump calling out everybody, fake news. They're always lying. Like politicians lie, lawyers lie. Lying is profitable for this business and in this industry, in this world that teaches lies. And the earth being a ball is, a foundational lie for everything to be built on. Think about it, man. Like, the saying that it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have already been fooled. Thought you might have been fooled already, I'm just lack of curvature. I'm just saying, 7 years. Now, if I was NASA, I'd probably do like a really clever kind of like trick, like cleverer than what they've been doing. What they've been doing is so sad. It's like Elon Musk says, we've got better CGI than that. Oh, it's real because it looks so fake. Elon Musk said that. So what?
Yeah. So what he was saying, in other words, is, hey, if we were really faking this, we could do a much better job.
Yeah. So that means we're not faking it, right?
Right. That's what he meant by that.
Right. And if I see if I see something that looks so fake, that must mean it's real, right? Therefore, if something looks real, there's a possibility it could be fake. That's the logic, right?
Yeah, he's saying that, sometimes real
and
things
you agree.
There's fake things real. Yeah.
Right. On TV, because I don't think that's like, I don't think I've ever seen something in the real world like look fake. That's real.
That's right. Yeah.
Or something like if something looked, when you're flying these are the bombers, right? They're flying the spy plane over in the World War. Okay, they saw all these decoy tanks on the ground, cardboard boxes. See, that looks real, right? But this is war, and this is how you deceive the enemy, right? You think that could be happening to us right now, like about this whole shape of the earth thing? And
yes, anything is possible by looking at the evidence. I don't think that's what's happening about the shape of the earth. is what I'm saying.
You don't think so? So you think that
No, I don't
looking
think so.
something that measures flat, looks flat, and you can only know that it's a ball by imagining it and seeing it on TV?
No, I'm
That's where.
saying, yeah, I'm saying, the evidence seems to be on the side of the ball Earth, not the flat Earth.
What evidence is that, though? We've been asking for evidence like all day. Remember, Elijah asked you, "Is there?" And you said something kind of ridiculous, and you agreed that what you're
No,
asking.
he was
What
talking about
evidence?
like what is if it's falsifiable, and I was trying to come up with
Right,
ways of
right.
saying it's
You
falsifiable.
said all the evidence points to a globe Earth.
That's right. Yeah.
Can we start with the strongest evidence, the most obvious one, that we know?
Eyewitness
Sure.
testimony, people looking at it and seeing the shape.
Is it looking at it from where?
If
From
you look at it
space?
from close, it looks flat. If you look at it from far
That's
away,
not evidence. So you're look, man.
so eyewitness
You're a math
testimony doesn't
teacher.
count.
Look, we're talking about Freemasons. We're talking about NASA. We're talking about an agency that lies to people. We're talking
Okay,
about an agency
so
that
you
works
want to
with
discount
Hollywood,
those eyewitness
right?
testimony?
We're talking about politicians. We're talking about governments. We're talking about all this stuff, bad things that they're doing to us. Yes, we're talking about them. And you want us, so you can't expect us, right, to trust that those kinds of people, especially when those people are the people that control what you see on TV, what you hear on the radio. You know? So how can you trust that those testimonies? I mean, it's hard enough for me to, like, if a real man who wasn't a liar went up and came back and he was fooled into saying what he thinks, I wouldn't even believe him. And even if he, because why? That's not evidence. You know what I mean? It's like you going to Egypt and coming back and describing to me you saw dragons there, and I'm supposed to believe that you saw dragons there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you discount that type of evidence. Okay, that's fair enough.
But it's not evidence. I'm saying it's not even evidence. Like, why would you consider that? Look, evidence of a ball is a ball, right?
Right.
Curve, surface, right? That's all we want. That's what. When we ask for that, right? It's like Globers, including you, I think it's like you indirectly say, well, we don't have evidence of a curve, but we do have these other ways of thinking about it that could make you convince yourself that it could be a ball. Like that's like those are the answers we get. Don't you think? But how is that evidence? You said all the evidence points to a globe, and the strongest evidence is someone's testimony, is anecdotal at best, from an untrustworthy source. Okay, you got another? It's got to be a stronger one or a second stronger.
I mean, I've got lots of reasons. Photos, sunset over the ocean, the constant angular size of the moon all night, GPS works, TV, satellites work.
Nope.
24-hour sun in December in Antarctica.
Not evidence. You know what is evidence? The Earth actually curving at a certain rate based on its radius. That's called math and geometry. I'm pretty sure you've heard about this. You're a math teacher.
Right.
So you say, right? Yeah.
But we're sitting here right next to that huge Earth. It's going to be kind of hard to find that. That's why we look at other ways.
It's hard to find that. How huge is it?
It's about 4,000 miles radius.
It's not huge. It's not so huge that we can't measure it or see it when we go up. It's too small, actually. Did you know that? Did you know the Earth is too small? The ball Earth, the globe Earth is too small.
Too small for what?
For the claim that is so big it looks flat.
Right.
Because it's only 4,000 miles in the diameter.
Radius, but yes.
Yeah, the radius. I mean, the radius, sorry. So therefore, right, the curve, when you calculate it, it's observable. It's so small that we should be able to see it when we're on an airplane. We should be seeing more sky than land because of the size of it, because it's such a small radius. So you can't make the claim. So why do they make the claim on, like everywhere that's so big, it looks flat? It's like something you tell a child, like, God is so big, he's everywhere. What?
Yeah, I guess it's simple geometry. If you're on top of a tall mountain that's 1 mile high, the mountain is 1 mile high and the radius is 4,000 miles. from the
Mhm.
center,
Oh,
even just 1 mile high, just simple geometry, it's still going to look flat from that height.
no, it's not, because that's what every black swan observation is that you see everywhere.
Oh yeah,
Every black swan
looking at the
observation
horizon, the black
based
swan
on.
is unreliable. It's going to look different from
I
different
can't.
days.
No, you know what? No, the black swan is an observation you make all the way to the horizon. Okay, you know the distances, right? Like, let's say there's a thing out there that you know how far it is. That's reliable, and you can see it. You know what is not reliable? The curvature. It changes to, sometimes it's a pair and all those things. But the point is, it's not reliable. It's never there, ever. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, evidence, all the evidence. We still haven't won that evidence. Nothing yet. Remember, curvature is the evidence, right? I mean, it's such a small radius. The evidence should be easy to find, but it's impossible to find. You have to mock people that say they should be able to see it because of how small the radius is. Like, you silly man, haven't you ever heard it's so big it looks flat? That's what we all have been taught. Why would you think you are like an ant? And they say they start making these comparisons, like the scale is even right? But you're an ant on a basketball. I'm like, that's a pretty big ant, dude. Like, what? Like, how big the Earth
Yeah,
is? The globe
yeah,
is?
the globe is so large that in 5 miles you should have nearly 17 feet of drop, and this is observable and measurable. You could test this. There should be observations in 5-6 mile range that repeatedly show your geometric horizon where it's supposed to be, but it never is.
Exactly.
What about that, Matthew?
Refraction plays a part.
Well, where does the refraction start?
It depends on the weather conditions and the temperature and humidity.
Okay, so if I'm looking at a beach 5-6 miles away, then I'm not seeing the beach?
Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't.
Sometimes you will. So how would you tell the difference?
You just go and look, and if the weather conditions are right, sometimes you see it. If the weather conditions are wrong,
What if you can
sometimes you
see
don't.
it both times? You
What do
can
you mean
still
both
see it.
times? Sometimes
You can
you
still
don't.
see it. Yeah, no. These observations, you can see it every time.
Every time?
Every time. Yep. Unless it's socked in fog, which is pretty rare. The only thing that will happen is you could still see the shoreline. It would be it would be limited as far as it would shorten your line of sight. It would make it more fuzzy. Yeah, there may be times when you wouldn't be able to see 5 mile shoreline because of humidity above the water. That's true, but that only has the ability to shorten your length of view, not lengthen it. So I could almost guarantee about 300 days of the year I could make that observation.
Is that enough evidence, Matthew?
Well,
That I
yeah.
could
So
show that. Go ahead.
what if you can't see the bottom of an oil rig?
Hey, Matthew.
Can't see the what? Can't see the what?
The bottom
of
an oil rig. What happened?
No, we're talking about a shoreline of a beach. Don't change the subject.
Oh, I was using a picture that I had a reference for.
Yeah, that's
Same
fine.
kind of thing, like finding.
Yeah, we know
something
that's
else.
taken out of context. We know you're taking that out of context. That's fine.
It's from QE's website. That I posted.
Yeah, listen.
Whatever.
The rigs aren't the point. The rigs are just the. I mean, yes, they tell us how far out it is, so that's quite good. But it's the horizon behind. It's the water behind that matters, Matthew.
Yeah, sometimes you
Understand?
see water behind, sometimes you don't.
So where's the geometric horizon then? It moves back and forth?
Geometric horizon doesn't move, but you can't see it. It's going to look different. The apparent.
How would you know it's there? How would you know it's there then, Matthew? To make it use it as a reference.
Just by looking at it, you can't see where the geometric horizon.
Then how did they measure it, or how did they make it known that they could use it as a standard or a reference in all their other measurements and distances?
Oh, you calculate the radius through other means, not by looking at the horizon.
Oh, you didn't use the surface, so you could just calculate it, and you didn't use the surface of Earth at all. Is that right?
I use sunlight, sticks, and shadows to measure radius is one way to do it.
What? Wow, you really went way back there. Wayback
say
Machine.
Hang on. Did he say he used sticks and shadows?
No, I say you use.
I
one could
use.
So what technician uses sticks and shadows to determine this curvature in their technical manuals? Can you show me those?
Please.
Okay, if you want me to be all formal, one could use sticks and shadows to determine the radius.
That's not what he asked for.
Stop. Yeah, stop. When you say one could use, that's a typical Glober ploy.
It's true.
Like, we're used to that. It's not working. So stop avoiding the question. So I need those technical manuals. Like, for someone doing something real over the surface of Earth, that they're going first to sticks and shadows, and then they're using that as in their calculations of how to fly shit over Earth's surface. Show me that.
Your
please.
example presupposes a sphere, or else you
Right.
wouldn't necessarily. Excuse me, I'm talking. You wouldn't necessarily calculate the distance to the sun as what it is. You're making an assumption of the distance of the sun with that calculation of sticks and
Right.
shadows. So your example's bullshit.
In order to measure
Please, Matthew.
I think you're conflating two different questions.
No, we're not. Matthew, why are you here?
To try and explain things more accurately to you guys, so you have a better understanding of what we're saying.
Is that working? How is that working out for you?
Not very well.
Why do you come every day?
I'm getting through to some people here and there, I suppose.
Who?
The audience listening on YouTube.
What audience?
I don't know, the 17 people looking right now.
Okay. Do you know what that's called when you always think that you have an audience?
Yeah, it's narcissism, I think.
That's correct. Do you think you have an audience when you're alone?
No.
You said you're getting through to some people. Which people, Matthew? Don't say the audience. I said which people.
I don't know.
So you're not. You don't think we've heard all of this before?
No,
as a matter of fact, you know. As a matter of fact, you know we've heard all of this before.
Yeah, but there may be some people in the audience.
Matthew, your example presupposes a sphere.
Right, I admit that.
So it's a begging the question fallacy.
No, those are
another tautological argument from another tautologically minded person. You think that the answer is derived from the word that you're trying to define. The word is the word, therefore it's the word. That's how your brain has worked. Every single example you've ever given has been a tautological answer. Or so vague it cannot be defined accurately.
Well, I think those.
What would you call that? You knew the narcissism question, and I applaud you for that. What would you call that?
That would be cognitive dissonance.
No, that would be sophistry.
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself a sophist,
No,
Matthew?
I try to explain things well. I don't argue just for the sake of arguing it.
So when you're defining the word with the word, when you're using a tautological argument, when you're using circular reasoning or a begging the question fallacy, do you consider yourself a sophist when you do it? Or do you just know that you're being intellectually dishonest?
I don't think I'm being intellectually dishonest. I think those are two
would you
questions.
consider using sophistry to answer questions directly given and not directly answered? Would you consider that intellectually dishonest?
Described that way, yeah, but I don't think that's what I was doing.
That's clearly what you're doing, and it's the fourth time I've called you on it today.
Would you be interested in hearing what I think I was doing?
No, I've already assessed what you were doing.
Yeah, you've already assumed what I was doing.
No, I've already assessed.
You accused me of...
You used circular reasoning.
I didn't.
You did. You said sticks and shadows, assuming the distance to the sun based on the spherosity of the Earth.
Yeah, sticks and shadows can measure the radius. That's what...
No. You first have to assume that it's a sphere to measure the radius.
That's true.
So it's a tautological argument, as I've already assessed, and you're just clarifying my argument. Stop it.
A tautological argument would be assuming the Earth is a sphere to prove that it's a sphere. That's not what.
That's what you did.
No, I was using the assumption to measure the radius, not to assume, not to try to prove that it was a sphere.
Oh, I stand corrected.
So I like to say that there's two questions. Question number one is that whether or not the Earth is a sphere.
Hang on. If the sphere has a radius, you're assuming it's a what?
Well,
you assumed it was a sphere, and then you tried to measure the radius, trying to prove its sphericity.
Yeah, you have to assume that a radius exists before you can measure a radius. You wouldn't use that to.
But you're trying to prove that it's a sphere.
No, I was just trying.
That's the question you were asked, and then you used that, and then you said, "No, I'm not doing that."
No, I wasn't.
Now you're being genuine. Now you're being.
There's a radius.
Now you're being genuinely intellectually dishonest. Now you're actually just lying. Now you're actually just lying.
I'm trying to be very
because you were asked how to prove it's a sphere, and then you said, "Well, if I assume it's a sphere, this is how I can measure the radius."
So your absolute irrefutable proof, Matthew, is an assumption.
No, I wasn't assuming that the Earth is a sphere as
oh my fucking God.
Yes, it is. Why would you say no? Now that's lying. When you did something and then right after you say, no, I didn't do that, that is lying.
You asked where we get the radius, and I told you.
You assume it. So you don't have irrefutable proof of this globe. Like you said, it all starts with an assumption. So therefore you cannot use it as knowledge.
There are two separate questions. Is the Earth a globe, yes or no? Question number two, if it is a globe, then what's the radius? Those are two separent questions, and it's important.
You're avoiding the whole question is, where is your proof?
Don't tell us the importance of your lie. We don't need to hear it.
So are you asking about question number one or question number two?
Question up your butt.
You may as well be describing the dimensions of the Death Star, from Star Wars, right?
You mean the moon? You mean the moon? That's fine. Go ahead.
That's no moon.
Right.
I get the reference, but I'm not going to laugh because you just lied to me, Matthew.
Describing.
Fourth time, Matthew, today. Maddie. Doesn't that seem a little ridiculous? If you're not a sophist, and I've called you on either a circular reasoning or begging the question fallacy 4 times, well, how else would you define that? I'm not saying you're being inaccurate or inarticulate in your arguing. I'm saying you're using fallacious reasoning as a sophist. Don't tell me that you're being inaccurate or not clear enough. I understand what you're saying, and I'm breaking it down for you that it's a fallacy. Yet
Wait,
you continue.
You understand what I'm saying? So you understand why I was saying that sticks and shadows is not circular reasoning?
Explain it to me again, because I'm clearly unclear.
Okay, so question number one is the Earth a globe? And that's one question. Question number two,
which is the question you were asked.
Sure. No, I think Sonny said, "How do you know the radius?"
No, nobody asked you that.
I thought that was the original question. Like, where do you get the radius?
No. He asked you how you know it's a globe.
To tell the truth, I don't remember that far back at this point, but I thought the word radius was brought up. I didn't bring it up, and so
you brought it up.
Don't think I did, but I don't.
Sonny, would you like to clarify?
I asked you what measurement they used as a reference because you said you can't see it, so that means there must be some other means that they used, and then you went to sticks and shadows for that answer.
Yeah, what measurement is the radius?
Assuming the globe.
So assuming the globe.
You could easily use sticks and shadows to show that it's to show that it's flat. It works both ways.
So in a court of law, the judge would say that can work on either surface. It doesn't prove either one. It's thrown out. It's inadmissible as evidence, and it should never be brought up again, or you'll receive retribution.
No, I agree with you. It's not
times?
proof of globe.
How many times are we going to have to go into the? Oh, you gotta assume parallel, or I mean, line. You know, the angles. You gotta assume that the sun is this far away, and that the light rays are actually parallel when they're not. When we all know that that's not how light works. Like,
He,
how many?
wait,
Are
he
we gonna
just
go through
he
all of
just
that
admitted
again?
he just admitted, Bong, that it's all an assumption. He start his irrefutable proof, 100% sure proof, or 99% proof that's irrefutable to him is an assumption at its
So
base. He admitted it.
it brings me back to my original question. Why are you here?
To practice arguing.
You're doing horribly.
I think I'm doing great.
No, you're
I
not.
don't expect you guys to think that.
If your practice arguing is to see how many fallacious arguments you can put upon somebody before they call you on your intellectual dishonesty, then yeah, you're doing fucking great, Matthew.
There's no practicing arguing here because there's nothing good for you to argue for. You know what I mean? This is like the worst place to practice
I thought you were here to clarify for people who didn't
multiple
understand.
reasons. That's also a reason.
Even in your answer to your hang on, Bong. Even in your answer to motivation, you are still being a sophist.
He likes to claim he does it for the people. I'm doing it for the people at home watching.
It's our globe. He doesn't sound like a communist at all.
For my psychological health, fitness, I'm training for it to be a spot. I'm training to do some really intense mental gymnastics.
Do you know the last time I asked you this question, what you told me?
I don't remember the content of every conversation, no.
The last time you answered this question directly from me, you said, because I like your guys' arguments and I'm here to learn new things.
Yeah, I do think that you guys have interesting ways of arguing. And
You've given me 3 answers to the same question.
There's multiple reasons. People have complex motivations.
I guess they changed like the radius does.
Yeah. What else? I come here to sharpen up on my jokes, right? I come here to practice my jokes. I also come here to multiple reasons. Yeah.
I find it astounding. I find it astounding that somebody's motivation is that multifaceted. Generally, when somebody is passionate enough to join something on a daily basis, they have a defined purpose. They know exactly why. Even if they keep it internal, they keep it close to their heart because they are doing something that is compelled to them. They feel compelled to do it. And usually when you have that, your motivations are clear to yourself because you have to justify the time that you put in. So I find it hard to believe that your motivations are so multifaceted that you've given me a different answer every single time, including in this conversation. Yeah. 2 different answers.
A plethora, a cornucopia of reasons.
A cornuplethora.
Yeah, I have multiple reasons for doing things.
Don't laugh when you're trying to seriously convey how complex you are. It makes you seem like a fool.
So, Matthew, this leads to this point. We've got all the way to this point here in time, and I just need to ask you, Matthew, is someone threatening you bodily harm to do this?
No.
Did someone kidnap? Wait a minute, I'm almost done. Did someone kidnap a close family member?
No, they did not.
And they're asking you for ransom that you have to do this?
Nope.
Money?
Why would you feel it necessary to? Why would you feel it necessary to deceive your fellow man?
I'm almost done. The last one. This is the last one. This is the last one. God, you made me forget. Okay, never. It'll stay forgot for now.
I'm
It
sorry.
was something like, "Is somebody paying me to do it?" Probably.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
Blink twice if you're under duress.
Because the reason I ask that is because, like, at this point for me, it's the only kind, like, those kind of things are the only things that make logical sense. Why you would come in here and
Well,
do this, because absent of any proof at all.
he might be low key white knighting flat Earth. Just come in here and throw the argument for the globe on purpose.
I don't know. I bet he's smiling right now when you say that, but it's hard to tell.
A heroin addict, okay, is very, very. He knows exactly why he does heroin. Okay, he doesn't say, "Oh, because I like hanging out with you guys." What, other heroin addicts? No, man. Why are you here? Oh, I don't have any friends. No, man. Why are you really here?
He needs a fix. It's always he needs a fix.
Exactly. So you cannot be that. You're not here because you're addicted. Are you addicted to these debates? Like, what is it? Like, it can't be an addiction if it is. God damn, man.
He told you. He told you exactly why we're here.
It's entertaining
To be fair to
too.
him, he told you that he's here to dissuade any new minds and anybody in the audience who's listening. He told you exactly why he's here.
To deceive his fellow man. I think that was the most accurate answer I've heard.
No,
Yeah,
I'm also
to
multitasking.
deceive-
I'm not wasting a whole lot of time. I've been editing about.
I don't care about your
70
time. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about your motivation to be here.
Are you under care of
Honestly, it's kind of fun to be on the right side of the argument, even if there's a whole bunch of people against it.
Whoa. So wait a minute. I have to ask at that point, because of that. That sounds like delusions of grandeur. Are you familiar with the term?
Yeah, I would think that being on the right side of the argument, but losing every time wouldn't be very much fun.
How about black and white
I know
thinking?
something about that.
Hang on.
Fortune telling.
We're right. We might know something. We're right then.
No, I'm saying that every
guys.
time you go out in the real world, that's how you end up.
Matthew.
Well, you're avoiding the point. Are you under the care? Sorry, go. Are you under the care of a psychiatrist?
No.
Sonny is onto
well,
something here because
that sounds
he's identified another marker of narcissistic
yes, because
personality disorder.
You can't believe you're always right in any situation, Matthew. Where did you come up with this?
You're on the right side of the argument. You like to be on the right side of the argument, so you can hear
could you give us
to be right.
Could you give us a pros and cons list of what's determining what you're saying? You're saying you have this.
So I'm not on the right side of every argument.
You're on the right side. So give us the ones that you're right on.
The shape of the globe.
That don't fit into both categories. That's a caveat.
Well, he's on the politically right side, the political correctness side. He's on the socially right side.
Right. So we just went over this. Like, what is it that you're not understanding? That we're asking for the evidence for curvature, and you say, "Oh, I don't have any." You're right. It's anecdotal. Like, what? Why are you answering? Why do you say you are right about the shape of the globe? Well, where does that come from?
I didn't say I don't have any.
Okay.
What? Go ahead.
Have any.
No, go ahead. We're listening.
Yeah, there's all kinds of evidence. I could list a whole bunch. You would just start yelling.
I'm waiting for one. Don't be a bitch.
Okay, so there's things you're right about and obviously wrong about. So just pick one topic that you're right about and we're wrong about. That's provable. That's proven.
Yeah, sure. In December in Antarctica, there's 24-hour sun.
What's the premise? What's the premise?
How do you know that?
That comports with the standard heliocentric model, but it's hard to imagine how that could ever be possible.
Okay, so you're talking about imaginations and models. We're talking about actual concreteness. You're making something that isn't concrete.
Yeah, looking at
ideas and philosophies.
Very concrete.
The idea of looking at something and using your imagination is not the kind of thing we're talking about here.
I think this is exactly what Matthew has planned. I think us getting all worked up.
Okay, so look, that one didn't work. So go to the next one. So which one are you right about and we're wrong about? Pick another one. That one failed.
There are flights between Johannesburg and Sydney that take
Okay,
about 11
flights
hours.
are not a measurement of curvature of Earth. No, if aircraft are not measuring devices, they don't determine the shape or size of anything by going up in the air and flying across. No, that's thrown out too. So pick another
They
one.
can
That
measure
failed.
rough distances. We know how
That
fast to go and how long
failed.
to take.
That failed. It failed the test. Sorry, go to the next one. Which one are you right about and we're wrong about?
In Wellington, New Zealand, the stars rotate counterclockwise.
Okay, you're talking about an apparent position
When?
of things. You don't know the source of or distance or anything about the stars. We're not talking about the stars or the sky. We're talking about Earth.
But here's the thing:
So
they
that
also
one's
rotate.
correct.
They
Yeah, go
rotate
ahead.
counterclockwise if you look south. The same way they rotate. No, it's actually the other way around. Sorry. If you look north, they rotate counterclockwise. Same way they rotate counterclockwise if you look north anywhere else. So what does that prove?
In Wellington, they don't. In Sydney.
Yeah, they do. Every video Star Trail shows any camera pointed north. It doesn't matter where it is, so-called north or south hemisphere. You'll see counterclockwise rotation, and vice versa.
It's still not irrefutable proof though of the globe. So we need the next one. That's the third one.
Was point even it?
3 strikes.
Hey, guys.
I'll allow you another one. Pick the next
Hey, guys,
one. Round number
hang
4.
on, stop. Bong, hang on. Let Sonny handle this.
Okay, sorry. I'm in
Sit
Australia.
down.
So that one failed. That was 3 strikes. So now you're on the 4th one. So pick one that you're right about and we're wrong about.
Sure. Satellite TVs work and GPS
Satellites
work
are presupposition thrown out. 4 strikes. You're out, man. So okay, I'm glad everybody got to see that. I could bring up about 20
Sonny,
or
pitch the whole
30 of
inning.
these.
Pitch the whole inning, Sonny.
Okay, batter up. You got the 5th one.
Sit there and read us a list, right, of anecdotal evidence, right, or so-called from some dude. Okay, like we're asking for real evidence.
Hearsay doesn't apply.
Shit, one for you. Like what the hell?
Hearsay does not. Hearsay is inadmissible. If it's
Okay, really quick.
Go ahead.
Really quick, Sonny. I'm going to let Bong give his rebuttal with his Australian anecdotal evidence. Go ahead, Bong. Now that you knocked down his anecdotal evidence, give yours.
Yes. You said earlier, right, that testimony from people who went to space is your evidence. Now, I am not just some guy that that works for. I'm here, and stars go east to west always. Ask any Australian. Okay, the only place you're ever going to hear that is on that very specific website or YouTube channel that you're talking about, and these little communities that form around it, around these, not in the real world. So here I am giving you my anecdotal evidence and my testimony. Do you believe me, or am I lying to you?
I believe you. Stars rise in the east and set in the west everywhere on Earth.
Are you saying they go the other way?
I'm talking about the clockwise rotation and counterclockwise.
So you're facing south?
When you're facing south,
Okay.
Okay, they do that everywhere.
So they go east to west, right? Why say counterclockwise? Counterclockwise and clockwise has to do with the flat face, right? Like a circular thing moving on the flat surface, like a clock. Like that doesn't. Like, why explain it that way, right? Like that's what I mean. Like it goes
east to west is better.
To west, yes.
He did give the motion. He did give the motion to the stars, which is correct. Yeah, the stars are the ones in motion. That's good.
Yep, I agree. Stars are in motion. Thank you, Matthew. Do you have anything else, as Sonny was about to ask you? Is there anything else?
Sure. The moon seems to be a real object, and due to the law of
have you ever seen the other side?
I haven't, no.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Anyways,
So
going on. What's your proof of the sphericity of the Earth?
It
Stop looking at the balls. Describe the table.
Yeah. So it doesn't change size.
Okay,
it doesn't change size.
That's a good little trick. You can do that observation, but it doesn't prove anything about the Earth.
I think it shows that the ground isn't parallel in 2 different distant cities.
All you would have to do is measure the ground, the surface. What we keep telling you that you keep disallowing because of some religious fanaticism.
Yeah, but if 2 cities are 1,000 miles apart, use an external
religious
reference frame.
fanaticism.
Yeah, but
You agree that it's religious fanaticism, correct, Matthew? You said yeah, but right.
he said yeah.
So you agree that it's religious fanaticism?
No, I don't think it's religious.
I'm holding you to
Well,
your word. Is that
okay,
wrong
well,
of me?
don't
Or
don't
are
say
you
yeah then.
agreeing? Are you agreeing that you're a sophist?
He agreed. That's that. He said the stars are in motion. That's that. So welcome to flat Earth. Once and for all. You'll give
Yeah,
this crazy nonsense
the moon
up.
appears the same size. That's why I was saying I think it's flat.
Yeah. So
It
the Earth's
doesn't.
surface is not curving in any direction. So what maketh that? What does
We have
that
all these
make it?
beautiful.
What does that make
We
it
have,
the surface then? If thou is not curving in any direction,
What's
what
the moon
does
made out
that?
of?
I'm not sure, but it seems to be a solid object based on my viewing through a
Seems to
telescope.
be.
Just based on your assumptions.
Based on my looking.
That sounds
through a
like
telescope.
bullshit, Matthew.
What is it?
Seems to
What do
be.
you think it is? Have you
I
ever
have
looked
no
at
idea.
it?
I have no
Can
idea,
I-
Matthew.
can I-
well, how about we just don't say it's a thing somewhere, right? How about we say
Well, it is.
we're
It is
on
a thing.
flat-
It's something
Well, we're on a-
visible that we can see.
Right.
But do you know what it is? No.
Does
So
it
why
follow
use
the
it
law
as
of
your example? I don't know, Matthew. I don't know what it is. Neither do you.
You know, Matthew, you're trying to make a supposition or a premise about something that you don't know the source of the entire thing.
Right, assuming the
Yeah, it's
moon is
ridiculous.
real,
You're
and assuming it
assuming.
follows.
So we don't care, Matthew. Shut up with that bullshit. We don't
By
care.
the way, NASA doesn't know what the moon is either, by the way.
By the way, the contrapositive is that if the Earth is flat, then you can't say the moon is a real object.
No,
Why?
that's not true.
Yeah, that's bullshit because we checked and the Earth is flat and we're seeing the moon just fine. So that's kind of stupid.
But
thing
you have to say it's a projection.
Wait.
No,
Explain the logic. Explain the logic behind your statement.
He's saying because the moon stays the same size, which it doesn't. You can prove that
doesn't.
it changes size from apex to horizon. You can show that.
Hey,
But
Matthew.
he's saying,
Yeah.
And
I'm
imagine
sorry,
using that as an argument for the ground curving. If the ground is actually curving, why wouldn't he just show us that?
Because they're distant cities, and you can't look at the two cities at the same time. So you look at something
But you
external.
can't. But you
like-
can't answer the question about the surface, though. That's what we keep like. Wow.
Yeah, I keep answering.
We
No,
know
you
it
don't.
emits. We know sunlight
what's
exists.
it made out of, Matthew?
I don't know, but probably rock.
Rock.
Why would you
Hey,
assume that?
Hey, Matthew. Hey,
What it looks
Matthew.
like.
Can an image or a light appear somewhere other than a physical object?
Yeah, like in the Black Swan.
No, wait a minute. I'm talking about, can a light appear? Like, let's say you shine a light or focus a light beam or like something like that. So when you shine, you can make something appear in a place that makes it look physical, but with
You
light.
can.
Do you
Yes,
agree with that?
I agree.
Why would
Okay,
you
good.
assume
Okay, good. Okay,
the
wait.
moon-
So good. That's a good point. I want to like rest on that for a second. That light, something can be shown in the sky or somewhere on some medium that it looks like it's there, but it's not. That it's only light making it look like that because it's focused. They do this in the sky with lights.
Yeah, like the Black
Why-
Swan.
Hologram.
Why would you assume?
talking about-
Why would you assume that one light is made of rock and the other light is made of, I don't know, burning rock? Like like how can't this just be a light? The moon, it's a certain kind of light, and the sun be a different kind of light. What is
Listen,
cooler and
Bong,
what is more?
but listen, Bong, you're missing the point. I'm trying to make a really pretty good point here about like, so if something can be shown to show that make it look like it's somewhere that it's not physical, and make it look physical with just light, the answer is yes, it can be done. So that means that when you're looking at the light in the sky, the moon, you can't tell if that's a light apparition being caused only by light being focused in that location, like a hologram, or if it's a physical object. You can't tell.
But you're just making his argument. He's saying that
No,
the
I'm
only
not. How? No, I'm not making this argument.
Hang on, Sonny. He said that the only possibility of a moon on a flat Earth is an apparent moon, and you don't know that. He doesn't know that. So
that's
fuck
not
both of you.
No, you're right on that. You're right.
Okay.
That's not. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, it can be physical or not physical above a flat plane just as
I
well.
agree that it is a possibility, and I agree that I do not know, and I agree that Sonny doesn't know, and I agree that Matthew doesn't fucking know. So you know.
And I agree that every good scientist would perform experiments to find out, these answers, and have they not done it and have reported to us the answer, right? Like,
Yeah, they went to the
telling us,
moon,
right?
Bong.
Right.
They played golf
Whatever they're
on it.
telling us.
So if you're
No.
relying on fucking scientists, then that's not going to work out for you.
I know.
Can I? Can I?
That is a stupid point, Bong. Yeah, go ahead.
If the moon is
Not you,
6
Bong.
times
Not
smaller,
you, Bong. Not you.
Sorry,
But
Go ahead,
please give
Sasha.
me.
Yeah, I
Give me.
give you.
Give me.
I give you.
No, not only those, not only you, other people.
I give you anyways.
Without interruption, because I want to be my language and also he said that some flight from Chile, doesn't matter, proves that the Earth is okay, because that proves some distance. And now my question is, how oil rig it's 10 miles? How we measure the distance to the oil rigs if it's 9 point something miles? Is it invoked curvature there?
That's a good point.
Because that oil rig it's 10 miles, and because we use distance, that means it must be invoke curvature there, because that is real distance.
And
So
now
you're
he'll
asking
invoke refraction.
how we know the distance to those oil rigs, or what are you asking?
Yeah, if I take a flight at 10 miles, I will flight from the beach to the oil rig, and there will be curvature, and there will be curvature.
Yeah, not much, but a little bit.
Yeah, that means it is not possible that from the beach to the oil rig, it is 9.3 miles on the flat surface. That is not possible. For example, if I'm now in town in Kansas, from point A to point B, and if I drive the car, it is not possible to drive straight on the flat surface and to have distance. It must be that distance on the Google will be curved. That means in the reality also will be invoked. That means that distance what I passed, I didn't invoke curvature, but it is there. But when I measure that distance, it's that distance.
Yeah, you're right that on the globe model, if you go 10 miles over the ocean, it's not a straight line on those 10 miles. In fact, it would involve something like 65 feet of drop over those 10 miles.
Yeah, and if I have a drone, and if I am above the sea level for 200 kilometers going straight, what will happen after 200 kilometers? Should I will be on the same elevation, or I will be up?
If you go in a perfectly straight line, you would be up. If you follow the same elevation, it would follow the curve of the ocean and not be higher. So
What, the curve of the ocean?
Right.
Fuck out of here.
I'm telling you.
Sorry, damn, man. Shit.
Yeah, it follows the horizon. You know what I mean?
How can you wait? Let me just quick. How can you know you're going in a straight line, therefore going up and out?
Hey guys. Sasha was not done with this point.
I'm sorry, Sasha. Go ahead. Just got
I was asking him if aeroplane is flying 100 meters above the sea level all the time, and it's showing that elevation, that is all the time 100 meters above the sea level. What will happen after 200 kilometers? Does that airplane will be 100 meters above the sea level, or it will be more?
in that case, it will be still 100 meters. If it's following that same elevation the whole time, it's going to be 100 meters the whole time.
So how does one travel in a straight line? Like, look. How does one travel in a straight, in this case, right? In this case, how do you know when you're traveling a straight line versus the same elevation around the so-called?
Yeah, I would say
how do you
those
know
are
that you're going in a
different
straight
things.
line. Right? Look. What we're saying, this straight line you're talking about, right, is the same straight line that we're pointing out when we talk about the black swan. It's a straight line. And guess what? It's not going up and out. It's freaking there. Remember you were talking about drop in elevation? Now you're saying that exists up there, but not down here. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, in my view, a perfectly straight line is different than saying the same elevation.
Okay,
it's different than reality too. It's different than reality too.
That oil rig is 10 miles in on. Go ahead, Sasha.
You know why I'm asking that? You know why I'm asking that question? I have a video of the drone flying 100 meters without changing elevation, and with the air curve calculator. That means there is no refraction. There is aeroplane flying above the sea, and when he reached the target after 200 kilometers, he is on the same elevation, 200 meters, 100 meters.
But yeah, I understand. And in my view, I think it did go around a curve.
It's not about your view. It's about aeroplane going around, going straight above the sea level, and sea level is curving in your beliefs.
That's right.
If sea level is curving, that means airplane will be up. But this airplane, it's not even airplane. It's a drone. It's not up. It's of the same elevation.
And I think it's because it went around the curve. It didn't go in a perfectly straight line.
No. I have a video where he's showing that he's not changing the elevation. He's always 100 meters up. He is going straight. He is not going in the curve line.
Yeah. So what Matthew is saying.
That's first. Let me now a second. I will come back to you. He asked you, what is your motivation to be here? Let's say like this. We think that all these things, NASA and everybody, deceive us with this globe thing. And because we don't see that curvature and things. And we think that their motivation is to deceive us. Now my question is, what is our motivation?
To find community of people who
oh my
say the
fucking
same things.
God.
I'm serious.
Because in real life, there's not a whole lot of people who are flat.
Matthew, can you tell me why I want to deceive you?
Oh, I don't think you want to deceive me.
Oh yeah. You just think we're stupid,
really?
Right? You think we're just
totally you guys stupid. Are smart. You guys are smart.
We have been brainwashed by some guy's philosophy, right? Some guy's idea, right? And just because there's no curve, come on, man. Come on, Matthew.
I think there are lots of motivations for thinking the Earth is flat.
But listen, this Matthew.
Okay, so what about two planes that are traveling at 100 miles away from each other?
That's a bad thing, man.
At 500 miles an hour, and they're headed directly towards each other. Are they both in front of them? Is it a chasm in front of both of them?
You're talking about QE's Bob and Alice thing?
No, just stop trying to do that to me.
Don't pigeonhole his question and answer it.
Don't do that.
Stop interrupting.
So just answer the question instead of going to something else, like personality. That's ridiculous. You can do better than that.
Sonny, one thing. Just one. Let me just say one thing, okay? Because he said that there are plenty of reasons to think that people might think the Earth is flat. Okay, it's like saying this. I have one reason to think that I'm a male and not a female, right? And then you say there's plenty of reasons. There are plenty of reasons why you could think you're not a male. I was like, no, I am a male.
He's talking
about
can't
be anything else.
Sorry.
Right.
Okay. So
and he's saying, yeah.
Pong, you're flipping the table.
So the plane,
Sonny's trying to have a conversation.
The plane fucking the plane thing, the plane situation. Get back to that. I'm going to that. So here's what it is. Two planes are traveling at 500 miles an hour. They're, let's say, 100 miles apart from each other. Are they both negotiating? They don't have to negotiate a curve? Is that what you're saying? Aircraft don't have to nose down to negotiate the curve, Matthew?
It happens automatically as the direction.
Automatically. Okay, good. Stop, everybody. So, so stop. So I said stop. So it happens automatically. So when those planes are headed towards each other at whatever distance at that rate of speed, then it's happening automatically at the same time for both of them. Is that correct?
Right. That's right.
Okay, good. So that means they're both on top of the ball at the same time?
From their perspective, yes.
Is every plane on top of the ball at the same time?
Yes, like I posted in 21.
Okay. So if you have a plane on top of the ball and at some distance you have another plane on top of the ball, they're both headed, the ball is headed down in front of both of them.
Right.
You're on top of the ball. You're on top of the ball.
Okay, I rest my case. I rest my case.
Yeah, I explained it at 21 past the hour if you were curious.
No, you
Matthew,
didn't explain it. You posted something. That's on
Matthew, sorry, I've just been wondering since the last time I asked you, have you upgraded to shoes that you tie, or are you still using the Velcro one?
Velcro is a little bit easier. You don't have to remember how to tie your shoes. You can just like do it, or slip-ons work.
Saves a lot of time, right?
Right.
Thank NASA.
I mean, I like Blundstones.
Can you, Matthew? I saw that you put briefly that Alice and Bob because you like. I like also on the some cartoon ball. Let's do that on the Black Swan example. I'm Alice and you are Bob. I'm on old Rick and you are on the beach.
Okay.
I'm flat earther. You are flat earther. I want to find curvature. From all rigs, you want to find curvature from the beach.
So what are you asking? Like, why don't you see it?
If I want to see curvature from my point to you, from oil rigs, that means that you are down.
He's looking down at you, and you're looking down at him. Saying,
yeah,
right, yeah, but only slightly. It's just 10 miles, but yeah.
yeah, slightly 66 drop for me and 66 drop for you.
Looking around, right? When you see flat, you are seeing the curvature. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
It's just slightly. It's just slightly impossible.
No, listen, Bob. We are looking for 66 foot drop to the second oil rig.
It's
There
so
is no-
small, it's imperceptible. 66 feet is nothing. Throw yourself off of 66 feet. It's like dropping 2 inches. It's imperceptible, right? Right, Matthew? It's so insignificant. You fucking sophist.
But it is.
So maybe on Jupiter, right?
So-
or maybe on the sun, but
Well,
So-
you know, or
You
an
realize
Earth that
that, you
is
realize that's
an
Go
Earth
ahead.
that is 6 times the size of Jupiter, I guess, because that's what it would have to be for the Black Swan horizon to be geometric.
Yeah, so if a plane is decelerating as it's traveling along, two planes are decelerating, or let's just say one plane decelerating or accelerating, does that change its position from the top of the ball?
At any moment, each plane is from their perspective on the top of the ball.
No, just answer the question, please. Just answer the question. Don't avoid it. So listen.
bleep, bloop, blop.
If a plane-
NPC answer.
If a plane is accelerating or decelerating, does it change its position from on top of the ball at all? Or does it stay right there on top of the ball no matter what its speed?
It stays right on top of the ball no matter what its speed.
Oh, so then that means that it could never get anywhere then.
so it's a perfect ball. It's not like a paroid ball.
There's
like
no
someone
motion.
on-
There's no motion compared to the Earth and the plane then.
No, it moves. It's just that when it moves to a
It
new
moves.
spot, then that's on top of the ball.
It stays in the same spot, you said.
It
You know
stays
how
on
an egg
top of the ball
some-
from its perspective.
How could it, like, think about what you're saying. This is absolutely illogical thought patterns that you're
Yeah.
professing out here.
Are
Like,
you,
think about it.
hang on. Pump the brakes, everybody. Matthew, what you're saying, I want you to think about it because I don't think Sonny's right. I don't think you're thinking about it logically. You may just be answering to 1, be contrarian, 2, to hold up an ideology, or 3, as an ideological No, it's just one or two. Or no, you could be just being intellectually dishonest as well. Okay, so 3, yeah.
Matthew, are we intellectually dishonest?
No, you guys are, for the most part, intellectually honest.
Why you don't take that in consideration then?
Oh, intellectual honesty is not a perfectly.
It doesn't mean we're
good
right.
guide
I agree
to
with
life.
you, but but you're clearly not thinking about what you're saying here, or you're being intellectually dishonest.
So
He
if a
thinks
plane
they're
takes
just
off,
naive.
if
Oh,
a
sorry,
plane
go ahead.
takes off in Los Angeles, as it's flying out of Los Angeles, from its perspective, it's on the top of the ball. As it lands in New York City a couple hours later, it's still, from its perspective, on the top of the ball, even though it's in a different location.
Even
because
though
the
it's
pressure is
traveling
down.
across this, even though it's traveling across the surface and the Earth is spinning at the same time. Can you
Right. Yeah.
walk us through that?
Matter of
So
perspective.
the rate of rotation, like 800 miles an hour at our latitude. So aircraft with the spin going the opposite direction, and the plane is traveling at 500 miles an hour, and they're going against a curvature spin or an axial spin of 800 miles an hour. How would you ever reach your destination?
Because planes fly in the air, so it depends on how fast the air is moving. So if the air is moving, you're still.
Oh, so it's just by chance that you make up that 300 miles an hour, and then they do it every time, even though it's just by chance. It's it's just haphazard. There's nothing, no control.
Planes fly in air. That's why they're called airplanes.
They fly in air.
Yeah, but
they fly in air exactly, and it's
But
separate
the air
from the
is
Earth.
velcroed to the Earth,
Isn't the
Sonny.
air separate? Isn't the air separate from the
Just
Earth?
like his shoes. No, the air is velcroed, just like Matthew's shoes.
But they have no bonds. They're not molecular bonded to anything. You understand that?
No, we learned that in 3rd grade, Sonny.
Right.
It is
It has
velcroed to the Earth.
refresher.
Not
I know.
Velcro, but there's some friction. That's what we call wind.
There's friction. So how
That's
does
what
the
we
plane
call wind. And how come we're not experiencing wind 100% of the time?
How does the plane travel then? How does the plane travel from one destination to another if it's stuck in this vertically from the surface of Earth? That's like maintaining its position, but it's still moving along the surface at the same time. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, the air goes about the same speed as the ground beneath it, and so the airplane pushes against the air.
I thought you said no. Hang on. Stop.
Okay,
he said that's what we call wind, and now it's going the same speed as the Earth.
And it's always going the same direction. What about crosswinds? What about crosswinds?
Yeah, so if there's wind, then sometimes
crosswinds.
Yeah, crosswinds are just a different direction.
How are crosswinds possible then?
That's not possible. It's incongruent. It doesn't make sense in your argument.
If the atmo is velcroed to the Earth and the Earth is turning and the plane is in the atmo, which is velcroed,
It's not velcroed to the Earth. It has some connection, but it's not exactly the same. That's why it's wind.
Some connection.
It sometimes it sends a postcard every now and again.
Is that a percentage amount? Is that a
it's like if you look in a commuter train going 50 miles an hour, not all the people in there are going 50 miles an hour.
But this whole idea comes from somebody's math, somebody's number. It's not something that anybody did experiment and actually got. This is from somebody's theory.
Hang on. Atmosphere. The atmosphere is consisted of what, Matthew?
Mostly nitrogen.
Which is a what?
It's
in that state?
It's a gas.
What state? And what is the properties of a gas?
Properties of the gas, it has pressure, volume, temperature, and they're related with PV equals nRT.
That's only one.
Which is what?
Pressure, volume, and temperature.
Okay. And what are the natural properties of gas besides its necessary environment? What are the properties of gas? What differentiates a gas from a liquid or a solid?
Oh yeah, it's much less dense. It can move all around.
No. Much less dense.
You're fishing for something specific, and I'm not sure.
Yeah. Because you're so slow. You're a horrible sophist. You really shouldn't do this. It's unbound, right?
Yeah,
Gas is unbound.
Yeah, it's not bound.
Okay. I'll agree with you that gas can have friction.
What do you do with this?
Right.
Oh, you just pour it in the brown.
Hey,
Huh?
Flatman, you're hot micing about
Oh, sorry about that, brother.
somebody cooking for you. Yeah, so it's unbound, right?
Right.
So now if the wind is because of the Earth's movement, right?
Right.
That's what you said. If you have wind going in the opposite direction of the Earth's movement, right?
Sometimes opposite, sometimes faster, but yes.
Sometimes faster, that's assuming movement. When movement is in question, which is a begging the question fallacy. Well, I'll ignore it for right now. So if the wind is going in the opposite direction, how fast does that wind have to be going? In actuality, not in ground speed, but in actual velocity.
Yeah, at my latitude.
Not don't me. Answer the question.
800 miles an hour at my latitude.
At your latitude, has to be going over 800 miles an hour just to defeat, or else it would just be standing still if it was 800.
If there's no wind, it's about 800, right?
Right. So the wind is going in 800 miles an hour when the wind is still.
Right.
How often is there no wind? How often is there no wind at 30,000 feet?
Hardly ever, I think.
No. We're talking about at ground level. I'm fine with the wind being still, or with the air being still around you outside. That's perfectly fine. But you agree that if the air is still around you, then it's going at 800 miles an hour.
But then an average day's wind is what? I guess 806 miles per hour.
820. Sometimes in the wrong direction, so it's going 1640.
All right.
Yeah.
Everything has evolved, right? So
nice
that
cool breeze outside. It's going 810 miles per hour.
But no worries, folks. You don't have to worry about that at all.
Oh, we've got an onshore breeze that's going 1,800 miles an hour out there.
Even though it's faster than our plane speed, don't worry. We're still going to get to our destination. It's because we're on top of the ball all the time here.
Usually you measure wind speed based on the relative to the ground speed.
You interrupted
my
little
ground speed wind, but you agree with me that it has to be going 800 in the opposite direction, right? Which is 1,600 miles an hour?
No, why would it go in the opposite direction?
Because that's what
do you
happens
mean?
in the real world.
You said, hang on. You said sometimes. Let's say you're on the coast. Let's say the West Coast, because I know where you are, and you've got an offshore breeze, right? It's going in the right direction. It's going like 840 miles an hour out there. But then the wind changes direction. So it not only has to go 800 miles an hour in the opposite direction, but to defeat it, it has to go 1,600 or 810 in the opposite direction.
Trimarans. Yeah.
That just follows. That follows exactly the way you're saying things are going there, Matthew.
Yeah. So let me give you some exact numbers.
Give me exact numbers, Matthew.
At Huntington Beach, the ground is moving at 865 miles per hour according to the globe model.
Right.
If there's no wind, then the air is also moving at 865. Let's say
this guy's living in an F8 tornado 24/7.
It's still, but it's moving. It's moving at 860 miles an hour.
Right. It's still relative to the ground, but it's
all about
because
perception.
it's moving at the same speed as the ground.
Matthew, please stop. Matthew.
No, it's not.
Matthew, stop.
It's like sure.
Yeah, that's just not true.
I can't believe it's an adult saying these things. I mean,
Yeah,
I feel
you sound like you're reading
embarrassed that
from
I'm
Google,
laughing
man.
about it.
Yeah, you sound like you just memorized. You sound like over the years you've memorized all of Google's and all these guys' answers. You have you don't have an answer that came from you critically thinking about things. You don't have any questions that come from you critically thinking about this. You sound like somebody that's just regurgitating information from them. Like seriously, like hey man, what's up? Like how you cannot be here this long, right? And Not either. You either would have left, right, and went back to your life, or you would have been convinced that they're lying to us. So what's up, man?
Do you suffer from vertigo, Matthew?
No. Do you think it's possible for smart people to disagree with you?
You're an idiot.
I was
Holy
thinking,
shit.
guys, it could be possible that he's got exactly what he wants. Can you not see that?
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. This is what he wants. This is his job. Like, he is doing it. You know, like, look at him.
It sounds like Bong was
I
assuming.
bet if his cats talked to him, he wouldn't even be here.
It sounds like Bong was saying, if I properly understood the flat Earth argument, then I would agree with it.
Or you would not, like, if you disagreed, you would have just went back to your life. Like, this guy's, man, I ain't wasting my time with that bullshit. You know, you would have just went back to the blue pill, right? Because that's what people do when they, are sick and tired. But hanging out at a certain place like this long, being this involved, right? Getting this intense with people emotionally, all that stuff. What's going on, man? They're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it's entertaining. I think it's entertaining. I like it. It sharpens my skills.
What's entertaining? Now it's that's our fourth one today.
Yes, I have complex motivations. I'm a human being.
I doubt that. I highly doubt that.
We're not here to fucking entertain you either, Matthew.
I don't think it's possible for AIs to carry on conversations yet. I don't think.
Oh, you're not an AI, trust me. You're not an AI. I know AI. Like,
Why
I
do
know
you,
how stupid their answers are.
Matthew? Why do you think? I think you don't have complex motivations.
Because you questioned me when I gave like 4 or 5 different motivations for something.
Oh, you gave 5. Okay.
I
only called you on 4 today. 5 was historical because I brought up another one that you had given me.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't
fine.
keep track. You're right.
That's fine.
Can we flip the question though?
No. Hang on. What are you going to ask me? Why I'm here? Fuck off, Bong.
No. I'm gonna ask because he said there are many reasons why people might think the Earth is flat.
No. Bong, hang on.
Go ahead.
So let's go ahead and keep it to what it is historically. 5 different answers of why you're here to the same question, right? Which one is your most important?
It's entertaining to talk to people while I'm working on other stuff. I've been editing pictures all night.
So through entertainment, you find fulfillment.
Most of the other things I would be doing might involve visual. So it's helpful to have audio entertainment or something to do. I don't.
What do you find? That's fine. What do you find entertaining?
It's interesting to hear your the way that you guys talk and think and reason, and so it's challenging to me to kind of like think about what you're saying and figure out how I would answer. So,
like a sophist, you're trying to find out a way to answer correctly to diffuse the argument.
I think
like
sophists don't. I think sophists don't really care about the truth of arguments. They just
I don't think you do either. Because you haven't listened to
I
part of the argument. You honestly think that when you go outside and the air is still, that it's moving at 865 miles an hour where you are. And you also think that if you go to the equator, it's going to be moving at 1,000. And if you go to the North Pole,
1,040.
That wind isn't even there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not moving at all.
It's a matter of reference frame.
Right.
Here we go.
Let's break down. Let's break down reference frame. When you go to relativity, and I asked you about this in an indirect way because I wanted to know how you felt about relativity, but I asked you about Marxism, socialism, and communism because the modern day version of that is postmodern relativism. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. And
okay, now
transgenderism and pronouns.
Okay, I'm not asking anything about that. No, let's drill down a little bit further. When we get to the reality of things, we study it using the scientific method. the only way to really diffuse reality and divorce it from the scientific method would be a communist Marxist social construct such as relativism that has never once been proven. I agree with you on reference frames and how things move. Physics is a beautiful science. But as far as everything else, if it can't be measured, if it's only mathematically postulated and not actually, devising an actual experiment to find out the reality, then it's bullshit. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Sure.
Okay, so relativism as a science postulate, which has never been proven beyond physics and how things move, is not worth the spit it is spoken with, period. Because I agree with you that relativism and how things move and how you would measure it from your observer, position, that's important. But when it comes to every single answer being a relativistic thing, you have now introduced an ideology into science. And that ideology is as toxic as any ideology ever seen on Earth.
Yeah, I think I would actually agree with you on that. That is a ideology that leads to false statements and false science.
I agree, and it applies nowhere besides hard physics. But the physics that you're stating, you can't measure because they're unfalsifiable, or not because they're unfalsifiable. They're unfalsifiable because you can't measure them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And
You would have to be outside of the system in order to measure it. Therefore, it's relativistic. It totally degrades our conversation. You're saying things that are unfalsifiable, and our arguments are falling on deaf ears because you believe that this system is infallible and without question. It's insidious and damaging to the conversation. You see what I'm saying? Because of that relativistic mindset that's been put over you as a cowl, to not see the world around you, thinking that the still air is moving at 865 miles an hour is fine if you can observe it from the outside. If it's falsifiable, I agree with you. But because we can't, because it's unverifiable, then I have to say, Matthew, what is your evidence for this? Because it is an astonishing claim that when you go outside and the air is still, that the air is actually moving at 865 miles an hour. You've introduced an ideology into our scientific discussion that has eroded your accountability in it.
It's bad science.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, and of course, when I go outside and say, hey, the ground and the air, there's no wind, the ground and the air are both moving at 865 miles per hour, that is based solely on a preconceived notion that the Earth is spinning. And it's not based on observation.
I agree.
In reality.
And hang on, Bung, we are somewhere. Where that is, I don't know. But we can agree that relativism beyond perspective, as far as physics goes, destroys all science, right?
Right. You need to have some objective reality in order to even get started with science, I would say.
100%. So can we say that Einstein's mind experiments destroyed the foundation of all science?
I think it has had that effect in the popular mind, but I don't know Einstein's relativity stuff well enough to
okay, fair enough.
But
fair
I
enough.
will say,
would you say that as an ideology, it has undermined the fortitude of our academic establishment?
Yes, that plus non-Euclidean geometry had the same effect.
Yeah, it 100% does, because that is again relativism, right?
Right.
Okay, so we're introducing with just a few mathematical postulates communism into science. It's disgusting, and it should never, ever be uttered in a serious way by a man looking to find the truth.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man.
Yeah, that's
Point
a
blank
good way to
period.
put it. Yeah.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah, so I will admit I don't know much about relativism as far as Einstein goes. I do say, like you, I mean, I would call myself suspicious of the idea that there's not some absolute speed or absolute time.
Right.
And it
There would
doesn't
have to
quite
be.
fit together. Yeah.
There would have to be a control in any system in order to measure. Right?
Right. And so I do wonder if like 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, that will be replaced by something completely different. It wouldn't be.
I would
without
hope so.
precedent.
I would hope so. I would hope that we were able to see our way through clear of the mind virus of collectivism over individualism, of personal responsibility over coddling. But the fact is that history will always, if not repeat itself, rhyme. So while you may hope and pray that that day comes, your grandchildren and great-grandchildren may have to learn the same lessons you do.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't have to wait. You can do it now, today. Like you can change your world.
Bong, no. Full stop. He has come
Yeah.
with at least 5 different reasons to be here, and I think he finally found what he was looking for.
The truth shall set you free.
So
I
let's
agree.
not
Yeah, I totally
belabor
agree.
the point. This is why he's here.
Are we just? Is he going to reset and just start tomorrow from scratch?
Might as well. Might as well. Might as well.
Oh yeah,
Let's not be uncordial or ungracious. If Matthew
Let's give
comes
it a
with this
chance.
mindset tomorrow, with the same mindset tomorrow, that there has to be a definitive, hard measuring point. That there has to be the truth, not this truth or that truth, but the truth. Then we can welcome him with open arms into an honest and possibly enlightening discussion.
Right, that's the point, isn't it, Matthew? Because otherwise, it's just all wretch and no vomit, isn't it?
Yeah, we're having a conversation here to sort of like talk about these ideas. It's interesting.
It's not that the flat earthers are right and the globers is wrong. Okay, it's just that we've been lied to. That's it. Yeah.
Hang on.
About,
Hang on. Let's not whistle past the grave, because we don't. I don't know how to say this right, but let's not. Anyways, go ahead and say what you're going to say, Fung. I'm stupid.
No, I'm just talking to the the narcissist
general
in
chat.
the narcissist in every scientist inside every person. You know, the scientist in every person. You know, that wants to know, the intellect. You know, like I'm talking to
The curious, the inquisitive, the people who want to know the truth.
Yeah, the people the people who want to be on the right side. You know, it's not about who's right. You know, it's about what's right, and what's right is that we do science properly. You know, we do the experiments and we do the measuring, and that's how we know what things are and what things are not, and not believe accounts from like magicians. I call them magicians. I don't know. Sounds cooler than scientists. You know, magicians. You know, Hollywood and you know what I mean, like TV, school, universities. Your school probably too as well.
Yeah, everything you're mentioning has been infected with exactly what we were just talking about. The whole problem is that even I can see it in you. Unfortunately.
Hey guys.
Hey, Dick.
Did you...
Sorry, that's your name.
No, I love the response. It was so clean.
So strong.
Did you guys know that Einstein was a socialist.
Yeah, I do. Obviously,
Yeah.
he was a piece of shit who
Probably-
didn't actually ever do any work, and said that he could devise an experiment in his head, and that was good enough. What an idiot!
Good enough.
You know,
he
it's
was
really
a
such a shame that he
bitch.
was attractive. He didn't deserve it.
I was socialist.
Sasha!
I lived in the best socialistic country in the world.
There's no such thing.
I'm sorry, I lived in that
Sasha,
country.
buddy, honey, you're speaking to Americans over here. You can't be saying those words.
Well, I have my flag behind my avatar.
What are you trying to take our guns, Sasha? Sasha, get the fuck out of here with that.
No, dudes, I'm not joking.
No,
He's
I
not
believe
joking.
you.
He's very proud of his socialism, actually.
I believe
Sasha.
you. Stalin
What
came
is
for the
this?
guns. Mao came for the guns. Hitler came
What
for
is-
the guns. Hitler was a socialist. Big whoop.
What's-
We don't care.
What's the difference
We don't want that
between
shit here.
socialism? What's
Yeah,
the difference between socialism and
all
communism?
of that what you said has nothing with my socialism.
Guys, I'm a bit dumb. What's socialism?
I know, me too. That's what I'm asking.
What socialism? What I
The
lived
idea
20
that
years.
everything is free.
What I lived
No,
20
that's not
years.
socialist.
No, we should hear it from the socialist.
I lived that 20 years.
Yeah, what live what
And
like how? What's
and,
the difference?
and look at me. I didn't. I
Why
cannot
don't you
say
live there
anything
now?
because they fuck up that socialism.
Oh, so they didn't get it right this time, but they'll get it right next time.
Yeah, but do you know what?
Yeah.
The West was very
Yeah,
happy.
yeah,
because
guys,
that was-
capitalism, we got that shit right. Who needs
No,
socialism?
it's not. Look, man. There's
Oh, wait, hang on. Stop.
Wait,
Hang on. You are conflating a economic system with a political system. Capitalism is not our political system. It's our economic system. If you think the capitalism is the political system, then you're looking at the wrong end of the fucking horse. You're looking in its ass to find its teeth. Sorry.
That's true.
Okay, I can
So,
say
let's-
not capitalism, but democracy.
We need to let Sasha explain socialism. Fuck.
Where? Wait,
Okay,
where
can
is
tell you-
socialism? Is it in the middle of communism and I mean of
Thing. The
Yeah,
same
of
thing.
Yeah,
There's no
it's a
difference.
way to
democracy?
come,
Go ahead.
but this is only like a theory. It's a way to the communism. But
Yeah.
socialism, comparing not capitalism to democracy, in my opinion, I can tell you one thing only: living that like experience, that socialism, what I lived, I cannot, and I'm living now in democracy more than in socialism. I can tell you one thing: that socialism for me was better than this democracy.
Yeah, I agree
it.
that one pile of shit
I
could be
knew it.
better than another. Hang on, Bong. I agree that one pile of shit could be better than another pile of shit. If you look at a corrupted republic or parliamentary system such as what you live under currently, could be worse off than a budding socialism that has an idealistic motivation until it turns to shit. Both of them can turn to shit.
Of course, and they was not perfect, of course.
There is
And
no
there was
such
not-
thing as a perfect system. There are only
Yeah, of
people who drive it to be better.
Yeah, of course.
A voluntary
There is a perfect-
system is a perfect
There-
system.
There is a
So
perfect
the-
system. I will tell you.
There's the
which one
rise.
it is.
There's the rise and fall of superpowers. You know, if you guys notice, America, you know, the superpower of America is on its decline. It's on the arc down here.
So is the rest of the
China.
world, Bong.
No, China
just-
is
No,
the
no.
superpower that's
No,
rising.
it's
Right?
China. Shut up. China is not on the way up. They just had a bank fall,
No,
and they're
China is-
fucking killing. They're killing their own dissidents
Yeah.
because
Bonk,
communism.
China is not good example, Bonk. That it's totally
That's not
opposite.
right. This is what
It's
I was.
not.
This is what
Bong,
that's not my point.
China is not on its way up. You're
That's
simply
no,
being
no.
lied to. The whole world.
That's not my point.
Bunk,
Wait.
shut up. Shut up. The whole world. The whole world is now experiencing a corruption of every form of government. It doesn't matter which one you live under. You can go to your country where they just had concentration camps for people they decided were unclean. You can go to my country where they locked us down and decided that our rights were forfeit due to social cleanliness. All of this has been done before and will be done again. Once again, the children will learn the lessons that their forefathers went through. It doesn't matter. There is no perfect system, but if you think that socialism, if you think let's call it what it is. It's not socialism or communism. It's collectivism versus individualism. If you don't hold up the individual, then your collective is not worth the spit it was written on.
Yeah,
period.
Of course.
If you're going to call it collectivism, then call it by its real name, Zionism. But just to give some clarity on what Sasha is saying, it's very common. There's a guy on YouTube. He travels all through Eastern, the old Bloc countries of Russia, and it's fairly common for everybody that lived in communism or socialism to wish for those days to come back. It's very, very common, actually. And I agree. I agree with Deuce. He's saying that all it's really saying is that the times back then are better than the times right now. Doesn't necessarily mean that communism itself was better, because I would argue that the entire world was a better place to live in 50 years ago, not just communist countries. So,
yeah, of course.
I think that depends. Because the technology,
Technology has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the entropy of the soul. Has nothing to do with technology, has nothing to do with our forms of government, has to do with the generation of our generation. When we have degenerated past the point of morals, where we've made everything more relativistic, my truth, all of this bullshit, it is an insidious disease plagued upon every man and woman on this planet. Or on this plane,
exactly.
sorry.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
it doesn't matter. All of that other bullshit doesn't matter. It is evil incarnate.
I agree. That's the point. Yeah, these people that think they're this when they're, I'm a tree. I'm a girl and a boy. And
all of that shit. All of that shit is just that is just a symptom of the true disease. The true disease is that of, and hate me if you want, but it is the religion given to us by the snake from the tree. It is to say that you are the master of your own destiny, which you are not. You are part of something greater, and people refuse to relent to that. And if you can't see that the people around you are the people you should love because you deserve better, you don't. You haven't even worked for better. Most of society is degenerate and sick. Most of society would have been burned in Sodom.
Yeah, I agree.
That's right. That's why socialism will never work. Well, unless each individual changes, which is not realistic.
It's not realistic. It's absolutely not.
Basically, my opinion is that socialism, it's all the time, it's working even in democracy, because you cannot live with socialism, That's the only part of the,
right,
living.
but democracy is no better than socialism, because mob rule is no better than our company or our land or no property, because eventually the mob will come for you. Democracy is just mob rule.
Because might makes right.
Democracy is 51-49 in this moment. That means that you will have, I don't know, that stupid math. You will have of 51%.
It is the will of the popular, and it is basically what communism is. Democracy has always been what communism is.
For me, use communism if you want. It's something. It's called. I learned like this, that socialism is a way to communism. In a school, I learned it. But listen what is communism.
Let him finish, Paul.
Communism is utopia, one forever. That is idea, and I learned like this, like a citation. it's idea what you can imagine, but you cannot put in the practice. How to say in the world?
Because that's
You
not
cannot.
how humans. That is not the nature. Our nature is that there's a mom and dad, right? And mom and dad decide that you can call them a king and a queen of the
Yeah,
family. You know, so I
but,
think that is the
let,
proper
let me only
form.
finish what I learned.
But,
What is really
but
communism? Communism cannot be in one country because it must be in the whole world. If it's in one country, that means that country need to be protected from all other countries, like Antarctica. I will tell you why. Because in communism, this utopia communism, what I have in my head, and I know that will never happen because for that you need to clean. All of us need to have conscience about that. If we want to make that kind of system, and that system involves this: no military, no borders, no money.
Right. And that communism will boil down to one person left. Or that utopia
not.
will boil down hang on, Bonk. That utopia will boil down to one person left because that's the only possibility. It'll always boil down to the individual because the
Yeah,
individual will always see past the group. So
but if you want,
utopia on Earth is down to one man left. One man living. Everyone
but
else would have to die.
yeah, but I'm speaking only about system. If we let's only imagine like it is utopia
If
because I'm
everybody
telling
was
you,
perfect. If everybody was perfect is what you're
if
saying.
we clean the conscience and say, okay, let's not have the army because why to kill each other? We want to live together.
Right.
Let's have now the borders. We can travel wherever we want.
Right.
Let's not have money. Why? Because we will produce everything. We will work. Let's make agreement that we will work 4 hours, whatever. It means I will make a bread. You will make a car. Somebody will. Everything
Right.
what
And
we need for.
that always
That's not,
works. That always works in a family, but never works past the
yeah, I
family.
know. Because of that, it is utopia.
Yeah, you know, wouldn't it be the creator that should be, you know, I believe in, you know, the God of Abraham and the king, he would be. So to me, the proper form of government is the kingdom, where the man, king, he's the king, you know, he rules. That's how heaven is, and the creator of
You,
my world it has organized everything as a kingdom,
it, it,
you know, so.
I can tell also like that. If we finally take out not religions, one God, and say we have one God. Let's do all these things what I said now without invoking communism. Let's invoke God. Okay, we
Well,
have one God,
exactly. That's why I
and
think church and state were separated to
yeah,
separate God, right, and men's rule, you know, so that
and
men can
or,
can have this.
or let's call him Creator, like we believe, like we know, because of what we
Yeah.
say, because of gas pressure, because of information, because of all of these things. And now let's do the same thing with this one God. Let's not have armies, money, and borders
Right.
with that
And
one God.
that will fall as soon as a dictator rises.
Yeah.
For me,
Here's
that
one,
is
Sasha. Here's one thing you got to remember though is that the benefits of the society that you experienced in your youth, it was artificial. It wasn't built to last. It was built to fall on purpose, and not only that, it was financed, funded from the West. Not necessarily like American taxpayers, but American corporations and business financed all of that communism.
Yeah.
Starting with Russia, starting from 1917 all the way through. I mean,
no.
after World
You're
War
right.
II,
You're right.
Russia got a ton of good.
You're right. Totally. Especially our Yugoslavia. Because we
Yeah.
said no to all that is block, and the West people Western world was like, oh my God, this socialistic country doesn't want to be together with this bloc. What the fuck is
Right.
going on?
And that's why you got Holodomor.
And then we finished the worse than everybody else. We had so fucking war and we destroyed all of us. And all that love what was in 80s finished in not only 80s, 70s, finished in how to say. But I'm speaking of real love, something what I could not believe that people can achieve through the system. because all other system, because I don't know what's happened, but we Yugoslavians was thinking about Polonia, Russia, all these countries that they are fucking crazy, and they have fucking regime in their countries. Even if
because
you
they were
can
run
hold,
by Bolsheviks and the Yugoslavs didn't agree with it and they wanted to keep their land. And that's why the Russians came in and said, not one grain, and
yeah,
killed a great deal of people through starvation, which is the worst way to kill people.
yeah. And when
Because
Let's not
would
compare.
not-
Let's not compare the Holocaust. Yeah, we can't compare the.
the
no, it's
Holodomor
worse.
is the
It's even worse.
forgotten Holocaust. We need to talk about it, for God's sakes.
No, I will compare. For me, Russia was even worse than Hitler in 40s.
And there's no difference between socialism and socialism. The National Socialists were no different than the communist Bolsheviks. They were going for the same ends.
Yeah, they use the problem is because they use that good, let's say, good inside of that system, what is written, like they use that and they was behaving worse than any how to say democratic state and covering like we are socialists, we are communists, we are good. But no, they was worse with that. They was using that name for, and then they made all evil even worse than.
Right.
Yeah,
It's all in who was ruling. It didn't really fucking matter. I agree. It's probably worse because honestly, I mean,
and because of that, Western people,
a factor
especially
of
because of
what was it? 50 million people died in
yeah,
Russia due to
yeah,
that, as opposed to 6 million in Germany. I mean, come on.
Well, you got to talk about right after the Bolsheviks take over in 17, the Russians themselves were starved, put in the gulags. But then you have to speak about the 3 separate occasions in the Ukraine when the Ukrainians were starved out.
Yeah, I agree. And see, that's the thing. The Bolsheviks didn't even last in Russia. They got sent here where they belonged because we were the ones funding them.
and war didn't. If you know how war started, like Germany
First World
attacked
War?
the Second World War.
Okay.
Germany attacked the Polonia.
Yeah.
But in the same time, people, I don't know if they learn in the school, if they know, in the same time, Russia occupied Ukraine at that time. That was agreement.
And Russia also broke their agreement with Germany and killed all of the leaders of Poland at that time. That's what spurred it off.
Yeah.
I'll give you this, Sasha. I agree. No armies would be great, but if nobody invaded anybody, nobody would need an army. And on that note, we should probably go back to flat Earth. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but I will tell you something about, for example, Slavs. At least that South Slavs in the all, I don't know, 500 years or history, they never ever occupied land. They were always protecting their lands in 500 years of wars. They never attacked any land near to them, and all other countries was attacking this land. That is interesting.
Okay, Sasha, now I want you to talk to Dick about why he thinks the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't. What the fuck?
Dick, why
Don't
you
be a
think
dick and just talk to him, Dick.
No, y'all think my theory's stupid, so I don't even want to speak about it anymore.
What?
No, I had a serious idea, and then y'all were mocking it.
Don't say y'all like you're from Texas.
Bro,
With this, Karen, you had sorry, Linda, you had a globe proof. Let's hear the
cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Yo,
Stop braiding your hair in the Texas way with y'all. Anyways, let's hear your glow proof there, Dick.
No, I don't have one.
Get all,
I don't know what you
don't get all
expect from me.
shy about it because somebody said, "Oh, you're not very smart."
Okay,
None of us are very smart.
Nobody
I'll
said
just
I'm
say
not
it.
very smart, and if they did, they'd be wrong. I'm gonna be real.
Oh,
All
Okay,
right. Well,
go ahead,
let's
go ahead
hear
and
it.
tell us how smart you are.
What was your theory?
Okay, so my theory is, right, and people compared it to unicorns. Y'all know what an apeirogon is, right?
a bird?
An
What a
apparent
bird?
what?
An apeirogon.
A
You're
paragon?
saying it right.
An
Accent.
apeirogon. Okay.
Inner paragon.
Can you spell it?
Yeah. So the spelling is. I have it up on Google anyway. It's
APEROGON.
No,
G-O-N.
APEIROGON. It's a geometric
An infinite polygon.
entity. Yeah. So basically, okay.
Go on.
No, we're like small creatures in a big terrarium. Y'all know what
Yeah,
terrariums are, right?
we all agree with you. We all agree with you.
Wait,
Okay.
if we are small small creatures
Hang
in
on,
a
hang
big
on.
terrarium, right?
Bunk.
Oh,
Small is a
let him finish.
relativistic term. He's right. We're
I
creatures
want
in a
to continue on.
terrarium.
No,
Of
Everyone
course
shut
it
up.
has to be
Keep going. I
relativistic.
want to keep hearing him. Everyone shut up.
I disagree.
You
Okay,
shut
I
up
mean,
too, Flatman.
yeah, like of course it's a relativistic term. You know, we are on Earth. Okay, we are on the surface, right? This surface is bigger than us.
Yep.
We're
So
not on the ocean. We're not in the water. Yes,
Bung,
we're not
stop
floating in
interrupting
the
him.
I said the surface. I didn't say the whole surface.
Bung, I'm
Okay,
gonna mute you.
Keep going.
Fuck. Bro, y'all speak over each other all the time.
No, I'm not muting you. I'm muting Bung.
Go
Continue,
ahead. Go ahead,
Dick.
Dick.
Yeah.
Why don't you stop muting people and just be quiet yourself?
Hey, Smurf, shut up.
Yourself, buddy.
Shut
Anyway,
the fuck up.
okay. So
Go
here,
ahead,
like,
Dick.
so you guys know about okay, ice sheets, right? See, the ice in the like in the Antarctic. I think they call it the Antarctic shelf, right? Something like that. I don't know what term we're all using here.
Okay. Yeah.
It's real big, and it's meant to be like as thick as concrete, right? So you can have whole ass holes in there, and like it you know, like the ice wall from Game of Thrones. Okay, it's like
Right.
bigger and stronger than that, right? So it could
Yeah.
easily contain like whole worlds, because it's basically like having an impenetrable wall around it. But then, like, why should the wall just stop? Why should this be the only place?
Right. So an
Well, you
infinite
have a
plane.
point. You have really; those are actually some very good points. And are you familiar with Captain Cook's journey and how many miles they say they logged?
No, but guys, okay, this is a really
Okay.
cool concept, right? And I think you might like this. Has anybody here know what anime is? I'm only going to touch on it briefly.
Yeah,
You know, like
we all know what anime is.
okay, has anyone here heard of Hunter x Hunter? Because there's this really cool world building. The author is 100% a flat earther. So
I think I've actually watched one or two of those that someone in here mentioned about a year or so ago.
oh, okay.
Elijah,
See,
I think. Yeah.
in this world, not only is everything like there's like a whole supernatural element to it, but also like they basically go to this place called the Dark Continent. They find out that this whole world that they thought they had was just a tiny part of a really big world that nobody had just ever been able to discover because it was all so far away, right? And like the world is basically flat for them. Y'all should watch it; it's very good.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah, I think I've seen at least part of that.
Yeah, I mean, I can send you a YouTube video on it if you want. It's really cool.
Well, look,
But
it's entirely possible. Have you wait a second, Bunk. That's entirely possible. Have you heard of this? You can get an audiobook and listen to it. It's called The Iron Republic.
No.
Have you ever heard of that? No? Well, it's about this. Supposedly, the ship went to the south and found a way through the ice and found another whole civilization. Now, this was written about in a Florida newspaper where the ship had come back to and was docked. And they were reporting on this man's story. It's a book. So he apparently met. So this occurred about like 1902 or something like right around that era. or late 1800s. So yeah, they found a whole civilization that had high-tech equipment, high-tech transportation, very clean civilization.
Oh, kind of
Yeah,
like Atlas Shrugged, where they have this hidden place.
read that. Yeah, listen to that audiobook. It's astounding.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
is it not just possible that all the actual technology that's being developed by these people who work with aliens, demons, in my
Oh,
opinion, is just made available for a certain you hear about these bunkers and underground whatever cities where the isn't it possible that's where all that developed technology is being
oh,
developed already?
Can I add some more? Because again, this Hunter x
Sure.
Hunter manga, y'all should definitely read it because again, there's like lots of stuff in there where you're like, oh, hey, that sounds like that would support a flat Earth very nicely. So in this universe, okay, there's a reason why nobody's been able to get to this dark continent for so long. Bearing in mind the dark continent is meant to be so big that it takes something like 1,000 years to go across its whole shoreline, right? It's like the entire world, like a whole globe-sized world, that these the people of this Hunter x Hunter world thought they were in, right? Which is one big lake in a world far bigger, right? And the shore of this lake takes like 1,000 years to walk around. Okay, so think about that. Think about how perspective changing that
Yeah,
is for everyone in this universe, right?
it sounds like the infinite puddle theory. The infinite Earths. There's other puddles like
Yeah,
outside of
it
our
sounds
puddle.
like a man's lifetime is not enough. But hello, Dick Dickinson.
Hello.
Yeah, I saw that post of yours in the live stream voice text about the Aperigon, and I'm the one who replied to you saying that invisible unicorns can actually be pulling things down, and we call it gravity. Because you see, in that Wikipedia link description that you posted, yeah, they describe a shape, a geometrical shape, which is so big and curved so slightly that it actually looks flat.
Yeah, of course, but the difference
Yeah.
is
Actually, what you read there is you are talking about observing a shape of a certain kind, and you perceive it as something else. And this thing does not happen in reality. Have you seen a triangle looking like a circle?
Gets begets. See, here's the thing, though: is I need to give you some context of that. Is as I've mentioned, which is why even you use that link at all. Is the atmosphere needs containment, but we obviously we don't have like some fishbowl lens view around when we look in different directions in the atmosphere, right? It all looks like it's all consistent and there's no bending or whatever, right? Now that could be explained. If I'm not saying that this containment literally goes on forever, but like in a paragon, right?
What do you mean that could be explained? Like is there something?
Well, I mean,
is there
I'm
something,
getting to it. I'm getting to it.
No, but like explaining how a table is flat and not a curving, right? Doesn't have to explain. Like when we say this table is flat, right? Oh, I can explain why it appears flat, but it's actually curving. Like, why would you? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean?
Well, it's different because I'm not saying it's I'm not saying like it's curved due to gravity or something. That's not where I'm going with this or anything.
Right. You're saying it only appears, right? Like it's not curving. It only appears flat, but that can be explained. See, that's what I mean.
This is what the Wikipedia definition was saying, and you replied to me like I'm mocking and I'm being rude.
Sounded that way.
I want to clarify that because I don't see where I have been rude towards you.
No, it seems.
Been
You sound like a nice guy, but it's just like through text,
Thank you.
people's
Good.
demeanors aren't exactly observable. Yeah, so the point I'm getting...
we're on good grounds then.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, is the man. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the point I'm making is in what I proposed. Okay, we are one pond among many, right? Like this guy, because here's the thing: this ice could go on for a very long time. We're talking so long that generations upon generations of people could be sprinting and never even get halfway, right?
The only thing we have about that is these people who made these expeditions to the Antarctica, and it's not many of them. It's just a hand of these kind of people.
Yeah, but like, yeah, okay.
No, I think you're missing the point here, man. Like, think about it this way: the only reason why there's life, we are experiencing this conversation, it's because there's a sun that does this seasonal thing, this cycle, right? So if you think about leaving, going away from that source of light, like it's very simple, like what you would logically would happen, right? You get away from the light more and more, it gets colder and darker. I wouldn't try to assume what's out there. And I think if we even had the resources, like all of humanity, to go out there, it's kind of risky and stupid to go away from the light, that gives the heat and causes life, right? Like, I don't know, like, well, how we can't even go past the 60th parallel. That goes around this.
I mean, I have some other theories about the sun and moon and stuff, but like that's for another time. But
hey, Dick, sorry, Dickie, I didn't catch the very beginning of this conversation. What is your what was the genesis of this idea of an infinite ice plane or whatever?
I just really like math, so the idea of infinity is pretty cool. I know I'm pretty biased, and it's just an idea,
Oh, is it original idea? Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I hadn't never heard of it before, like the exact way I've put it. But
Hunter.
Infinity.
Yes, from Hunter x Hunter. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Now go ahead.
Cannot exist.
Yeah. To bring up Hunter x Hunter again, because this here, really good idea, right? Is so in the Hunter x Hunter universe, right? There's all this magic and stuff. And there's lots of spirituality. It's very interesting. It's not just like that. You can't just physically travel to this place. There's the weather is so extreme, like you would have if you had thousands of kilometers of ice wall in the way. It would be barren for so long that no human could ever hope to survive. Right, the whole journey. That you actually have to use magic, like these special like elder creatures. They need to use their magic to get you to the other side and get you the other way back. Right now. We obviously are not saying that we need magic to get to anywhere else on the plane, but the ice and the weather, because we know how extreme weather can get, right? What if it's more extreme there, to the point where we're almost like trapped in our puddle?
Well,
because the weather's so
in this fictional story, they say you need magic to get to that realm, but in reality, we need a special permit from these nations who signed the Antarctic Treaty to allow you to have an expedition there. Yeah.
That to be fair, that actual permit is called the designation, at least in 4 other countries, is called magic.
Yeah.
So.
Speaking of a permit, and this is very interesting.
Thing about it, yeah.
Continue.
I think about it.
Yeah.
Can I add, because this is very topical. Again, the author is definitely a flat earther. Okay, in this universe, right? People found a way to actually get to this what they call the dark continent, right? Without needing to use magic, they could just travel there. Okay,
Dick, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be?
It's a plane. I'm trying to explain my ideas. Stop taking me from
No. Stop. What is your direct evidence that the Earth is a plane?
Well, I don't need direct evidence. What I have is refutations of a globe.
Give me one. Give me one.
You can't feel the Earth spin. Simple, done. Anyway.
Not anyway. How does that make the Earth flat?
Because, I mean, it's logical. If it isn't if it isn't globular, right? If it doesn't curve enough to where it like ends up back on itself, then it is effectively a plane. It's, you know, simple math.
It could be a bowl. It could be a dome. It doesn't have to be a plane in that explanation.
Yeah, okay, but the thing about a globe, okay, is that like all the parallel lines, they intersect twice, right? Whereas
Yeah.
with a plane, for example, you wouldn't
Because
get
they're
that.
circles.
But you wouldn't get that. So it can be bowl shaped, it can be the penis shaped. If it doesn't have this certain geometry, those lines aren't going to intersect twice.
Okay,
You know,
that's not answering my. Hang on,
just-
shut up, Bong. Shut up.
sorry.
That is not it, Bong. That is not answering my question, Dick. I asked you if it isn't moving, how does that make it a plane? You said because lines don't intersect. What?
No, okay. So what I actually said, because I remember the whole thing I said, which is that I have refutations for a globe, which means that if it isn't a globe, it effectively has to have some variation of planal geometry, right? Like, again, as I said,
Sure.
okay, you can deform any of these silly shapes that you want to posit into a plane, but you can't do that with a globe and still have those lines intersect twice. I know how, like, surfaces
Okay, I
work.
agree. I agree with that.
So
I fully agree with that. But you said that the Earth isn't moving, therefore it's flat. Why?
Okay. So here, okay, that cat just fucked me up.
Yeah, it fell right out of there. Goes out
Anyway.
of the capsule and then right through the ceiling.
I need to stop looking at this live stream chat. It's distracting me. Okay, so the Earth, you can't feel the Earth rotate, right? So then obviously you can't have all this like season and day and night stuff, right, working on the globe. Because the thing is, with a globe, it mathematically, you know, they're saying that there's a sun in one direction.
Okay, hang on. Now, I'm just going to throw this out there to throw a little wrench in your works here. What if the Earth is stationary, non-moving, globular, and everything is moving around it at the center?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, but like,
so now the Earth is a globe again.
No,
and not moving.
No, this is why. Okay, with a globe, right? Necessarily, because of the shape, sunshine is only going to hit one side, right? So it needs to spin.
Not if everything else is moving, including the sun.
Yeah.
It's called
It's
heliocentrism.
rotating around
Or,
it, yeah.
or you know,
Geocentric will be
geocentrism.
like-
Thank you. Yeah. So everything is moving around it. It's still a globe. Still works out.
No, it wouldn't, because you couldn't have things spinning and then also not have the things intersecting twice, the lines intersecting twice.
No, that's not true. The Earth is still a globe. Everything moves around it, and it's stationary.
Well, then you'd also have the gas pressure problem.
Okay, what's the gas pressure problem, and why is it a problem?
It's a problem because, I mean,
No, what is it? What is it, and why is it a problem?
You know, because you don't sell propane bags or propane in the cloud, you sell it in canisters. You know?
Okay. What does that have to do with the Earth? No, don't back him up again. He's clearly a troll. I just want to know that he's intellectually honest.
I've been in here before and discussed this stuff before. Like, I'm not a troll.
Dick, look me in the eyes. You seem sincere.
I've been in here several times before. I've had perfectly fine conversations about more than just the flat Earth. Like, I was considered genuine by the people, including Glatt, who, you know, is a pretty suspicious person on here, right?
He is, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, and I was
Dick,
to be
you
fine.
came off a little trolly to me. I was just giving you the third degree. I'm sorry about that. I'll back off.
But no, I mean, I'll finish what I was saying anyway, because it is a problem.
Go ahead. But tell me why.
Okay, so, you know, anyone who's ever opened a science book, you know, they whenever they show you gas pressure, the example they always show you is when the gas is in a container, right? With that. because pressure requires pressing, right? I mean, literally, the equations that they use for pressure, that we all use for pressure, sorry, because pressure is a real thing. It's calculated by how much force is applied to a surface, right?
Right.
So if
and
there's no
the
surface,
volume and density of the container.
yeah. So if there's no surface to be pressed upon, then how can you measure the force? You know, how is there going to be a pressure? It's like it's already in the logic of the idea of pressure that things are being pressed on with a force that you can measure. That's pressure.
I said
So
in volume and density of the stuff, the volume of the container, the stuff in the container, and the temperature. I forgot temperature, and I apologize.
Yeah. So if you don't have a surface to press upon, then you won't have the gas pressure, right?
I agree. You're
correct.
You're
it's
singing to the choir, preaching to the choir.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why you see even in science books where they say that gas pressure works on a globe, the example they always give you is still things pressing against other things.
Right, but they also show you a trampoline to tell you about space time,
which is a terrible example.
They are idiots.
It is. Do you want to know why? And I've always hated this. I've never liked this from day one in school. Is because they're using the concept of gravity, which is things being pulled down on the trampoline or whatever it is, the sheet, right? Which is what causes what you see, to then...
Which is Newtonian gravity.
Yeah. So they're going to have things that pull the trampoline down with their supposed gravity to then try and prove their supposed gravity.
Yeah.
It's tautologous.
You're 100% right. It is tautologous, and thank you for saying so.
I never liked that one. That one's stupid. I even pointed that out in school, and they were just like, "Shut up and watch the video."
It is amazingly stupid. None of their examples hold to reason because they're trying to reify concepts.
I mean, if your example you're using requires that what it's trying to explain already exists, it's not really teaching anybody anything, is it?
Nope, you're chasing your tail.
I mean, no, it was just a remark.
No, I'm saying that like you're chasing your tail in the argument. You're saying, oh, there's my tail. I'm going to go around in a circle because it's a circular argument.
Yes.
Tautological. I agree with you.
Tail. Where have you been? Come here. Come here. Come here.
You're never going to catch it. You're never going to catch it, Bong.
I've been looking for you all day.
Hey, Dick.
No, you know how the dog just lies down?
Hey, real quick, Dick.
Yes.
I apologize for taking you as a troll.
Don't worry, I'm British, so everyone thinks I'm being sarcastic when I so much as speak.
British, and you say y'all?
Yeah.
I figured you had to at least be Neverlander.
No, I have friends all over the world, so I speak to lots of Americans.
So now you start speaking American?
Mm-hmm. Kind of a bit.
You know that most Americans don't say that, right?
Man them speak American. Man them speak US. Man them speak American now, eh?
Man speak all over the world, man. Man speak here, man speak there.
Yo, we'll go on with that, blood. Man's gonna perforate your TV for that again, yeah?
Oh man, I missed that show, man. When is the new season?
You mean Ollie G?
No.
What does he mean?
The good one with quick maths.
And now Mike.
I hope you get the role. I hope you get the role.
Oh, thank you, Sasha. Sasha, you have a nice voice, by the way. I like your accent.
I'm Get, not Sasha.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
He likes Sasha's accent better than yours, Get.
Yeah, I mean, like the Soviet or whatever, like the old commie countries, they have nice accents.
Yeah.
Apart gas pressure and rotation, but what is the main reason why Earth is flat?
The main reason why Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Because I'm super fucking biased towards like nice, smooth things.
No,
that's
why.
Well, a ball can be smooth. Don't be ridiculous. Just because the only ball you know is either soccer or basketball doesn't mean that a ball can't be smooth.
Yeah, I guess I should have said
like a bearing
more.
ball.
Okay, I should have said more plainly. I like Euclidean geometry, is what I should have said.
Fine. I agree with that.
Because here's the thing, Euclidean geography can be precise, whereas geography for a globe, or whatever, or a hyperbole, whatever the other ones are called, it's all approximate. It's all E this, E that. You know, I don't know if you guys know the non-Euclidean trig functions.
Non-Euclidean geometry is stupid, obviously.
Yeah, like, they're all approximations.
Good night, Andy. Hold my beer. Everybody say good night to Andy.
Later, Andy.
Good night, Andy. Good night.
Have a good night.
Good morning.
Bless.
Hey, let's just all imagine we're in America and all say good night, please.
Good night.
There we go. Thank you.
Good night.
Pardon me.
Bless you. It happens.
Well, it's good to meet you, Dick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone
What
is
made
a
you
good old...
What made you choose that name?
I have already told this story. It's pretty funny. So, I have a friend, and they, at the time, they were saying some stuff about, like, how people always make fun of, like, foreign-sounding names, when the people making fun of those names will literally be called something like John Johnson, you know, fucking, like...
Biggest.
Like...
John Smith.
Yeah, like Jack Smith, you know, William Carpenter, like the most...
John Doe.
The most genteel of names is what you're saying.
Yeah, and then the one they said was Dick Dickinson, and I was laughing so much, I was like, I have to make that my name now.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
So then, you don't mind if I call you Dickie then, huh?
Oh, actually, yeah, no. I made an email called Mr. Dickie Dickinson.
So Dickie is your middle name.
My favorite dog had this name.
Little Dickie was taken, so I was like, okay.
Mm.
You know Little Dickie, the rapper?
Mm-hmm. And then they also made fun of Sigma males, if you guys know what that is. So then I put...
no idea.
You should really Google it. It's very funny.
I know alpha male, and I heard of a beta male. I heard of gamma males, and now what?
Sigma males. They're like, you guys have never heard of the Sigma male grind set?
I've heard of the Sigma male grind set, and I've found them all to be gamma males.
What's
They think they're all edgelords and just too badass to be alpha, but they're just gammas.
Exactly.
Secret king idiots. They think they're all badass and they're fucking
real. It's all just like a LARP of fantasy. So I made my profile picture the Sigma, lowercase and uppercase, so that, you know, if anybody's like, "Oh, what's that profile mean?" I'd be like, "I'm a Sigma."
I'm a special kind of alpha. I'm a special alpha.
I stray from the pack. I'm a Sigma male.
I am an irresponsible alpha. That's what I am.
Dickinson, where you are from England?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so those are the guys at work that always say, "I do what I want." Like, oh,
no, Bong. That's not them. They think that they're so alpha. They think that they're so alpha. They're above being the leader that they're supposed to be if they're an alpha. What they don't understand is that no man, not a single man, is alpha all the time, because a real alpha will defer when he's outside of his expertise. That's what a true alpha will do. They will defer to others' leadership when they're outside their expertise. But a sigma or a gamma, it's actually a gamma, will never defer, because they will never see themselves outside of their expertise, because they basically suffer from a Dunning-Kruger.
Secret kings.
Yeah, secret kings. Some weird Dunning-Kruger. They think they're better than they are.
That's childhood trauma. They don't want to remember it.
you talking about
Every
me again?
yeah, no. Every single alpha out there will tell you, no. If you know better, go ahead and lead us to the promised land. But the consummate beta will always defer, and then the delta will never even try to compete, and then the sigma will think he's leader all the time, but never say so because he's actually a gamma.
I'm a
But what
special
happens
kind
when
of
you run
Sigma.
out? What happens when you run out of all the Greek alphabet letters? Like, then are there like 69 genders? Like, how
No,
many
no.
scale?
This was made up in the this hierarchy chain was I can say either made up or observed in the animal kingdom and in society to hold true generally. And it's pretty true, but the misnomer is that an alpha is always an alpha, that's never true because any true alpha will always defer.
Okay,
when necessary.
All right. But if people are sheep, then how can there be any alphas?
People aren't sheep. You only think they're sheep because you think that you're the leader of them.
Exactly, and therefore we're also not wolves.
No,
right?
no, you're a gamma. You're a gamma.
Well, no, what's that?
That's the secret king.
A secret king. I have no idea what that means. Like a guy who thinks he's more than he's.
You didn't listen to anything I said. That's why you don't know what I was saying.
I thought you said that's what a sigma was. I thought that's what you said. A sigma.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Who's what's Owen Benjamin's boy? What's Owen Benjamin's boy's name? He's the one that reintroduced all these terms and repopularized it.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys watch Owen Benjamin? Based.
I was just.
Who doesn't watch Owen? Owen's a flat earther. We have to watch him.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's really a flat earther.
I mean, am I thinking of someone else? You're talking about like Sargon of Akkad, right?
No, Sargon is not a flat earther. Owen Benjamin.
Isn't Sargon called Owen Benjamin, or am I confused?
No, that's Benjamin. His name is Benjamin, not Owen Benjamin.
Benjur.
Okay.
Benjur versus Benjamin. German.
It all makes sense now.
German and German, you know.
Oh my God, Bong! Do you shut up to listen for a second? I didn't think so. I just wanted to hear the truthful answer.
Vox Day, that's his name.
Oh yeah, Vox Day. That's right. That's right. Vox Day is a bit of a secret king, to be honest.
You know, it's similar to the multi-gender, the pronouns game. You know, that's what I hear when I hear people talk about.
It's not the same. It's not the same. We're talking about how people generally structure themselves, naturally fall into hierarchies, as opposed to a contrived mode of pushing yourself off on somebody. We're not saying that the alpha comes up and declares himself alpha. They naturally rise to the occasion of leadership when the situation calls for it. A beta will support the alpha because it's the right thing to do, and they believe that this person will get them to where they need to go. Period. That's how it works. A delta will do what they're told generally.
So an alpha will become, if you have two alphas, one of the alphas will voluntarily take the role of, beta, right? The XO versus the CO, type of thing.
They have they will reasonably defer to each other in a cooperative state. You'd rarely find a power struggle until that situation is resolved, and it generally resolves itself fairly quickly. But once it does, they become cooperative once again. It happens in monkeys, it happens in dogs, it happens in people. You can see it happen all the time.
I like how Jesus said the man is the head, and there's always somebody above you. I like that way of structuring better because
it's the same way. It's the same way.
Right.
That's how it naturally structures itself as a system.
Right. Yep. Animals do
Hierarchy
that.
ladder.
The socio-sexual hierarchy. That's what they're calling it.
Yeah. Okay.
That is what it's called. Yeah. It was
Social blankets.
it was devised. I immediately remembered those kids in cages with the foil on them when you said social blankets.
Nice. Yeah.
And then I remembered the meme of the tacos with the foil wrap, and that next to the pictures of the kids in cages with foil on them, and then the meme that said who wore it better.
Oh.
Oh.
I do.
Well, this got uncomfortable quickly.
I'm comfortable because I have no idea what you're.
What about this new generation, the cancel generation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a power struggle.
Yeah, power.
You have people who are ineffectual in their lives who only find power by destroying what they can't build.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't think, technology, I think, brought about because before, you had music.
It has nothing to do with technology, Bong. It absolutely has nothing to do with technology and simply has to do with how people structure themselves. When you find yourself powerless, you strike out against what you perceive to be powerful. It's pure and simple human nature.
It's a
I
mind
was just saying,
state.
I was saying technology speeds it, makes it more efficient, that process.
Granted, but these situations resolve very quickly when all of that goes away. Because necessity drives who is in charge. And you're never going to bite that hand that feeds you if you can't feed yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Damn, I keep having that talk with my son, I keep telling him about these services.
But it has you have to divorce yourself from this idea that technology has anything to do with how we deal with ourselves. It doesn't.
Yeah.
While it may facilitate it, while it may be the medium in which it's conveyed, it really has nothing to do with it. You will find people whom are powerless collectively grouped together to take down what they find as powerful, just be out of jealousy or out of spite. That happens all the time.
Yeah, especially when you're not equipped to counter any arguments as well. Their argument tactics are just to blurt racist or they're supposed to shut down the conversation, not actually counteract any of the argument.
Whatever it takes to destroy is what they will use.
Why are you yelling?
It's never pleasing to blame yourself.
It's never pleasing to take responsibility when you never have. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Our electrician came to check the alarms like 2 days ago, and we had a long talk about this, and then he said, because we're the same, around the same age, 40s, late 30s, early 40s, and we were talking about our children, that generation, and how we were probably the last generation to get out of the house and just be normal back in what normal was to us. Where the new normal, it is through the phone, through these screens. Like,
you honestly have to divorce yourself from that. If you find technology to be a curse in your life, then get rid of it. You don't have to complain about it ever.
Well, that's the thing, because it is being used against us people, right? But also, like, you can't fight your enemy if you don't understand his
right.
tools.
No. But you are only looking at the red side of the ledger. You're not looking at the black side of the ledger, which is our conversation right now. If you say only these negatives apply to this thing, you're not looking at all of the positives that go along with that. Because every time you have a an action, you're going to have an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah.
You're going to have the other side of the coin. You can't say all of these negatives are why we have to get rid of this while never looking at the benefits of what you reaped.
I know, but look. My son has a phone. Everybody has a phone, right? But look. I fucking hate Discord for all the fucking right reasons, right? It's because of the kinds of content that's available, easily accessible.
This is the proverbial big post in your eye while you're complaining about the splinter in somebody else's.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, like what I'm saying is all these people, like me, but think about our children too, like the young people having this experience growing up. Okay, this is life, right? Like I tried imagining a childhood and a life where the YouTube and the screen, because that's how old he is. You know, by the time he started, growing, YouTube was already, being. It was part of life. It's normal. You know what I mean? To us, it's new. It's still new. I mean, it came out like 10
It's
years
not new to me. I've been doing this since I was 9 years old.
But you know what I mean? Like this.
No, I don't know what you mean, Bong. The fact is that you are looking at a car and saying, why can't we all just drive horses?
Well, yes.
And never looking at the shit on the street and all the beautiful things that the car did for you.
Like what?
The shit on the street that is no longer there.
What? You could do that with the horse. I mean, I don't get it. Like, so what is the cost?
I understand you don't see the gifts you are given, but you are talking to somebody in America while you are currently in Australia. That is huge. That's amazing.
Right. Yeah. You look.
And you're saying because your son is growing up in an age you don't understand.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Forbid it. That you're going to turn him into a Luddite. I'm fine with that, but don't tell me.
I am saying. Look, I teach him I teach him Python. I teach him AI. I teach him how to use these tools. That's not what I'm saying.
You can't even make music. You rely on a fucking artificial intelligence. The B system. You are part of the B system.
Listen, my point is this. We come from just like our fathers. My dad used to say this, back in my day, you guys, your generation. Well, I'm experiencing that now. Yeah, but I am also trying to put myself in my son's shoes and try to imagine what it's like to only know that world and not the world that I knew, or the world of my dad. How I don't know the world my dad grew up.
The gifts you were given as a child, you don't feel are being visited upon your son.
That's the thing. I don't agree that technology. I see the sword, even though it was developed.
Look at both sides of the ledger. Bong, look at both sides of the ledger.
Exactly. I am agreeing with you that we can use it to do good, of course. But I'm saying that the potential, like you were talking about relativity earlier, and how it's corrupted everything.
There's no difference, but go on.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to drive towards, is that there's a corruption happening through this, this knowledge that we use to develop, that the world uses to develop. I never built a computer.
No, it's not the corruption; it's the curse.
Curse. But
it is a curse.
Yeah, this world was cursed. Man asked God for another ruler or for a system so that man can rule himself. So we don't have God anymore ruling upon us. And now, this system is that beast. We are governed by the system. But the system has been cursed by God, but by the Creator. He will never achieve a good state,
No.
So, and I agree, I don't live in a good world. That will be lunacy to make this claim, The world has it all, good and bad,
Yes.
It's filled with more bad. It's a sad state.
Until you look your loved ones in the eyes.
Yeah.
Because there's beauty in this world because you're here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are the valuable assets of this
exactly,
world.
exactly. Your love, your progeny, and the things you build that last. Those things matter. If we keep on looking at the red side of the ledger, you're only going to focus on the negative of your life. And I don't want that for you or your son.
We're here. Look at me.
Spending life to make a better world, that's a waste of life.
As much as I hate Discord, I downloaded it, right? Because I heard you guys on YouTube and it was using up all my data and I couldn't be bothered doing the YouTube thing anymore. As much as I hate it and what it's doing, I was like, you know what? I need to use this thing anyways, and they're good. Yeah,
Hey.
like you said, I've been meaning to do this, but I gotta, do the whole.
Hey, Bong.
Conversation.
Sasha wants to say something.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sasha.
No, that was for the Smurf.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Bong.
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell us how you're not looking at the red side of the ledger, even though that's all you're accounting.
I am.
I have fought with you this. I have fought with you on this for 7 years now. 7 years. Shut up for a second, Bong. I have fought with you on this for 7 years. How you are always looking at the negative side. I don't mind being cautionary. I don't mind being prepared. But if you look at your friends and say that they're in the negative side, at some point, you are saying. At some point, you are saying that you disrespect the gifts you are given.
I'm not. Look,
7 years, Bong. 7 years, and you always tell me how bad technology is. Yet you speak to me over it.
You know why I think these things is because I use the gun. I'll try this out, and I'm like, whoa.
Okay. So you know murder is wrong, but you're going to continue to do it.
No,
Siri, Siri, make me a beat.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, one day that's gonna happen. Like
7 years, Bong. 7 years. I fought with you on this time and every single time we talk, you just come back and we're still having the same conversation. I will never forget. And you know that.
There is a spirit that is moving in the internet against. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just joking. Go ahead. Yeah.
Bong, do you drive a Tesla car?
No.
How dare you? How dare you?
I drive a Honda. I drive a little, 300, 600, but not a. I would never drive a Tesla. I would never buy one. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. It's just too much. It's flashy. It's like a forklift. It's weird. It's not. It doesn't. It's not a car. Like, not into that. I'm into old stuff.
Old school.
Yeah, old. The older, the better. Yeah. The older, the more value.
I can tell you honestly, Bong, Teslas are pretty awesome.
Oh, that's cool. So are Lamborghinis.
Yeah.
I mean,
they kind of drive themselves. Yeah.
No, not because they drive themselves. 3.2 to 3.0 miles, or 3.2 seconds, or 60 miles it's 0 to 60. Yes, thank you. For fuck's sake, that is insane. It blows your head back. You can go up to 500 miles on the new ones. They're pretty good. And I've always been. Hang on, Bong. I've always been a fan of electric cars because, being half German, I like what Germans create. And Germans created the first automobile, and it was electric. I've always been a fan of electric cars ever since I was a little kid. I think they're fucking cool. And Teslas are pretty fucking cool. I don't like the tracking technology. I don't like the fact that they can stop you from fast charging. That's all bullshit. But it's still a pretty cool car.
But you can apply that technology to the old one, to the mechanical cars easily. It's just code and a couple of computer servers, and you're good. I mean, you connect it to your mechanical system, and it does the same thing. I mean, you can manually have all that technology.
No, I know. It's hard to build the technology back.
But you know,
The only reason I wouldn't buy a Tesla is that I saw this documentary where they show how they mine for lithium and cobalt in Congo.
Yeah, but if you sit there and worry about where everything comes from, you're pretty much going to be
Yeah,
ruined in life. Honestly, I mean, just you
probably.
can sit there and talk about the cobalt mines in fucking Africa or India, but just look at
Yeah.
China where the things are built, and you just take a gun to your head at that point because people are jumping out of buildings for your phone.
Oh
I think
yeah,
about
by
it.
the
I think
way,
about it.
the Chinese actually came up with a new model of a electric car, and they are exporting a lot now to EU. Yeah.
Yeah, is it called a wrestler?
I would.
A Tesla?
I have a feeling that all these new cars is more for gathering data and surveillance, on you,
No.
making it a like
Human
You missed
input.
the point. What they
yeah,
want to do is make it so that because everybody has to have insurance, right? What they want to do is make it so that it costs more to insure a human driver than it does to have the car drive you for you or auto drive for you. They want to
Yeah.
make it illegal eventually for you to
To
drive the car
drive.
yourself. So so
yeah,
you get
I
auto
agree.
driven everywhere, so you're
I
controlled.
agree.
They want to
Yeah, I
make
agree.
humans doing anything
And,
illegal.
and I think that
You
the
become
technology
merchandise.
I think the technology is freaking awesome, man. And I think it is safer to let the AI, like, if everything is the scary thing about that and get knows, right, is you can hack it. That's the scary thing. That's why I would never get in it because as a hacker, I would definitely hack it. Like, because that's what hackers do, a whole new thing to
Of course,
break and
because you saw
shit,
you
like
saw Fast and Furious #8 where they had the zombie cars, and now you want to do that because
Oh,
you
really?
installed
You can hack Google? Yeah. Show me
he
you
ins-
can rootkit Google.
well, that's
you
the
can
scary part
you
about it.
can rootkit Google. Google has
Oh,
an open GPL.
because
Yeah.
the government
So
the
it's
government can
possible.
sabotage it and say it's some hackers, terrorists are out there now. We gotta take away some more rights or do more. Watch out for these cyber terrorists. They're doing, you know, yeah. So whether it's actual terrorists or not, or just the government doing, the risk, right? Like we're driving a gasoline, a normal automobile. You have all the, I'm just saying it's a lot, less riskier to stay away from the tracking technology. You know what I mean? The data gathering and where you go and when you go.
Yeah,
It's
but
so
the
scary.
AI wouldn't be what he is then.
Well, it's so scary how accurately by gathering, say, your movements, right? Data of your movements over, let's say, 3 months to 6 months. It's scary how accurate the AI can predict exactly what you would do on a Monday, on a Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
In June, on the third week of June, on this day, you might do this, and
Yeah.
it might predict it accurately.
They
Just by,
already do that.
Yeah,
so
they do. It's called predpol, predictive police.
yes, exactly. And
It's an official running system. Yeah.
when we sit there, when we watch a movie, what Malkovich, right? Like when you see something like that, you're observing this person, your voyeurism, right?
See,
Observing.
this is my big worry, Bong. And I'll tell you my big worry. There are going to be revolutionaries who try to burn everything down. And then there's going to be reactionaries who say, let's go back to a simpler time and destroy everything good while while destroying everything bad and ignoring all of the good that the good did.
That the
There
bad
are that the good did. The good came with the bad.
Oh yeah.
There are things we can put in place to stop that. Yet man is so corrupt, we haven't. But there is a possibility that we could. I don't want to get into a place where, because we're only looking at the red side of the ledger, as I continue to mention, which means the negative side, that we continually try to destroy what could be helpful, what could be good. And I say could because every positive could have a negative outcome. And we don't know that until we try it. If it has a negative outcome, get rid of it. I don't want it. But we need to try it. But we can keep some stuff. Like communications, I think, should always move forward. But I don't think that things should be continually censored. I don't think that we should be continually monitored. I don't think we should be tracked through our communications. But I also think that bringing you and I together, or me and Geppy get together, is not a bad thing.
Yeah, but we can do that ourselves, right?
Oh, yeah, but me. Say yes. You are correct.
No.
Don't yeah, but me.
It depends.
Wait. Are you trying to say that the NSA is wasting your tax dollars?
No, I'm saying
they only waste your tax dollars.
Can I just
Their only
let me
point.
just explain what because look,
no,
if somebody
not until you concede. Not until you concede.
Yes,
that
you're
I am
right,
correct.
that it is a good thing, but how
don't
it
yell
is done,
at me. Just leave it at that.
No,
I already said that. I already said that, Punk. I already said that it coming with the negative side of the ledger, I agree, could be done better, and all of those things could be addressed and taken care of. I think they're a bug, not a feature. I think they need to be addressed. But do not sit there and tell me that you and I talking about this specific subject is a bad thing, or I will just go ahead and I will ban you right now. I already got my finger on the button.
What do you mean it's a bad thing?
You yab-butted me again. You yab-butted me. I'm sorry. That's all there is to it.
Sorry. Okay. Look, let me.
I only muted you on my side. Hang on. I'll server mute you. There we go. Okay. I fixed the glitch. He'll figure it out in a second.
Hey, thanks. It's kind of cool you fix glitches like that, man. That's some glitches going on everywhere, man. Could you do some more fixing around here?
I'm fixing glitches everywhere. I'm a bug smasher. And yes, Orion, the NSA is. Yes, you are.
Nah. Okay. Look. Let
Orion,
me explain.
Hang on. Orion, I agree with you. The NSA is trash. The FBI and the CIA are trash because they're all inward facing. They no longer look out for the safety of the people. They're watching the people.
Okay? Like I'm trying to explain the red that I see. Okay, we build.
I know the red. I know the red. Right? I am well aware. If we want to sit here in doom and gloom, that's fine. We'll just go back to flat Earth. I'm not going to sit here in doom and gloom all night. That's bullshit.
It's not a doom and how is me trying to?
It's a waste of a weekend. It's a waste of a weekend. We know. Everybody here knows. Cancellations, censoring, all the way to medical misinformation from the state. State-guided medical misinformation. I agree with you. I am in 100% agreement with you. But you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. That baby is ours. And if you give it up, this is the fun. This is the okay. I always see art, this dystopian art, with these malcontents outside of the big shiny city in this rubble, looking in. Those people looking in this art of this cyber future, where this dystopian future, where these malcontents looking into this big technocracy. The fact is that they are a product of that city. They only look upon it because they look to rule it. They are no better than the people in it, and they think they are, but they're not. And you're one of those people.
Yeah. What people? Like from the outside or the inside? What are you talking about?
You're looking outside the big city, never looking. Never look. You're always looking into the big city, saying, "We need to destroy that." But all you have to do is turn around, and outside that big city are fields and fields, as far as the eye can see, where you can simply plant your flag, start a family, and live your life free of that bullshit. But instead, you say, you know what? I want to rule. I want to be the leader.
I'm saying that is the kind of world we will have if we don't have a kingdom ruled by the creator, like
I understand that. I get it. There is no perfect world except one under his rule, but we do not live there. We live one under our rule, and it will never be perfect.
Our rule.
Yeah, this is the part you have to understand about life, Bong. Life is pain and suffering, enduring through all this here. Yeah.
You will never find happiness if you don't have the suffering to look at it and say, this is why I'm happy, because I know what pain is. You'll never be happy if you don't earn it. And happiness is fleeting because trouble is just on the horizon. It's on its way. It's coming towards you, and you better be prepared to weather it.
Yeah. The biggest idiots of this world are those who do not know what pain is.
I know pain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pain lets you know that you're not dead. Yeah, I saw that on G.I. Jane. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pain is your friend. It lets you know that you're not dead yet, and now you can do your job and go home. It's like,
a movie to make women try to be men. Perfect example. Thank you, Bon.
Yeah.
I mean, Demi Moore was pretty hot, and I was like, Demi Moore, damn.
Yeah, she was hot, and I could throw her across the room. She's literally 5'2" and 105. I could throw her across the room.
I was 20 years old, man. Like, what the hell did I know about women in the world? Kid. It's 20 years ago. Damn.
I have a question for you, Deus, please. What do you think it will be like this winter in Germany?
Cold. Very cold, because they're not going to get the Russian gas, and they're certainly not going to get the gas from us because we stopped making it.
Yeah.
Thank you, old Biden.
Biden.
Thank you, New World Order.
Yeah, literally. The how dare yous have decided that we no longer need fossil fuels, which they're not actually fossil fuels. They're the blood of the earth. But regardless, they have decided that carbon is a poison, even though if we had 1,200 ppm instead of 400 ppm, the deserts would bloom. But they've decided that it's a poison because it creates life.
Yeah.
They're fools, and they're led by their leader, the devil.
Yeah, when they call good evil.
What I find hilarious is the same people who want to kill their babies in the womb are the same people who want to save the planet. Bullshit. You only want to kill humans. That's the whole point. Why don't they start with themselves?
Dude, my son showed me a picture on TikTok, I think. He said, Dad, look at this. And there was this woman holding up a sign that said, so God can kill his child, but I can't? And we looked at each other like, it's like, you see those people? He's like, I know, right? And he started laughing, like, fuck. He's like, God damn idiot.
What were you going to say, Levelist?
Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to point out that the same guy that is the number one preacher for overpopulation is the same guy that wants to save everybody with the yabby yabs.
Yeah. Thanks, Gil Bates.
Ill Gates.
Gil Bates.
Ill face.
That fucking guy, man. He didn't. That pie should have an IED in it.
Or cyanide or something, man. What the fuck?
No, an IED. Trust me, it would have fucking done. It would have done the job once and right.
Hey, why you waste the pie? Why didn't you put a fucking knife in it or something? Shit.
Oh, dude, that would only maim him. Stop trying to be a fucking.
Just right through the eyeball.
Do the job once and do it right. It wouldn't have mattered. The fact is his father was the head of Planned Parenthood for 10 years. It wouldn't have
Yeah.
mattered if it were him or somebody else. They always have somebody in the wings. What's funny enough is they have no bench strength in their political wing, but they have plenty of bench strength in their covert wing. It's insane. Evil
Yeah,
knows no bounds.
Bill Gates' grandfather was like a right-hand man to Rockefeller as well, the granddad.
Yeah. Could they all be related? Whoa.
They are, obviously. They do not share our father. They
So
come
it's not
from
a
another father.
Because I thought all these coincidences could not be possible. Because
Yeah, there were giants in those days and after.
right. I know, man. I think these are their ancestors. You know, ancestor worship. Like, because my people, Samoans worship their ancestors, and when you think about, I thought about it, it's hard, right? The king, directly descends from the gods. So the Egyptian kings, all these kings that claim, and when they die, their spirits, the Nephilim, they were Nephilim, and their spirits stay behind after they die, and those are the spirits.
Right, and every time every time a new king gets anointed, he goes through a ritual in which he is imbued by the spirits of his ancestors.
Exactly, and those are the spirits that are being worshipped. Well, all over the world. Like, and I'm trying to explain, to my son. I was like, listen, do not try to take pride in this Polynesian, crap. Hey, like, God of Abraham is our culture. I'm trying to explain to her, like, every culture.
Oh, I personally think the story of Abraham was pasted in the book.
Copy and
Inserted.
pasted.
Yeah.
Because there has to be, all these cultures come from these gods, right? And there has to be a real God. And then I believe it's the God of Abraham, but
right. But all of the gods of old are the fallen, not the Nephilim, but the fallen.
Yeah. They also, there's a ranking, like there's a whole kingdom. I think, like it explains it. It's also set up like a king, like ordered. A third of the angels. It's the same. It's a military. Think about a military, unit that defects, and they have to, they retain their ranks and their
200. 200 came down to Mount Hermon.
Right.
Well, I would say they are very well known, this kind of people. They are described as the Hyperboreans in the Greek mythology,
Yeah.
We have many writings about them, like very descriptive,
And that's who they say these aliens are today. Helena Blavatsky, the lead.
Oh, that is pure fantasy. Yeah. But those are fanatics, kind of. They made their own religion on this. They created this.
It's a rewriting, a fan fiction of the stories of old. It's just the stories of the old gods.
Yeah. And then when you look at, say, Marvel, all these comic books, type of stories, it's also the retelling of these old gods, but in space, and now aliens, it's all kind of like bringing.
And that's Bung. It's crazy that you're talking like this, because this is 100% why I was just telling you to stop looking at the red side of the ledger and to count your blessings. This is 100% why, because you can be overcome with those spirits out there looking for someone to possess. If you continually look at all of your curses and never looking at your blessings, you will find yourself living that life of possession, even if you don't think you are.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Finally, we come to a consensus.
Common ground.
You got me there, buddy.
The common ground is flat.
And remember,
ground.
100%. But remember, that kind of feeling can only destroy, never create. Go build a table. Go build your family a dining set. Go create something whenever you feel that. Always counting the negatives. Look at the positives and create. That's what you're here for. You're here to lead and create. 100%.
Music counts, right? Music has a count,
Hold on,
right?
Bong, he's right. And what I think you should be doing now is make it a habit. Force yourself to start focusing on every time you start to think like, hey, this is a negative thing, and here's how it's natural for you to go that way. Start really hard thinking about that you're doing that. Try to get in the deep end of the pool, and for every negative thing that you want to say about something, try to find one positive thing to say about it so that you can at least start to balance the scales within yourself.
Find a gratitude. There's no better gratitude than to create something. Good night, Sasha.
Good night, Sasha.
What's up,
Good
Glenn?
night to you.
Good night, Sasha.
Create your own paradise here, but do not think it will last.
No, it won't last. Everything you bring together in coalescence with your hands will return back to the dust in which it came. And it's meant to. Not, the impermanence of this world is to show you the beauty of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time gives meaning, right? Or the limited time.
And of course, to actually find out the meaning of life, what life is, that's very. How can a man live life when he doesn't know what life is? That's
rudderless.
one of the most important things to learn.
If he is unmoored, he most likely will never find meaning. He will never find the spirit in himself to give his life meaning.
Yeah, correct.
How can he know who he is if he doesn't know where he is?
He can't.
He believes a lie.
Right. If he doesn't know his special position in this world, he will never understand the importance of his life.
Yeah. And this is what the reality is. We are so easily deceived.
I'm going to stop preaching now. But
life is
good talk.
pain,
Good
right?
talk, everybody.
Good talk.
No, life is beauty. You have to find the moments that matter. The matter is not the pain is what you look at the beauty against and say, this is what beauty is.
Yes. When I harvested, like I don't know if this is a good example, but when I harvested my crop, I was like, beauty. I thought it was beautiful, like
it is beautiful. It is beautiful. You made that come to fruition. If without you there, that would have never have come to fruition. And that harvest, just the smell is intoxicating when you're trimming it. I fully understand. As being a grower myself, I get it. You get some sativas and you start trimming them, you get euphoric just trimming them.
Yeah,
but
it's like relaxing, meditating.
And the way it grows, the beauty of it, when you dry it, it almost breaks your heart because it loses that beauty a bit. It loses its luster.
There's another beauty that comes after that. The beauty of it drying and then curing, and then there's the smell. Open up the jar and the smell now, because it used to be
that's when other people enjoy it. I enjoy it when it's alive. Other people enjoy it when it's dead.
Yeah, I know there is a sadness to it when you have to. When I cut it, right? I'm like, that's there was a all right. Goodbye,
I know a guy.
Or hello. Go ahead.
I knew a guy. Sorry, hang on just a sec. This is funny. I knew a guy, and y'all probably know a guy like this, or might have gloves yourself. But I knew a guy who was, making sure everybody got what they needed, and he trimmed and dealt with so much of it that he had to wear gloves because he would like get way too high while
you have to wear gloves,
messing with it. And so he said, I have to wear gloves. He's like, and on the days when I touch the mushrooms, I have to wear 2 different kinds of gloves 2 different times. I'm like, yeah,
You don't want to cross contaminate, right?
well, he's like, because I'll probably already get high from trimming all the buds. But then if I go and touch the mushrooms without gloves on, bro, I'm fucked. Anyway.
Good times. Yeah, good times.
That's pretty funny.
I gotta get some shrooms next.
Dude, you gotta wear gloves. Absolutely. I've done it without gloves and it's miserable. Absolutely miserable. But to be fair, when you don't wear gloves, you rub your hands and you get that good and you just roll it and dry it. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's that stuff.
Trichomes everywhere.
No, it is like a big fat like wad of just the goodness.
The trichomes.
That's why I always use black plastic bags underneath whatever I'm drying, because all of those trichomes drop off and you just have like all this sugar underneath. So amazing.
Yeah,
but
that was pretty beautiful.
I don't partake in it. I never have. I never really have.
In what? Trimming?
No,
in smoking?
In smoking. I never really have. I don't like it. I love growing it though.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's weird.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
I love growing it.
I'm that guy too, actually. Can vouch. It happens. I mean, I smoke sometimes when it's convenient or whatever, but yeah, growing it's the fun part.
Honestly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Grew it outside too. It was pretty cool. Bad position. Hey, though. Next time, I'm gonna pick a better sunnier spot. It's really hard because you got trees and neighbors and shit. Got to build a little thing to hide it in.
How do you deal with
summertime? This, I think it's worth mentioning. If you want to know what it really tastes like when you're smoking it, as opposed to the butane or the match or the blunt paper or whatever you have it contained in or lit by, I would suggest using a magnifying glass to refract sunlight and condense sunlight on it, because then it's just it burning.
Oh yeah, that's or a vape. You guys try vaping it? Oh man, it's so clean. Like I so clean. All I felt was the tickling of my lungs, and then the whole yeah. I'm just kind of surprised that it came out pretty good, like better than the stuff that they sell here.
It's so funny. I actually hate that. I hate that feeling, and I hate the feeling of most drugs. I just cannot stand it. Ugh.
Yeah, I like it when I listen to music, and because I make music, that's why I'm always
I listen to music every day. I make amazing playlists. I used to be a DJ. I love music to death, and I cannot stand music on weed. Oh my god!
Really? Damn.
Fuck out of here with that.
I mean, I love music without weed, but weed. I
can tell you. Like at any time, I can handle most memories and most thoughts of regret, but on weed, regret quickly turns into despair.
You get paranoid.
Like how could I have done that?
Have you experimented? Have you experimented with microdosing?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's actually what I enjoy about it, because that is what keeps me in check, man. Like when I smoked weed, right, I noticed that, holy crap, I've been doing a lot of things wrong. And a lot of people like I talk to that don't like it say the same thing you say. It's like, I don't like it because it makes me paranoid. And I'm always
no, it doesn't make me paranoid. I'm telling you, Bong. I'm telling you, my regret turns into despair if I'm on it. It's not paranoia. Yes. I know what I've done wrong. I assess it every day when I speak, when I act. I assess what I've done. But on weed, that assessment turns into despair.
Yes.
It's horrible.
I used to make music like a beat, right? And I used to love it because I'm like super sober when I'm making it. But then I'll take it to the car one day and I'm driving and I'm listening to it, and immediately I would pick up that it's wrong. Like that's wrong. That melody is not working with it. It's that feeling, of like, spotting all these wrong things that I regretting the mistakes I made. But then the way it applied to music, or the way it applied to creativity, like artistic expression, right? It was like this thing that helped me to assure quality assurance kind of thing, like, all right, let me have a smoke and listen to it to see, what it really sounds like. Because I think it does a thing to my brain where it slows my brain down. Like, when I'm not smoking weed,
I agree. It
I'm
slows
not
your
even
brain down.
I'm not in my body when I'm sober. I'm not even,
Right.
how
And
you say I don't
for
listen.
me, when I critique music, it is it is a creative endeavor, and I feel like that is a blanket over creativity. It's absorbing all of my creativity. It's taking it all up. I tried to be creative, and I end up a lump
Yeah,
with
me
that
too. Yeah, me
because
too. That's what I was gonna.
because because I come up against that analysis paralysis where I'm only looking at at the thing
Dude.
as a problem instead of actually assessing the problem and
Well,
taking action and taking the thing is like you have to take steps in that creative process to make it work or to get a better picture of what you're looking for. But
yeah,
when you do that and you're on that even drinking, even anything you could do. Caffeine sometimes is too much when I'm in a creative process, but if I'm assessing, I need to be clear minded. I need to be of clear mind to make a definitive decision.
yeah, I
But the
agree.
funny thing is it can be reversed. The funny thing is most of the time when you make a mistake, the most you're going to have to do is start over, and that's not even that big of a deal. But you've built it up so much in your mind that it is that you're not going to take any fucking step at
Mountain.
all.
Yeah, because it's a mountain now. Yeah,
Right.
that you have to.
With in all honesty, you could throw it away, start over, and probably come out 10 times better because you've already gone
Yeah,
down the road.
yeah. That's funny. That's exactly what I was doing with my music. I kept getting stuck with the titling. Because I did the research how to, post the beats, and now I got to match the title to the emotion and the mood of the song, to the artwork and the marketing. And now I had that. Then I got stuck, like, oh, for a long time, and I'm still kind of stuck, But I do, but I do. Yeah, it's starting to get me tired most of the time, and I'm starting to.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm
Throw it
trying
out.
to.
We've talked about this ad infinitum as well. Every time you're using cutting of roots and inebriating yourself, you're you're dampening that creative spirit within you.
Well, here's the thing. It's not really cutting of roots, right? And it heals. There's a healing property and factor to it, and it's a calming. Like when I get drunk, when I drink, no matter what, or even when I'm sober, I get into trouble. But when I smoke the herb, I stay out of trouble and I do my work. It's weird, and it does make me because this is my problem, right? I don't know how to like, hey, yo, take it easy with the smoking, man. I smoke all the time. Like, so the more I work, the less I smoke, and that trying to balance this, but I don't think it's on the level of root cutting. And I'm not
Well,
trying to
you'd be
justify a
wrong.
bad habit.
You'd be wrong. You'd be
Okay,
wrong.
okay. Well, can you? What do you? Okay, I could. Sheesh, what do you mean?
We've gone over this. It was like 3 years ago, but I'll go over it with you again.
Okay, my friend's mom died from lung cancer, and she
Yeah.
refused. She refused the THC treatment that was available for lung cancer, and she
Okay.
decided
Do
to
you have
go
lung
with the
cancer?
chemo and
I'm not saying that there may be uh, properties that would right something that is wrong. I'm not saying that. But
I'm saying when it
if you're
comes to
not an
chemotherapy,
ailment, if you're not an ailment, then
yeah, yeah, yeah. I do have an ailment though, and
What is it? Do you have
More of
testicular cancer?
it's more of an ailment of the mind, of the spirit than of
So
the
you don't
body.
have testicular cancer. That's why you're being a bitch about it.
Look, I'll take Wednesdays. You take Tuesday. I forget the thing, but yeah. How could I have? I guess I have testicular cancer. Yeah, I know, right?
That'd be the ultimate response. I wouldn't be able to say anything against it. I'd be like, okay, you do you. But as a friend, Bong, I have to say, I disagree with you.
Yeah, I might agree with you there. I don't know. I might too. Yeah.
Yeah, as a friend,
It's a bad habit. Yeah.
There we
It's
go.
developed
Thank
into
you.
a bad habit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's outside of moderation.
Working on it. That's
Yeah,
a
man.
beat too.
I don't have a disorder. I have an order. I have the opposite of a disorder, and my order is that I'm allergic to cognitive deficiencies. Physically.
Physically.
It's like I break out in hives when I break out in hives when I even think about social justice, man.
Oh my god.
Fucked up.
If you have to have a precursor on your justice, it's no justice.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
lips start to swell. Yeah.
So what's social justice? Like, oh, this concept was pissed at this concept and it was messy. But we got it handled, so there's social justice now.
I love that they've taken linguistic tools and put them to biological means and made it seem real, but it's absolutely not.
Yep.
Yeah,
I like
right?
I like when Hank says, can you bend my freedom? Well, even though, you can go down a road that says that, right? Like figuratively or whatever. No, you can't bend a concept. There's no bendy space-time, there's no bendy freedom, there's no bendy love. Unfortunately, as real as we think love is, it is to us, but you can't bend it. So yeah, concepts coming to get social justice. It's like saying it's some kind of oxymoron, I guess. It's like saying this apple is pissed off. It's like, well, I don't think it's mad. Probably not mad. One picked something else, but it's not mad. Anyway.
You see the trick there. It's a linguistic trick. They're using the terms you use as injustice, as violence, so that they may stifle your thought. It's a trick.
Yep.
It's a linguistic trick to get around your ability to articulate your thoughts.
Well, right, because what you're saying is contradictory all the time. They want to just blend oxymoronic shit all the time.
Right.
In your thought in English, right? In English.
No, but that's how we convey thought, right? Is either through writing or through spoken word.
It's utterances.
Writing and rhetoric.
Right,
so that's what they've attacked as violence. That's what they've attached violence to. They're saying your words, whether it be written or rhetoric, are violent and hurt other people through their perceived offense, which you can't control. You can only control what you say. So therefore, you have to control what you say so that you are not violent towards others, or else they may be physically violent towards you.
For sure. Listen to this. I think that if the social justice warriors wanted to make a lot of progress, what they should do is they should model their upcoming legislation and policy dreams on the intellectual property laws, because that would help them. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd be 100% behind them if they did that, but they'll never do that because they're 100% behind the corporations that support them. They're a fascistic endeavor, period.
Yeah.
They are married to the corporation and the state, which is fascism.
Yeah, we
in
the music
would be
industry.
I would be behind I would be behind them getting rid of any intellectual property because I think that creation is a gift to everyone.
Oh yeah, man. Listen, the worst thing I ever had to go through when I was playing in a bunch of bands and doing all that shit was the legal stuff. Like
mailing yourself your own lyrics.
well, no,
dude.
No, I don't remember doing that. But if some people have to fucking do that, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, like sitting down and telling someone, yeah, this came from inside of me, uniquely inside of me. Okay, well now we're gonna ruin it by making it part of this contract that we give every fucking body else. Like, oh, damn it. I thought I had some unique shit. No, in fact, we're going to have to put all these letters, numbers, and money towards it or take from it because the market is so saturated, no one can tell the difference. So you have to have a piece of paper saying what and who you are. Wait, I thought it was art. No, it's
and would you have given it? Would you have given it freely if it was received graciously?
Oh fuck yeah, dude! Fuck money, man. Like if I could, you know what? One of the best things ever happened to me in my whole music career was sitting down with somebody who really liked my band and listening to the record and talking about it and telling them about the stories behind the shit. Dude, nothing better. You give me $20 for my record, I couldn't care less about who you are. I couldn't care less if you like the shit or not.
Because that was the real point in the beginning.
Yep.
That was the whole point in the beginning is to convey a message that you couldn't necessarily say
otherwise
in any other situation. But the thing is I think that an artist who is ingratiated society should be ingratiated.
For sure.
I think that they should be made as wealthy as they've made the world.
Well, and here's the thing. Then how do you define wealth, right? Kurt Cobain couldn't stand it. Kurt Cobain couldn't stand it.
How do you define property when it's a concept?
Sure, right? Bringing it back to the point. Exactly. Intellectual property to me is like, well,
it's a reification of a concept.
Well, because property's tangible. Thoughts are not things, people. By the way, thoughts are not
they're
things.
Gifts. They're gifts, and you share them openly.
Yeah, right. That's the point. Yep, that's the point of it all. So, yep, right on.
And that's why I'm like, yeah. If these social justice warriors decided to get rid of IP in general, or attack that against the corporations, I would join them. I would be on the street saying, "Hands off my IP."
Well, here's the deal. You'd be marching with people who
hate me.
Saying they would hate the shit out of you. Yeah. I was gonna go off on some tangent most people wouldn't understand, and at the end of it, I wouldn't even understand. Thank you for distilling that for me, Days Full.
You're welcome.
So it would be controlled opposition if such a thing ever existed. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
No, it would be a purer sense of the word. Hey, that would actually be social justice because you would be giving back the gift of the people to the people.
But why would they hate you then?
Because we're not ideologically aligned. I believe in the sanctity of life. I believe in the sanctity of the fruits of your labor, and I believe in the sanctity of the family. So because of that, we're not ideologically aligned because they hate all of those things. They think they're an anathema to their worldview. So we can't coexist.
Yeah, I don't think people that would hate all those things would also want to march for their IP privacy.
No. To get rid of intellectual properties.
Intellectual property or anything worth marching for, that has to do with
anything worthwhile. They wouldn't actually want to do it. Right. I probably agree with you because that march probably isn't going to end up in the burning and looting of a Nike store.
Because that would be us marching, and there's not enough of us, getting together.
Why would you think that? Why would you think that, Bong?
Because we're never going to do stupid things like.
No, why would you think there's not enough of us?
Well, there's not of us connected, like organized.
Well, why would you think that?
Everything else.
Why would you
Well,
think that?
I
If you
mean,
go outside,
I
if
mean,
you
here we are. Here,
Bung, no, hear
I
me
mean,
out.
God
If
is
you
working.
go
I
out,
agree. Yeah.
if you go outside, if you go outside right now, and you see 5 people, 3 of those people will think like you do, and one of them can be swayed.
Oh, okay, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that because I've met like freaking people in my neighborhood like that. Fucking flat earther
Right.
lives up the street, and she
We
doesn't.
are-
We try to avoid each other because of our husbands and wives. Like, so it's like well, never gonna meet her. My wife goes up there. So.
But you see what I'm
Dude,
saying? Like it's not just flat Earth. It's
Yeah.
an acknowledgement of reality.
Yeah, and we both
Like I said, flat Earth is meaningless without meaning. If you have no meaning, what the fuck does flat Earth mean? It's pointless.
Yeah, I agree.
It's the nature of it's the nature of your reality that matters, not what that nature is. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a power working against good people.
Reality,
People.
truth.
Yeah,
Yes.
against exactly. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to. Yeah.
No, we were saying it together. You weren't trying. We successfully accomplished.
Yes, together we can do anything. Christ that strengthens you.
Why does Glatt keep
But
on
with
popping in and leaving like that? I know he's still listening.
His connection, maybe? I don't know.
No, it's not his connection. He's listening on you. He has to be listening on YouTube. Get in here, Glatt, for a second.
I think he pops in to say something, and then just I don't know why he uses up all your data.
And not continue on the conversation.
I was like, why am I listening on YouTube that uses all my data when I could be listening on Discord that uses barely any of my data? Sheesh. He's like, yep, time to see some red side of things. I'll just go use this red side of this thing.
Why does YouTube use all of your data, but Discord doesn't?
Oh, the cell phone data. When I'm outside or driving.
Oh, okay. So Discord uses less data than YouTube does?
Yeah,
Is that because you can't shut off the screen?
No, it's the RT. It's the old school protocol. That's why it's the voice. I can't believe I forgot the freaking thing. It's called IP over voice. Yeah, it's old. It's old technology. It's just. That's why I was like, why did we go through all the Skypes and all these other silly things and not just go straight to VoIP?
To Discord?
Yeah, or Discord. Like, why did we do why did these companies no
with Zoom and Boom and Boom and Zoom.
Yeah. And then Discord comes along, right? And just
no, they've been here.
Oh.
They've been here. All of those things are like fucking
Discord has probably got so much data, so many people's secret lives. That's why That's why I don't go. This is the only place I go on.
Did you know that there are moderators, like actual Discord moderators, who can come in, listen to your conversation without being seen?
Well, of course, you would have administrator rights to all the access to all the
channels,
yeah, because it's your code. Yeah, I would
they
love
do it
to
all the
be
time.
To have moderator access. Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would want to burn the whole thing down.
Yeah,
do you know how much Do you know how much degenerate pedophilia bullshit is on Discord? It's disgusting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Where to burn the whole thing down. Like, but where should we start the fire? Here?
Yeah.
Where are these servers? Where are the copies of the servers?
I love how they're always trying to get political dissidents, but the pedos are fine. We'll leave those alone.
Dude, you know what's funny? They put their fucking Microsoft wants to stop a data center in the ocean. I was like, oh, you think the ocean is gonna stop me? Ah, shit. Humans.
No, do you know why they do that? Do you know why they do that,
cooling?
Bong?
Not really.
No.
Cooling?
No, they might say it's cooling, but it's because they're outside of international law. They're outside of
That makes a lot
anybody's
of sense. Yep.
jurisdiction.
Yep.
They're
Howard
they're
Stern.
going with the law of the sea and not the law of the land.
I mean, even when you're on the land, aren't you going by the law of the sea anyway? Right? It's like, does it matter?
Well,
where you
in court you are, yeah.
are? Exactly. That's where everything happens. All right? Like,
Common law is the law of the land. Maritime law is the law of the sea.
yep.
And courts are
Ships.
courts. Well, courts are they're
vessels.
used as maritime law. And that's why, like, if you see an attorney walk from the defendant to the prosecution, they'll say squish, squish, squish because they're walking in water.
That's weird. Hey, it's tradition.
Yep.
Squish,
They're
squish.
Yeah, they say that. It's funny.
Arr, mighty.
But not everything. This is where they keep you on your back foot. Not everything is maritime law, as far as courts are concerned, because they're the junction between maritime law, which is where money and all capital is maritime law. It's liquid assets. It's where maritime law and common law come to meet.
Do they recognize like the Torah? You know, like I only recognize these laws and necessarily any
Well,
other laws.
It's not the Torah. I don't want to get into this with you, man.
Our definition of the Torah or their definition of the Torah?
Their definition of the Torah is the Talmud.
I mean, yeah, no. I mean, the Moses, the Moses book.
No, that's common law.
Yeah,
That's
no.
considered common law.
Okay,
That's not maritime law.
Common law. Right. Okay. So, maritime law. It's the other courtroom, I guess. Right?
It's the Phoenician. That's the law of the Phoenicians, or the law of the elders. It's the Talmud.
Yeah, I've heard it described as a Noahide court.
Oh, yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
Noahide court that's common law.
No.
No, Noahide. I thought you were saying Moses High Court. Yeah, I'm wrong.
I'm trying to find it. You mentioned pedophiles on Discord. I was on Telegram and I watched this video where it was there's a guy meeting a girl. He looked like he was in the middle of his 20s. He's supposed to be meeting a 13-year-old girl, and instead her uncle met him there, and he beat the fuck out of him, knocked him out on the ground. People are trying to stop him. He's pushing them off. Dude's knocked down on the ground, and this he keeps on going after him. He snaps both of his arms back 90 degrees the other way.
Oh my God.
It was graphic, dude.
That's what happens.
I was trying to put myself in everybody's mind. I was trying to put myself in the uncle's mind. I was trying to put myself in my mind. I was trying to put myself in the pedo's mind. And I kept on siding with the uncle. So
yeah, you would eventually come on his side, but you would also try to, if you were there, you would try to stop him for his own well-being, because he's going to go to jail.
Yeah, for a long time.
And he doesn't deserve it.
I mean, yeah, the Bible says don't mess with another man's wife, because if he catches, you're dead, pretty much, right? So imagine messing with somebody's, daughter or niece, like you're double dead.
No, this is a child.
Exactly.
This is a child, an innocent. It has nothing to do with their sex or even their familial bonds. If it were a stranger, I might turn his arms 90 degrees.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, it's like an instant reaction.
It's funny. I was having this conversation with my mother not too long ago, and she's like, "They deserve to be in jail." I'm like, "No, they deserve to have a millstone tied around their neck and thrown in the ocean."
Exactly.
I'm like, and she's like, they don't deserve that. I'm like, they deserve death.
Yeah, I always thought, I was like sitting one day, I was like thinking like, Jesus, for real? Is he literally for real? It's like, yeah, I think so. Like, what did you think he meant? Like, how could you
That's exactly
spiritually interpret?
like I go by that prescription specifically, and I'm
Exactly,
for
right?
it.
I was like, look, murderers can be forgiven, rapists,
Yeah,
but what is this thing here? It's like, you know what that is? It's like, yeah, I think we all know what this is.
a millstone tied around their neck and thrown in the
Yeah,
ocean. I'm 100% for it.
yeah.
Feed
You know
them,
what
feed them
I
to the
laugh?
crabs.
Yeah, I was like, oh, so if I had to kill somebody, this is how God would do it, and this is how. Yeah. So if you ever have to kill anyone, this is the way. Not stabby stabby or shooty shooty or
Not anyone. This is specific.
right,
This
right.
is the desolation of innocence and how it should be dealt with.
Yeah. And that was instant reaction, like, wow. That guy came to kill this guy and he's just lucky he's alive. Like lucky he didn't get
Yeah,
killed.
but the unfortunate part is the uncle is now probably in prison.
Exactly. Which is another trap. It's like a double trap. Like both getting because the reaction from the
Because if he was in the
behavior,
ocean with what's that, Jemsy?
the
James.
behavior of being the behavior of trying to engage with a minor, that's definitely punishable. And men shouldn't be doing that, right? Like man or woman shouldn't be, older woman shouldn't be trying to get with minors. Definitely, that also happens. The only thing in today's environment, you have these men with girls' accounts trying to look for other men to talk to them and solicit. You have men behind
Yeah.
computers with bunch of sexy girls pictures and talking to them and telling them, hey, I'm a girl, I'm 13, and I like older guys, and then they
Yep.
get arrested for that, even though they never spoke to an actual girl. But
Yep.
that there is that in the environment. But definitely, the guys shouldn't be speaking to minors, especially
Yeah,
without their father. Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
how I feel about the entrapment, but I'm not too sure I mind it. I'm not 100% behind it because stop deceiving people. One,
Well,
but I'm also want those people destroyed. So
yeah,
it's
because if it wasn't that guy, it would have been an
6 to 1,
actual
half a dozen to the other. Yeah, it would have been a girl.
By the way,
yeah,
I've been
an actual
scrolling this entire time looking for the video. So
Yeah,
yeah. So
I kind
yeah,
of don't want to see it, to be honest. And
I
Levelist,
yeah, you do.
Levelist. I'm sorry about what Smurf said.
but
You didn't deserve
but
that.
this is what I
No,
noticed
it's all
about all
good.
these all these chat apps. See, because of all these chat apps, all these people are chatting to. And there's all kinds of different kinds of chat apps. I'm sitting here thinking like, why the hell are there applications on these phones, right, that have direct access from our children to goddamn anybody in the world? Like, how is this like? Are they setting up? Like, are they setting the world up? This generation and us trying to normalize. Are they like
Yes, yes,
setting
you've
it up so
seen
we
it.
have more
No,
access to our children? Shit.
Bung. Look what they just did last week on Twitter. They made calling people groomers illegal. They called it hate speech.
Oh wow.
You
And,
can get
and
thrown off of Twitter and Reddit for calling people groomers because it's hate speech. They say that you're
what?
going against the LGBT community. They're saying that all LGBT are pedophiles. And if you call them that, then that's hate speech because whatever. I
Yeah.
don't fucking care what their reasoning is. But that's what they did. They're trying to normalize it 100%.
Well,
And they're using
you
the gay community, global homo, as a shield. That's happening right now. So
exactly.
you don't even have to question whether or not they're trying to normalize it. That's what they are doing.
Right. And I don't mind the term hate speech because, God hates, a lot of things. And people might say God is using hate speech, and I'll be like, yeah, and I agree with him. I also use a lot. I hate stuff that God hates too. I mean, if that makes me a hater, then I guess I'm a hater. Is that
What's wrong
what I mean?
with having discernment? What's wrong with
Right.
being what do you call it when they say you're being a bigot, but they say you're discriminating.
Yeah.
A discriminating mind is one that knows quality.
Right, exactly. That's the other, what we were talking about earlier. This disease that was going, where everything is relative, or no objective, right or wrong, good or bad. You make your own. I think that's all. There's all these. That's why when I say technology, I'm talking about these apps or these that have direct access. To use some of these apps, you got to give it access to your microphone, your camera, your files, a folder that you might have all your stuff on, or anything you might need, to use the app. They need access. And it's one app. So
You're boring me.
Sorry. Yeah. Anyways. Sorry. Let me
I
pack
was
this
all
cold.
fire and brimstone, and all of a sudden you're talking about apps. Shut up.
Yes. Look, I think something big is coming. I don't know what. I'm trying to guess. Speculate.
I agree. Everything is coming to a point. It's all crystallizing into one moment in which we all have to decide.
What is it gonna be, like a new day? The sun is not gonna rise, and that
I
that
don't
kind of
know, Gemsy. I don't know. I don't know the time and the hour. I barely know the signs.
okay, yeah.
The crazy part is we've spoke about all these. We spoke about all these different topics, and on the surface, it seems as if they're all individual topics, but in reality, they're all just arms of an octopus. Yeah,
it's exactly what I started off the whole conversation
Or
with.
branches of a tree.
The whole conversation was born out of my premise that we 100% in our unique position are also in a unique time. And to deny that is to let that evil take over, to only look at the red side of the ledger.
I imagine that every generation thought the same thing about their time. Well, and I'm not saying, but I really think what you're saying is right about our time, because wow, I mean,
yeah, but they were wrong and we're right.
who doesn't love a little recency bias,
but this time, this is the true,
See, that's funny. That's funny because we could easily get out of this just by taking true leadership and true ownership and true responsibility. We could easily get out of this. But I doubt with the disease, the mental illness, the lack of ability of most of people today that we will. And it can't take one man. It can't. It simply can't. It would take a good amount of us. Not all of us. Yeah, the wheat from the tares and all, but a good amount of us. And I don't think it will. I don't think we have the numbers. But when their asses hit the water, when those things come to fruition, when the walls crumble, when society falls, you can make damn sure that you will have more answers than the people looking for them.
Pockets of resistance.
Pockets of resistance. It takes 10% to change a society. 10% of a population.
10% of 4 billion. Is that even the right number?
No. We don't know the right number because we're always being lied to.
It's probably up to 12 billion by now or something crazy.
How would you know?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Who does?
You can't know because you're always being lied to. If they're talking, they're lying.
Yeah.
If they're telling you